Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 Council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Friday, February 21st, 2025. We are meeting both in room 500 of the historic John A. Wilson building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:42 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. During today's performance oversight hearing, the committee will hear from public witnesses on the following agencies: the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, the Green Finance Authority, the Department of Energy and the Environment, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Let me run through each of those briefly. The mission of the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, or the CCCR, is to address the challenges posed by climate change and enhance the resilience of the district by developing recommendations for strategies, policies, and initiatives to mitigate the impacts of climate change. It works to promote sustainability, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and ensure the city's infrastructure, communities, and natural resources are prepared to withstand and adapt to the effects of climate change. Additionally, the Commission engages with stakeholders and conducts research to support informed decision-making and effective climate action in the district. The Green Finance Authority, also known as the DC Green Bank, was created to provide access to capital to grow the clean economy and develop a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable district. It offers innovative financing solutions for this purpose and focuses its investments on solar energy, greener and more efficient buildings, infrastructure resilience, and transportation electrification. The Department of Energy and the Environment, or DOEE, is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, monitoring and assessing environmental risks, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. Finally, we'll turn to the District of Columbia Sustainable Energy Utility, or the DCSEU. Their mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy resources. DCSEU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. By partnering with local stakeholders and implementing innovative solutions, the DCSEU aims to enhance environmental quality, lower energy costs, and promote economic development in the district. Some comments on the format of today's hearing. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify, and ANC commissioners or those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the first full 5 minutes to testify. The other witnesses will each have 3 minutes. For witnesses testifying in person, please take a seat at the table when your name is called. And for witnesses testifying virtually, you'll receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to be a panelist. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom in case council members have questions for you. And if you'd like to find a copy of the hearing agenda or submit written testimony for the record, you can do so using the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. And the record closes on Friday, March 7th, 2025. As I mentioned earlier, we are just hearing from the public witnesses during today's hearing. We have over 60 witnesses that are signed up to testify. So please note that we'll be watching the clock and you'll have a little timer there to help us all stay on track. I also want to note again, this is the public witnesses, but I do appreciate the fact that we have the director of the Department of Energy and Environment who's in the room here. I'm sure his staff is also monitoring online as well, but I appreciate that he's here. He committed he wanted to hear the public testimony as well to help prepare for when the government portion of this takes place. So Director Jackson, thank you very much for being here in person as well. So with that, let's turn to our first panel of public witnesses. I'm going to go ahead and call folks up. I'm going to call the whole panel, and then we will begin. I have Chris Weiss, Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network, Eliza Cava, Executive Committee Member with the Sierra Club DC Chapter, Susan Shore, Public Witness, Mike Litt, Public Witness, Mark Rodefer, Co-Chair of Beyond Gas DC, Yana Lambrinidou, co-founder of the Campaign for Lead-Free Water, Paul Schwartz, co-founder of the Campaign for Lead-Free Water, Jamal Lewis, Advisory Board Chair, DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board, and Christine Powell, Public Witness. For this panel, I think I have 5 witnesses that are in person. I only have 4 chairs at the table. So I'm going to ask everybody to be a little flexible here. Either we can pull up a 5th chair. Mr. Rodefer, if you want to just pull up a chair, and then Mr. Litt, if you guys are comfortable sharing a microphone. Oh, sorry, we have 6 people in person. Okay, Well, now it starts to get really
And
challenging.
they're all Sierra Club people.
I know.
You know?
Mr. Weiss, are you okay if we pull up a chair
Oh.
next to you? And in that way, yeah, you just, the camera can reach. So if you'll just share microphones, I know you can do it.
You
Then
want to
that'll
share?
help us do that. It's always the risk when we run the in-person and hybrid, but it all seems to work itself out. All right, Mr. Weiss, I've got you up first. So I'm going to turn to
6 minutes. Got it. Good afternoon, environmental colleagues, many of the entire Sierra Club, Chairperson Allen, other council members and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I'm testifying today on the performance of the District Department of Energy and Environment. DC co-chairs the Return, Refund, and Recycle Coalition, along with Susan Shore over here. DC supports everything Susan says today. I want to thank DOE Director Richard Jackson for agreeing to come and listen to the public witnesses in person today. As you know, the government witnesses have a different day scheduled to testify. The former chair of this committee, Mary Cheh, really believed in bringing all stakeholders together and that the executive branch should be fully participating in this important democratic process by listening to district residents, the committee, and other important stakeholders. I am hoping in the future that tradition could be continued. God knows we need to upgrade our democratic processes post-COVID during these extremely challenging times and really try to get everyone, all stakeholders together to connect and try to get things done. I have experienced some amazing, magical moments at hearings that made me a better citizen and excited about being part of the process. Another good thing about DOE, about Director Jackson, is that under his leadership, he has maintained DOE's commitment to quarterly stakeholder meetings. The last couple of meetings were attended by almost 200 people. Attendees included interested district residents, community leaders and organizers, nonprofit organizations, issue experts, and others. DOE asked participants to send questions or agenda items for the stakeholders meeting. DOE administration directors and many other staff give timely reports, listen to comments, and answer questions. A lot of the work in the chat is done in the chat, where numerous DOE staff quickly respond to almost every request or question. Even with 200 people, of which at least 30 are DOE staff, it feels like if you have something to say, you can say it and you will be heard. It's not perfect, but it's quite a scene. Thanks for that, DOE. The last 2 years, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser has cut millions of dollars from green energy programs designed to help low-income DC residents save money and respond to the climate crisis. This year, Donald Trump is continuing this trend with his effort to legally stop DC appropriations of $140 million, much of it to award DC a $62.4 million grant to install solar panels in low-income and disadvantaged communities. It's painful to have both our mayor and Donald Trump taking actions that arguably stall the district's momentum on the climate crisis, even putting successful climate crisis programs at risk of disappearing. Much of this is obviously impacting DOE's performance. A few months ago, the DC Environmental Network reached out to the executive, including the budget director, to share our thoughts as the district leadership on climate and other environmental issues is becoming a big question mark. And as the climate crisis gets worse, this and other communications with the executive left DC feeling like the most energy the executive office of the mayor, city administrator, and other offices put into our environmental concerns is when they're looking to cut DOE as special purpose funds and designing BSA subtitles to weaken programs and drain funds to pay for sports facilities. Last year's budget was bitter and a little sweet. A lot of positive energy went into advocating for restoration of funds that in many cases were being counted on to sustain and grow important government functions and to comply with laws. With the help of Chairman Mendelson and Chairman Allen, Councilmember Louis George and Councilmember Fruman, we helped a little bit here, a little bit there, but still it feels like the best urban environmental agency in the country is now an injured bird with neither federal nor local executive support to sustain its mission, let alone grow it. Let's hope that on April 2nd or so, when the mayor sends you the budget, we do not have as many challenges and we can start to build back to a better, more sustainable place. More good things to say about DOE, leadership and staff, After scanning the pre-hearing questions and after other conversations, DCEN feels DOEE is working really hard to protect our most important vulnerable programs. There are a lot of smart, enthusiastic environmentalists at the agency. Nobody's perfect, but at least for now, we should continue to be proud of our country's best urban environmental agency. And there's more in my testimony, but I'm running out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Weiss. Next, let me turn to Ms. Kava. You just push the button so the red light comes on. There you go.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the Oversight hearing on the Department of Energy and Environment. And I echo Chris in thanking Director Jackson for joining us. And thank you both for your strong leadership on environment and sustainability issues. I'm Eliza Kava, and I'm the Conservation Chair of the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. In DC, we have about 2,100 dues-paying members and many thousands of additional supporters. I want to open our oral testimony by stating that the Sierra Club supports statehood for the people of DC. We strongly call on the council, the mayor, and our congressional representatives to oppose the current and coming federal attacks at every turn and fight on behalf of all of our citizens and residents. And specifically on the topic of oversight, my colleagues and I are here today to support, critique, and help the district implement important environmental and social programs that represent the will of our residents and our elected representatives. I will touch on issues affecting water and natural places, environmental justice, and our top energy-related priorities of funding the Healthy Homes Act and protecting the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. After me, Susan Shore will speak about the chapter's zero waste concerns, including getting the district bottle bill passed as soon as possible, calling for a working group on reusable cups in sports and entertainment venues, and the need to do more to enforce existing zero waste laws to more effectively limit plastic pollution. Later, our chapter chair, Mike Litt, will focus on electric vehicles. And finally, Mark Rodefer will speak about some of our other energy priorities. And you will hear from other Sierra Club members throughout the day, including Chris Powell as well. First, on lead service line removal. The district's performance on lead service line removal has unfortunately languished. We are only at 18% complete. Legislation reintroduced in 2025 as Bills B260111 and B260092 are responsive to the urgent need for timely and cost-effective lead service line replacement. Please help prioritize, finalize, and pass these bills immediately. Ecological restoration and the Anacostia. Sierra Club has generally found the DOEE to be a transparent and constructive partner in protecting the district's natural environment. Like many, we were disappointed that we didn't get to swim in Kingman Lake last year. However, we applaud DC's movement towards swimmable and fishable waters, and we look forward to the day when we again get to play in the river. We propose a working group of public interest organizations to work with DOEE and develop a system that will enable citizens to recreate in our surface waters safely. On environmental justice and toxics, we support the Cumulative Impacts Analysis Amendment Act of 2025, recently introduced by Councilmember Parker, along with Councilmembers McDuffie and Robert White, which aims to rectify historical injustices from many years of environmental health impacts on Black and Brown communities in the district. This bill is an updated version of the Environmental Justice Amendment Act of 2023, which was also introduced by Councilmember Parker and had hearings in 2024. A new hearing should not be required. Okay, turning to energy. Healthy Homes Act and the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. Councilmember Allen, we celebrate your leadership in enacting the Healthy Homes Act. Thank you again. We cannot thank you enough. A number of other witnesses at this hearing are speaking to the benefits of the law, which will cut climate pollution and hazardous indoor air pollution. When passing the legislation, you intended it to be funded through a combination of federal dollars provided by the Inflation Reduction Act and locally sourced dollars pulled from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. The actions of the present administration, however, have put the reliability of those federal dollars into question, and so the SETF has assumed increased importance. In her budget proposal last year, Mayor Bowser proposed to raid the fund and use the money for unrelated purposes. It seems that the mayor perceives this as a slush fund she can pull from as she sees fit. We call upon the council to push back vigorously against any attempts to siphon dollars away from the Healthy Homes Act and the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund in the budget for this year. You'll hear more from us again on this. Even so, DOEE has acknowledged that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is not by itself sufficient to support the Healthy Homes Act in the long term. So we encourage the council to explore other means at your disposal to fund this broadly supported program. Now, I would like to turn to one of the largest obstacles preventing the district from following through on our climate commitments, Washington Gas. Councilmember Allen, thank you for leading the February 11th letter from 8 members to urge the Public Service Commission to reject Washington Gas's most recent wasteful pipeline spending proposal, previously called Project Pipes, now called District Safe, same thing. The money that Washington Gas requested and the time they proposed to devote to the project would be much better spent transitioning off gas to a new business model based on providing clean heating and cooling services. We encourage council to keep the pressure on Washington Gas to comply with the district's climate commitments and protect public health from indoor and outdoor fossil fuel combustion fumes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Ms. Shore.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this DOEE Performance Oversight hearing. My name is Susan Shore. I'm the chair of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee. Councilmember Allen, the Sierra Club DC Chapter wishes to thank you for introducing, along with 10 other council members, the District Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. This is a landmark environmental bill, 2 years in the making, that has so many benefits, from cutting bottle and can trash, reducing PFAS, microplastics, and lead exposure, righting a long-standing environmental injustice, creating green jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities, and much, much more. Sadly, opponents have already started spreading falsehoods about the bottle bill using their usual playbook. What we've learned from their playbook is that the longer we wait for a hearing on the bill, the more big beverage companies, like the district's top beverage container polluters, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, are likely to spread misinformation and try to scare the public and small businesses. That's why the Sierra Club and the 24 other members of the Return, Refund, Recycle Coalition for DC, 3RC, request that council hold a joint hearing of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and the Committee on Transportation and the Environment as soon as possible, and then move quickly to pass the bill. We also need greater enforcement of our existing zero waste requirements, specifically the plastic straw and stirrer ban and the requirements for restaurants to only provide utensils and other single-use items if a customer requests them. Sadly, these requirements are mainly respected in the breach because DOEE only has enough inspectors to conduct 300 restaurant inspections each year, in addition to restaurants identified through the 311 tip line. That's clearly insufficient to enforce these requirements in a dynamic restaurant market in which new restaurants, owners, managers, and staff come and go. We'd like to know what steps DOEE is taking to reach out and educate restaurants. Does it, for example, send them emails about the straw ban and utensils on request requirement? Has DOEE tried working with the bids, Main Streets, and restaurant organizations to get the word out about these requirements? Or perhaps request health inspectors to provide handouts as part of their inspections? Several years ago, DOEE had a very engaging video about the straw ban. Maybe it's time for more social media outreach. We have raised this vexing issue in past testimony, and we look forward to seeing meaningful steps to ensure that we cut single-use plastic straws, utensils, and more, and move closer to reaching the district's 80% waste diversion goal. Finally, we call on DOEE and other district agencies to lead the creation of a reusable foodware working group to establish a legislative framework to require reusable cups in both sports and entertainment venues, with participation by a range of environmental stakeholders, private sector players, and government agencies. My fellow volunteer, Eve Hamilton, will share more information on disparate efforts that DOEE could unite and lead. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shore. Next up, I've got Mr. Litt.
Good morning, Chair Allen. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a renter in Ward 6 and new chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter, as well as our Sustainable Transportation Committee chair. First, we applaud the progress DOEE has made in expanding EV charging across the district, which is necessary, along with reducing vehicle miles traveled, to reduce air pollution, meet the district's climate goals, and improve public health for DC residents. We were pleased to join DOEE and DDOT last summer for their groundbreaking event to repair and upgrade an EV charger on Benning Road, and write a letter of support for one of DOEE's federal grant applications, and have Nick Berger join us at the National Drive Electric Week event in the fall. We also applaud the passage of your EV charging bill. Now, in light of President Trump's executive order to pause federal EV charging funds, it is particularly incumbent on the district to keep expanding EV chargers and ensure funding for your bill to accelerate the development of the necessary infrastructure. We've included our other transportation priorities beyond EVs in our testimony for your DDOT hearing. Now, back to energy, as we have a lot to collectively say on that topic. Last year, the council made amendments to the district's Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS, the most important energy efficiency program the district has established, which has also inspired many other municipalities to follow our lead. We strongly urge the council to stay the course despite expected continued lobbying from building sector interests and ensure the program is able to function as intended. Next, we applaud DOEE for its leadership in convening the DC government task force required by the Climate Commitment Act, although we do regret the lengthy delay as the climate crisis has only accelerated in the meantime. Finally, we were disappointed in the reduced funding for the Solar for All program. While DC proposed closing the funding gap with an award through the Environmental Protection Agency's Solar for All grant program, that is now frozen by the Trump administration. The district must prioritize and fund programs like Solar for All, which create pathways to energy affordability. We also urge DOEE to improve transparency by releasing more detailed Solar for All data and making the reports available sooner. So to wrap up here, the Sierra Club DC chapter looks forward to working with the committee and DOEE to turn these recommendations and those of my colleagues into action that creates a more sustainable, equitable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Litt. Next, I've got Mark Rotifer. And if that mic,
There we go.
scoot over, there you go. Perfect.
Yes. All right. Well, good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Mark Rotifer. I'm a longtime leader with the Sierra Club and the co-chair of the Beyond Gas DC Coalition. As Eliza stated in her testimony, protecting the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund needs to be one of the very top priorities, Councilmember Allen, of your committee. The Sierra Club is committed to fighting for full funding for the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the Healthy Homes Act, which Councilmember Allen, as you know, the Beyond Gas Coalition worked very hard with you to pass the Healthy Homes Act. We appreciate your leadership on that, and we asked you to ensure that it's fully funded in FY26. Now, moving on to other building electrification priorities in DC. In recent years, the district has seen a proliferation of combined heat and power plants, also known as CHP or cogeneration. These are power plants that burn fossil fuels locally in DC, polluting our air and polluting our climate. Sometimes they are misleadingly labeled microgrids by interests seeking to cash in on pollution. We're seeing a rapid expansion of CHP plants in DC, such as in the Walter Reed redevelopment and the new Cedar Hill Hospital, whose mission is to protect human health, but it burns fossil fuels that foul the air and public health. Under the Renewable Portfolio Standard, DC's electricity is moving to 100% renewable sources like wind and solar, but CHP is exempt. This means that electricity generated outside of DC has to be renewable. But in our own backyards, we're encouraging dirty energy and local air pollution. It's time to end the CHP exemption from the RPS. The Greener Government Building Act, as you know, requires new and renovated buildings owned or financed by the district to be net zero. But under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DC has sought to exempt itself from this very law. The most recent example is the Capital One Arena. DOEE allowed the arena to violate the Greener Government Buildings Act despite a $515 million taxpayer subsidy to renovate the arena. Essentially, this means that DC families are subsidizing a billionaire so that he can burn fossil fuels, pollute the air, and harm public health. With the RFK site now under control, we are deeply concerned that DC will take the same approach. DC should commit that all new buildings on the RFK site are net zero, meaning that they are very energy efficient, they don't use a lot of energy, they maximize renewables, and they burn no fossil fuels. If the mayor won't make this commitment, the council should put it into law. Moving to the Climate Commitment Act, it allows the Department of General Service to conduct emergency repairs to fossil fuel heating systems in DC government buildings, but not to install new ones. Under pressure from the executive branch, the council in January passed emergency and temporary legislation, giving DGS more leeway to replace significant components of gas burning systems, potentially expanding their use by many years. The Sierra Club asks the council to hold a hearing before making any further changes to the Climate Commitment Act. And finally, the updated DC construction code and the Clean Energy DC 2.0 plan have both been delayed by years. Our understanding is that they are sitting in the mayor's office. We call on the DC government to publish both of the documents. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you, Councilmember Allen, for your climate leadership. And I also want to echo the appreciation to Director Jackson for coming here today and listening to the public witnesses. I think most of the agency heads don't do that, so we really appreciate him being here today. So thank you, Director Jackson. And thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next on our list, we had Yana, but I think I got a note that she is not here. But she was here yesterday for our DC Water hearing. But Paul Schwartz, who was also with us yesterday for DC Water, I believe is here online. Oh, Yana Lambrinidou actually just showed up. So let's see if we can promote Yana to the panel now. There we go. Good to see you again. All right, I'll turn over to you. And then Paul Schwartz, if you can hear me, we'll turn to you right after this.
Thank you so much, Chair Allen, members of the committee. I'm Yana Lambrinidou with the Campaign for Lead-Free Water. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to start by commending DOEE for its professionalism, responsiveness, commitment to staying abreast of and aligned with the science of lead in water, and dedication to agency integrity, robust community engagement, and most importantly, public health protection. For today's testimony, I'd like to make two brief remarks about our vision for DOEE in connection to lead in drinking water and childhood lead poisoning prevention. Judging from the content of the Lead-Free DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2023 and many of the public testimonies at yesterday's DC Water hearing, it seems that the district might be on the verge of a historic, science-based, and public health protective approach to lead in our water. This approach would involve, at a minimum, the proactive full replacement of all lead service lines at no cost to property owners, robust public messaging that arms all residents to protect themselves from lead in water, and the provision of filters to those with a lead service line, as well as to WIC and SNAP recipients, regardless of their lead service line status. In short, we're talking about a historic paradigm shift that will advance our city from treating lead in water as a PR problem by minimizing it through misleading messages, to treating lead in water as a public health risk by redressing it through hazard reduction, precautionary public health protective messaging, and filter provision to the most vulnerable. For this paradigm shift to succeed, we have recommended to the Council the formation of an independent committee that oversees funding, lead service line replacement, Green New Deal implementation, and filter first education and training, and that offers resident-generated, real-time suggestions for improvement. We believe that DOEE would be the right agency to head such a committee. With regards to childhood lead poisoning prevention, we are committed to supporting DOEE and its partnering agency, DC Health, to incorporate water properly into our city's response to children with elevated blood lead levels. Unfortunately, despite the unprecedented harm that our city has experienced from lead in water, we are still approaching childhood lead poisoning prevention with a mindset that presumes lead paint as the culprit. This mindset generates biased investigations, which, not surprisingly, confirm our presumption and lead us to gross underestimations of the contribution of water lead to blood lead. And more importantly, it limits our ability to protect vulnerable children from routine lead in water exposures, which is something that can be achieved effectively, immediately, and inexpensively. I have included in my testimony two slides from a 2023 EPA analysis, which illustrates quite starkly the gap between conventional approaches to childhood lead poisoning prevention and what decades of lead in water research shows. Cited in EPA's recently revised lead and copper rule improvements, this study reveals that, quote, lead service line prevalence in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Grand Rapids, Michigan, was a stronger predictor of the prevalence of elevated blood lead levels compared with the EPA's EJ Screen Lead Paint EJ Index and HUD's Deteriorated Paint Index, unquote. Although this study was not conducted in DC, I'm not sure we can assume that our city would yield different results. The bottom line is that standard methods of monitoring lead in water and lead in blood are not designed to detect connections between the two, even in cases where water is the primary and even sole contributor to a child's elevated blood lead level. So here too, it seems to us that we are in need of a second paradigm shift that approaches childhood lead poisoning prevention comprehensively. We believe that the shift would require some improvements to DOEE's and DC Health's environmental risk assessments, public messaging about common sources of lead, and remediation practices. Indeed, it might be a good idea for our impending lead in water bill to include in the filter distribution program requirements households with children with elevated blood lead levels. We are grateful for DOEE's openness to receiving our input, and we look forward to continuing to support the agency's mission and work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And good to see you again. Paul Schwartz, let me turn to you next.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Allen and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Paul Schwartz, co-founder, along with Jana Lambrini-Du, of the Campaign for Lead-Free Water. Today, I'd like your permission to do a short thought experiment. Time travel with me back to 2015, when the world woke up to the Flint water crisis. Think of the enduring images of Flint residents lined up in vehicles for water each day, all to avoid lead coming out of their taps. Now imagine, if you will, what would have happened if the Mission governor or the local water authority said that they were going to raise the rates of Flint residents. There would have been an uproar throughout the United States and across the world, because that would have been seen to be an immoral in the face of both the depth of the health harms and a violation of human rights. Switch now further back to January 30, 2004, when DC residents woke up to banner-sized headlines informing us that 4,000 homes were exceeding the lead action level, many in the hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of parts per billion. In fact, although we didn't know it at the time, DC was experiencing 20 to 30 times more lead than Flint 10 years before. Out of that debacle, out of that historic injustice, came the idea for DC to create a Department of the Environment that would eventually become DC's State Water Primacy Agency, and would house both the requisite legal expertise on environmental law and regulation and the technical expertise in engineering and chemistry and other related disciplines needed to exercise primary over-drinking water and clean water needs. The idea was that DOEE would, quote, according to Appleseed, focus on the issue of lead in drinking water once primacy is achieved. But instead, our district government left EPA with oversight authority for compliance and with the LCR and in the district. Leaving EPA Region 3 with primacy over DC water has meant that, in contrast to Flint, DC residents got little in the way of effective oversight, enforcement, or remedies. And because of that lack of primacy, the district is still not equipped with emergency authority similar to that under federal environmental statutes to compel compliance, obtain timely reports, and respond to crises with enforcement provisions commensurate with that responsibility of other states. We need an entity who is here to defend our families and community. Our state water agency, Region 3, which is out of Philadelphia, has not, over the past 25 years, done effective oversight of DC WASA and the aqueduct. In fact, Region 3 has exacerbated problems in DC by giving approval for the over 14,000 health-harming partial pipe replacements done by DC Water from 2004 to 2008, and has been playing a dirty game in DC by supporting organizations that are, in effect, acting as megaphones for the misleading and dangerous messaging about lead in water propagated by EPA, CDC, and here in the District of Columbia, the DC Water. The hole that creation of DOE was supposed to fill has not been filled as of yet. However, it's our contention that we should work over the next several years to support DOE, building on its successes to become that forward-facing agency with a leader who is publicly accountable and has access to the mayor and DC council. A number of the provisions currently included in the Pinto Bill and some key provisions of the Campaign for Lead-Free Water anticipate DOEE taking on elements of this more proactive role around lead and water and provide a pathway to a more independent and accountable DC agency that has both the tools and the expertise to exercise a more robust and effective oversight role on lead and water issues. This is our...
Mr. George, we're about a minute over, so if you could wrap up, please.
I will wrap up. The Campaign for Lead-Free Water looks forward to working with the committee to ensure these provisions are in the combined bill and to continue our productive work with DOE's leadership on this issue over the next years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Next, let me turn to Jamal Lewis, the Advisory Board Chair for the DC SEU Advisory Board.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
And members of the committee. I'm Jamal Lewis, Chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board. As outlined in the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of 2008, the board is charged with providing advice, comments, and recommendations to DOEE and council regarding the procurement and administration of the DCSEU, advise on DCSEU performance, and monitor DCSEU under its contract. The board is comprised of 13 seats and has 10 active members. DOEE is working with the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments to fill the vacant positions. The board plays a key role in DCSU's success and is uniquely positioned to provide feedback on program performance. The DCSU is charged with implementing energy efficiency programs, workforce development, and investing in market transformative projects. In FY24, the DCSU completed 61 affordable home electrification program projects, served 17 properties through the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, and installed panels on 58 single-family homes through Solar for All. The DCSU worked with local developers to install a 1.1 megawatt Solar for All community solar array, which provides residents up to $2.52 million in electricity bill savings over the next 15 years. In addition to the solar deployed through Solar for All, the DCSU supported 1,447 about kilowatts of renewable energy development, spent just under $6 million on energy efficiency projects in low-income communities, and generated 90 full-time green-collar jobs, as well as achieving just over 74,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions reduction. The DCSU continues to lead the district in electrification efforts. However, the organization could be more impactful if their team had access to real-time utility energy data. Data sharing can help identify buildings and neighborhoods with high usage and inefficient heating systems and prioritize the underserved communities most in need. Having access to PEPCO's energy data could help DCSU track progress, identify gaps, and adjust approaches to program implementation. This information would be particularly impactful with the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator Program and the Affordable Home Electrification Program. In 2020, the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy published its assessment of national and metropolitan energy burdens across the U.S. and listed DC's low and moderate income population as having a 7.5% energy burden, while the remaining of the population has a 2% energy burden. The LMI community is disproportionately affected by their utility bills, and DCSU's programs can and do help reduce that gap. Combining energy efficiency measures like those deployed through AHRA, AHEP, Income Qualified Efficiency Fund, with renewable energy access leads to not only bill savings, but a more comfortable living environment for our residents. Continuing to fund DCSU is critical to ensure the decarbonization of the city. The council needs to ensure that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is put towards DCSU's contract rather than being swept for special purpose revenue. SETF is a stable, predictable funding source that allows for longer-term energy efficiency and renewable energy planning and implementation. Diverting SETF funds to the Special Purpose Revenue Fund risks deprioritizing these equity-focused efforts in favor of more general budgetary needs unrelated to energy efficiency, leaving the district's underserved communities more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The board views DCSU as one of the most successful district government initiatives, and I could not be more excited to be part of this impact. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Next, let me turn to Christine Powell. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Allen and Director Jackson and staff. Thank you for the chance to testify today. I'm Christine Powell. I'm a Sierra Club DC volunteer. And I just had a couple points I wanted to make to you, since you've already heard from other people and are going to hear from about 50 more. I first want to say thank you for being a public servant today. As a retired public servant, it's a difficult job in the best of times and more difficult right now. So thank you very much. I also want to echo my colleagues in stressing the importance of preserving the Healthy Homes Act and Sustainable Energy Trust Fund dollars that are there right now. Part of the hearing today focuses on climate resilience, and moving forward with our climate goals is one of the best ways that we can ensure we have resilience in the future. And then my last remaining comments are about the bottle return bill, and I'm not going to try and get the title right because I probably won't, but thank you, Chair Allen, for being a co-sponsor of that bill. I grew up in Michigan, as did Councilmember Nadeau and Councilmember Fruman, and we know how easy this is to return bottles, cans, aluminum cans. It just becomes a way of life. And it would be something very, very easy that we could do in the city here. When in the press conference to announce the legislation, Councilmember Nadeau noted that when we grew up in Michigan, we had an anti-litter campaign. This legislation could be DC's anti-litter campaign. Unfortunately, the problem we have now that we didn't have then is the majority of our litter is bottles, cans that are floating in our waterways. In connecting that with the testimony you've already heard about the lead lines, we've heard from many residents that they won't drink water out of their own tap because of the lead lines, and they're buying bottled water. So this legislation would give you a way to help reduce the lead by funding the lead filters on those homes for citizens who couldn't afford it. And again, moving right into resilience, getting these bottles and cans out of our waterways would help with resilience. And maybe the most important part is once all citizens feel comfortable drinking the water out of their own taps, they won't go and buy these bottles and cans to begin with. So again, thank you for the chance to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Powell. I also wanted to add Rachel Clark onto this panel. She's going to join us online, who's the policy director with the Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness. So Rachel Clark, let me turn to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairperson Allen and members and staff of the committee. Like you said, I'm Rachel Clark. I'm from the Redstone Center at GW. And today I'm going to focus my testimony on DOE's work on sustainable procurement. We believe that procurement plays a key but underappreciated role in the district's goals for sustainability and health. We spend billions of dollars each year on procurement, and much of the work of the city is done through contracts and contractors. Because of this, our strategies for sustainability and health must consider how we procure goods and services, and these values must be reflected in the contracts we execute, also known as values-based procurement. To that end, 15 years ago, the DC Council passed a law requiring the district to purchase environmentally preferable products and services, known as EPS, to the maximum extent practicable. Under the law, an EPS is defined as a good or service that is less harmful to human health and the environment when compared with competing goods or services that serve the same purpose. While the program had a promising start, OCP essentially abandoned it after key staff left the agency. By FY 2020, the district was spending less than 1% of total procurement spend on EPS. In 2021, the council passed new legislation to reinvigorate the EPS program. The new law brought DOEE, the district's sustainability champion, into the EPS program, and among other requirements, directs DOEE to oversee a certification process for confirming that procurements include EPS to the extent required. Since enactment of the new law, the EPS team at DOEE has made great progress in moving the program forward. As described in DOEE's oversight responses, they had many successes this year. They launched 2 pilot programs to implement EPS at DOEE and DPW was the highest performing agency for EPS spend in FY24. They also collaborated with OCP and OCTO on mapping out an EPS certification system to be built into the PASS procurement system and determining the technical and training elements that will be required. And they conducted a spend analysis of the district's procurement data to ensure that sustainable spending is more accurately captured. Notably, DOEE has made important strides in its collaboration with OCP, which has been crucial to these successes, as OCP must play a central role in managing the required trainings, contract reviews, and data collection needed to fully implement EPS. However, as DOEE notes in its pre-hearing responses, the program would benefit greatly from an additional FTE at OCP to support the program. Currently, OCP only has 0.5 of an FTE assigned to this work, a person who has many other competing priorities. Having at least 1 FTE fully devoted to the EPS program at OCP is critical to implementing the EPS program district-wide. I'd also like to touch briefly on DOEE's work on sustainable food procurement. Food system activities, or the way we produce, distribute, and consume food, are significant drivers of climate change, and it's estimated that these activities produce up to 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions caused by humans. The district has been a national leader in recognizing the connection between food and climate, and in 2021, we passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, which requires the district to reduce GHG emissions associated with its food procurement. We have been so pleased by DOEE's progress under this program, which has included a baseline assessment of the district's food-related emissions and development of best practices for agencies to incorporate into their food contracts. However, we note that it has been challenging to translate DOEE's efforts into reductions at the agency level, as there is no mechanism to ensure that agencies include the best practices in their contracts or to ensure that menus actually comply. The committee should consider amending the law to make clear that food contracts must include the language developed by DOEE under the program. It's clear that sustainable procurement has the potential to be a powerful tool to achieve our goals for climate and health, but our experience with EPS and green food demonstrates how difficult it can be to translate our environmental and health commitments, even laws, into how we buy goods and services. The Redstone Center recently conducted a study of current procurement policies and practices to identify barriers to implementing values-based food procurement in the district. Our report uncovered systemic issues with the procurement system that make it difficult for agencies to fulfill their programmatic obligations, let alone any values-based goals they might also hope to achieve. We identified dozens of challenges that hinder values-based procurement. These range from issues with the solicitation process, which does not effectively engage potential vendors or empower them to craft strong proposals, to the evaluation process, which is not set up to select the strongest proposal, to insufficiently defined contract requirements that handicap overall contract enforceability and frequently omit sustainability commitments. We also found that the procurement process lacks the transparency necessary to expose these challenges, and the interagency collaboration is difficult. Our report identifies 44 recommendations for improvement, many of which can be implemented at minimal cost. While our report is focused on food, it has findings relevant to all types of procurement, including EPS. I will include a link to the report in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And thanks to everybody on this panel, both those of you that are in person and online. One thing that struck me a little bit as we heard your different testimony, agency performance oversight hearings by their nature are often places where people come to talk about what's not working, bring complaints, bring the negative experiences, and that's okay. We should all be able to hear the negative. It helps inform how to make legislative change. It helps inform how agencies can respond. What I didn't really hear much in terms of negative comments on this first panel about the performance of DOEE or these different agencies. What I frankly heard a lot of enthusiasm over their professionalism, their availability, their responsiveness, some of the programs and projects they work on. What I do hear, though, is a criticism or a very large question mark over the ability of the department to deliver on its mission, which really speaks to more, are they being given the resources? And as we've experienced in the last year or two, the budget cuts that deeply impact their ability to fulfill a mission, or water down commitments that then put the agency in a difficult or more difficult space to be able to deliver on its mission. Am I hearing that feedback the way you're intending it? That's kind of, I want to make sure that I'm hearing that right. In other words, what I'm asking is, am I hearing you correctly? That largely you're actually having a very positive experience working with the department, with the staff there, with the agencies, but we have very serious concerns about the department being properly funded and prioritized to accomplish the very thing we want it to do. Mr. Weiss, you look at it and jump right in.
Spot on. You're right on. We love that agency. We helped create it. There's many organizations and some years ago, and we've tried to nurture it like parents, grow it with funds and support and all that. They're not perfect, but I think you're right. And I would just point to another concern. If the funding pressures and the lack of support for the fundamental mission of the agency continues, which I'm feeling it with the mayor and how her priorities are in other spaces, I'm afraid we're going to lose staff. We're going to lose all these great people that we have in the agency. And but fundamentally, they can say more. You're spot on. It's a great agency. We tell them when we have issues with with how they're running programs and such, but we felt there's a real partnership. We've tried to create that same partnership with DPW and to no avail. But we love many of the people at DPW. But anyway, I'm sure others have.
Sure. Anybody else if they wanted to add on to that, or if you felt like Mr. Weiss captured that? Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, Mr. Jackson was out.
I was going to say, I think Director Jackson stepped out during that part. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Short version there, Director, was I was talking about how performance hearings are oftentimes a place where we hear negative things, and that's okay. That helps inform how we can make change at the council. It's how departments can hear feedback to make changes. And what I heard was a lot of compliments about DOEE and the staff, and I know probably a couple of staff members are watching the hearing as well. So we heard a lot of compliments about the professionalism, the availability, the responsiveness. The big criticism and question mark is the agency going to get the funding and support that it needs to carry out the mission we expect out of it? Are we going to see commitments get watered down? So I think to our partners at the agency, you hear compliments about the way in which you're delivering and taking action, but a real concern about whether or not you'll be able to continue to do that from decisions that are made a level above. And then I think a very fair point you raised, Mr. Weiss, which is for the committed staff that want to come in because they believe in what they're working on. They want to help deliver. If they see those things constantly undercut, it may be that we lose some really great people because they want to seek a place elsewhere where they can make a change. And I think we can still make, even despite the challenges, we're still making a lot of incredible impacts. But I also know, and I thank everyone on this panel, as well as pretty much everyone in this room, last year when we saw significant budget cuts, undermining of a lot of the things we've worked on, it was a lot of work to claw a lot of it back together again. I'm proud of the role I played, but that was really because we had the support of the community really making this a priority. And I certainly hope that, I know the mayor's got some budget town halls that are scheduled, and I hope there's some organizing going around that to make sure that on the front end, certainly the administration hears where people want to see those priorities set and we don't want to repeat again. But I know we'll be prepared to come back and fight it all over again. I'd love it if we didn't have to, though, because I think it moves our city in the right direction. So thank you. For Mr. Litt, a couple of notes here based on your testimony. When we had the DDOT hearing with the department director, I do think the federal funding cut on electric vehicle charging infrastructure is going to hit the district hard. There is some funding that has not been frozen or clawed back, and so that's encouraging that there will be some funding available for us to make sure the city is moving in the right direction. But I am concerned that we're seeing a really big retreat on the federal level of those investment of dollars in charging infrastructure. Granted, I believe that charging infrastructure is the one that would be universally accessible, and I'm not sure if perhaps there's somebody else maybe involved in some of these decisions around that might benefit one company versus another. Not sure. But can you just highlight again the importance of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure if we're ever going to move towards a cleaner transportation system. And we're not going to go into the debate, of course, about the fact that, yep, having an electric vehicle still has an impact and still has a carbon impact.
Mhm,
But for the vehicles, it is at least a cleaner option to be able to moving towards those electric vehicles.
Yeah, happy to. I think you're spot on. We know that transportation is the second source of climate emissions here in the district. We also know that the EPA has classified the DMV region as being in non-attainment of federal air quality standards for ozone, which is the leading component of smog. And that's why it's very important that we both reduce vehicle miles traveled and also electrify our vehicles. And that's ultimately why it's important that the district, in spite of the federal pause, continue to expand chargers across the district. I understand, or I have heard, that other places have continued to build out their chargers. So we would encourage DOEE and DDOT to continue that on that front. I also know that with your bill in particular, the pilot program had planned to be funded using the NEVI or federal funds. So I think we have to look at that and see if there's now a hole there for that pot of money. I understand that your bill also allows DOEE to work with PEPCO on the incentives program in your bill, and that would be, that would have to go through review and approval by the PSC. I think that's probably something where the devil might be in the details, but certainly the district ought to pursue all options on the table. But we also know that despite the federal funds, all the other very important parts of your bill, like the EV charging plan and the public education, program, and the enforcement of the right to charge for renters and condo owners, and the new parking requirements, we're always going to require local funding. And so we also want to stress the importance that was always going to be important, but especially in light of the federal pause, it is absolutely incumbent on the district to step up and ensure that all of that is funded.
Yeah, I agree. And taking a step back, for those of us that have been in this work for a while, during the first Trump administration, while we saw a real big federal departure from climate action and leading in a lot of our environmental health and climate spaces, it frankly was our cities that stepped up and led. And we did get a lot done, actually, even during that term. So I anticipate we will see, again, a lack of support on the federal side, a lack of prioritization. But that does not mean the district has to retreat at all. And in fact, it means the district should be leaning forward, because I think, again, cities can be where we lead. And I think that we have the wherewithal and the passion and the prioritization and the need. So I fully look to continue to push and lead in that direction, even if we don't see the level of partnership we'd like out of the federal government. And I'd love to see our agencies do that as well, and make sure we have resourced them at the right level too. So thank you. Several of you brought up the bottle bill, so just wanted to make sure I say thank you. I heard that. As you probably are all aware, the way that the chairman referred this, it goes first to the Economic Development Committee, and then it's sequentially referred to our committee. I believe it'd be around July 15th, somewhere in that ballpark. Don't quote me on the exact date, but I can't hold a hearing on it on my own until then. I certainly will reach out to my colleagues and see if I can convince them if there's an interest to do a joint hearing. But if not, we just have to wait, and then we'll do a hearing later. I will say I've also been trying to reach out and talk with a lot of our small businesses and want to hear their feedback, trying to utilize this time. I don't want to sit back and wait. So I'm trying to make sure I'm reaching out to a lot of different stakeholders and people that have an interest in how this could work, so that whatever we ultimately figure out how to move forward with, we make sure that it works for our local businesses, it works for our residents, it works to achieve the very goals that we all want. So we're not going to waste any time. So those conversations, I just want you to know, are continuing as we try to keep working with that. Several of you also mentioned healthy homes. Thank you very much. We certainly, again, while we saw the opportunity to leverage those federal dollars with our healthy homes efforts, we knew that one of the main reasons we were going at healthy homes was that from a funding perspective, if the only way that we were going to see that home modernization and electrification was through tax rebates and tax codes, we were going to be leaving out a lot of lower income households, working families, seniors on fixed incomes, and our healthy homes really sought to fill that gap in a way that I thought was just and important. So none of that changes. Even if the federal funding isn't as robust as we want, our commitment needs to be the same. And I think we're going to hear from some of our panelists throughout the day about some of the positive impacts that are already happening and the continued push that we're going to make. So I just wanted to note that as well. To Mr. Lewis, I wanted to ask you real fast on the SEU. You mentioned the disproportionate impact of the energy burden in the district on different communities, different families, different households. Can you say more about the DC SEU's role in mitigating those impacts? Where do you see more prioritization that we need to be looking at? And where do you feel like SEU has really helped directly address the disproportionate impact of energy burden in the district?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The DCSU, I think, plays a really critical role in that through programs like Solar for All, which helps to cover solar installations for low-income households across the district. The Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, which improves efficiency and helps improve the quality of life for multifamily buildings, affordable multifamily buildings across the district, and the Affordable Homes Electrification Program, which was created in part through your leadership, which has a pilot or a targeted investment in two of the most underserved communities here in the district. So those are, I would say, some of the ways, but also thinking about workforce development. The DCSU has a lot of really great workforce development programs and training programs available to district residents. And if you ever have the chance to attend one of their graduations, I would recommend it, because the DCSU really is creating pathways into real, tangible, life-sustaining jobs here in the district, and doing so by also promoting the clean energy goals that the district has too. So those are some of the ways that I would say to address your question.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I appreciate that. One other quick question for you. I'm just curious if this issue has come to the advisory board or not. On the SCU rebate side of the house, if I understand correctly, you have to file your rebate by the end of a fiscal year. And so there's a hard and fast date. And the reality is, some people who might be making improvements in the summer or towards the end of that fiscal year, for example, just may not get around to filling out the form online, and they may find themselves suddenly ineligible for a investment and a change that we wanted that they made, frankly, just a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. Has there been any conversation about working with the SEU about whether that can be changed so that there's more of a rolling deadline for those rebates? Because what I don't want to do is create a situation where people feel like, they made an investment with the anticipation of getting a rebate to help them afford that project, and then all of a sudden that rebate becomes unavailable. That starts to undermine our goals. And I was just curious if that's an issue that's come up to the advisory board yet.
I can't say that I've been part of any conversations where we've talked about that, but can certainly raise that and can get back to you with a more concrete answer.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, would love to do that. And I can follow up with the SEU when we have them in front of us as well. So thank you. To Ms. Lambrini and Mr. Schwartz, I know we just had a robust conversation about our DC water and our lead and water and lead service line replacement yesterday. I appreciate your continued advocacy both yesterday, today, and I know in the months and years past and ahead. And we have a lot of work to do. So I just appreciate that, your testimony that you had there too. So I don't have any further questions at this point, I don't believe. Let me just double check my notes. Excellent. Just again, appreciation. Greatly appreciate how much everyone has worked so hard, the collaboration and the advocacy. And again, none of us want to find ourselves in the position we were in last year's budget. So I know we have a lot of work and advocacy to do, but make no mistake, if that is what comes to pass, we will have a lot of work ahead of us, and you can count on this committee, myself, and I think the council to do everything in our power to put it all back together again. I just really don't want to have to be in that position again, because it takes a lot of energy, a lot of effort to do it, and every amount of time we're having to spend just putting the pieces back together again is that's time and energy we can't be moving the ball down the field. So, yeah. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Let me move to our second panel of public witnesses. I think we've got several folks in person. So actually, if you wouldn't mind just leaving the chairs there. Thank you very much. If we end up with too many people in person, I'll just break up the panel so that we make sure we're not too crowded and we can make sure we do this. But I've got Sabrina Rhodes, community organizer with Empower DC. Andronette Willis, member of Empower DC. Brenda Ingram, member of Empower DC. Andrea Chapman, organizer with Empower DC. Jackie Wright, Foundry Methodist Church. Joelle Novi, Director of Interfaith Power and Light. I've got Celeste Bryant with Metropolitan AME. Reverend Andre Green, Public Witness. And I've got Reverend Dr. Lewis Tate, Public Witness. All right, so Reverend Green I know is in person. Do I have anybody else that I called in person for this panel? Just trying to check and make sure if I need more chairs. All right, I think I'm set there. And then I think the other folks we've got online and in the Zoom panel. So, all right, I think we're in good shape then. All right, so Sabrina Rhodes, we will have you kick us off, and then we'll turn to Ms. Willis after that.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Chair Allen and all the witnesses and everyone that's here. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the community organizer with Empower DC and ANC 5D02, and native to the district and a resident of Ivy City. We have come to this committee many times to testify to the air quality issues that we are experiencing. Thankfully, we are working on the Ivy City Resiliency Strategy Plan. This will help with some mitigation projects to address the extreme heat events and historic flooding. Good news. Due to climate change, this conceptual design will be working with DOEE Flood Division and Rambo, conducting inclusive, accessible, and equitable community engagement throughout the planning process. This process will be a plan that was done in Buzzard Point. What is disheartening is the fact that when we received the results of the Aclima air quality monitoring last month, we realized our community, Ivy City, has the highest pollution from nitrogen dioxide, black carbon, and PM 2.5, and is classified with DOEE as high sensitivity on heat sensitivity exposure. There's also a high concentration of formaldehyde that was found in our soil and is one of the chemicals being used at the National Engineering Products Facility in their products, on top of creosol and other volatile organic compounds being emitted into our air. The cumulative effects of these pollutants are what's harming us the most. One day of testing or even a couple of days of testing doesn't give an accurate description of the toxins our community has endured for decades. Ivy City is an overburdened community with industrial land use decisions that were not made in our best interest from discriminatory zoning laws. We look forward to the eminent domain bill hearing and other legislative actions put in place to protect the residents and the environment. National Engineering Products has a new owner. How will the eminent domain bill cover the change in ownership hands? We want to have continued air quality monitoring in Ivy City because of the poor air quality where the data is retrieved and used to help with how we do our planning. We also want to make sure there's a Ward 5 community hub located in Ivy City. According to the DOE website, resiliency hubs are a part of the Sustainable 2.0 and Climate Ready DC, which is part of the mayor's plan to help communities such as ours with mitigation and resources to combat extreme weather events and preparedness. There are some auto repair shops also that are supposed to submit odor control plans. During the time, the National Engineering products had to submit theirs. And there's an example in my written testimony. I didn't see them on a list of odor control plan submissions, and their last permit was given in 2018. Are air quality permits good for the past 7 years? Did they get an extension? What are the criteria for giving an extension? And how many can an establishment get until their odor control plan is denied? This is just an example of poor record keeping and supervision. DOEE is supposed to have an oversight of polluting sources, and if we don't keep up with these permits, they will lapse and the residents will be harmed. We are continuously testifying about the same thing every year, and will continue to do so until it's right. I'm honored to represent Ivy City, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ms. Willis.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Willis, and my family has lived in Ivy City since I was a little girl. For as long as I can remember, NEP has been on that corner, 1950 Capitol Avenue. My dad, when he was alive, knew the sons of the workers there. Before they built a house next to the facility, there was a clubhouse where we would go to gather as a community. Back then, we never noticed any strong smell, but when I moved back to Ivy City with my son, living on the same block as NEP, I started noticing something was wrong. At first, I didn't know what the smell was. I definitely didn't know it was chemicals in the air. Now my health is not good, breathing, and those chemicals combined with all of the pollution, excuse me, in our neighborhood is making things worse. I can't even sit on my porch. My grandkids can't play in the yard. That's not right. The more we learn about these odors and pollutions, the more we understand how dangerous they are. We need resources. We need air monitors to track the quality of the air we breathe. That's why I allowed EPA to place the samples canisters on my porch. We get real data about what's in our air. I'm not doing my part. Oh, okay, I am doing my part. We, as a community, are doing our part. Now we need the city to do theirs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Willis. Next, Ms. Ingram. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Ingram, and I'm a lifelong resident of Ivy City, a member of the Friends of Carmel and Empower DC. I moved to Ivy City in 1965 at the age of 9. This year, I would have been here in my historic community for 60 years. I live here. I had no idea what the building that the National Engineering Products is, located on 1950 Capitol Avenue, until a few years ago when my commissioner and community organizer, Sabrina Rose, brought it to the attention of DOEE and the Air Quality Department. There has always been an odor there as long as I can remember, just didn't know what it was. I am a 7-year cancer survivor. I don't want my cancer to return or be triggered by any of these poisoning chemicals. About a year ago, I started experiencing hair loss that I am getting treatment for. I'm been personal and transparent today because of the seriousness of this situation of my health. When I gave my dermatologist the list of chemicals used in NEP, he was definitely concerned about the formaldehyde. Yes, he was. Because that can contribute to hair loss. We deserve to live in a clean environment, free from chemicals and pollution. I am very concerned about my health. Like I said, I beat cancer. I don't want to experience that again, and don't want my friends and neighbors to experience it either. I feel it's unfair that we are dealing with NEP, DPW truck pollution, Aussie school bus parking lot with the Aussie employees idling all day, the rail yard and the New York Avenue traffic. DOEE needs to do better. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next, I have Andrea Chapman. And then after Ms. Chapman, I have Jackie Wright.
Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a community organizer at Empower DC. Part of our work entails organizing with low-income tenants to improve poor building conditions, hold non-complying landlords accountable, and strengthen collaboration with government agencies responsible for building inspections and enforcement, including DOEE. I want to thank DOEE staff for their responsiveness regarding the facilitation of mold inspections and remediation for tenants. In fact, yesterday, Empower DC facilitated a meeting with residents at a Ward 5 property where DOEE staff provided education around mold and technical assistance arranging mold inspections. Empower DC regularly meets tenants negatively impacted by mold and is excited to expand this relationship to protect tenants' rights to habitable housing. In addition to sharing appreciation for the DOEE-led Safe and Healthy Housing Division's responsiveness and hard work, I am here today to advocate for ensuring that there are enough mold inspectors to meet the city's need, that DOEE and DOB are coordinating around healthy housing conditions, and that DOEE can issue notices of violation for mold that is not remediated. Poor housing conditions, including mold, push low-income tenants out of their homes and contribute to negative health outcomes. In addition to the ones that we discussed today already, we've also seen asthma. I share additional statistics in my written testimony, but last year, the National Center for Healthy Housing reported that about 12% of adults and 10% of children have asthma in the district. While housing code violations often go unabated, most low and moderate income DC renters remain housing cost burden, and Superior Court statistics show evictions are at a 10-year high. As DC's affordable housing crisis and displacement continues, the city must also ensure that landlords follow the law and provide decent sanitary housing. Empower DC recently began outreach to tenants at risk of eviction at a Ward 7 property and discovered leaks and active flooding in one of the buildings. The flooding created a foul smell that permeates the entire building as well as neighboring buildings, and multiple tenants report they have mold. While we will collaborate with DOEE to facilitate inspections and remediation at this property, these emergency situations are widespread in DC. We need the council to fully fund DOEE's mold remediation program, which only has 5 inspectors currently. We need more capacity to support proactive inspections and expand mold education efforts for tenants and landlords. We also recommend mold inspections automatically include outreach to other tenants in a building, not just the individual unit that was reported. This would help prevent the chances of mold returning and spreading throughout a property and ensure that the landlord is conducting a thorough remediation process. Given that DOEE inspects for mold while DOB inspects for other housing code violations, including leaks that lead to mold, we wonder how information is shared between the agencies. We regularly hear cases where landlords do quick fixes like painting over mold, and it is clear to the code violations that leaving the underlying cause of mold unaddressed, such as painting over a ceiling with water damage. We appreciate that DOE hosts monthly trainings with DOB inspectors, but proactive communication between the agencies can lead to more comprehensive fixes and improve issues before they escalate in cost and further threaten tenants' health. Currently, DOE can issue notices of violation to landlords when they find mold, but if the landlord fails to remediate the problem, the department lacks the ability to issue a notice of infraction and fine the landlords for noncompliance. To better protect tenants, the city needs to be able to follow through and have impactful consequences for violating landlords. In conclusion, Empower DC appreciates DOE's commitment to working with the community to ensure quality housing in the city, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Jackie Wright, we had you on the list. It seems like you were on the Zoom and then you dropped off. So if you can hear me, or if you're watching, if you can try to reconnect to the Zoom meeting, we'll make sure we get you in. And if the timing works and you need to come back later today, we'll try to accommodate that as well. But next up, I've got Joelle Novi, and then after that, Celeste Bryant, Reverend Green, and then Reverend Tate.
It's organizational testimony, can I?
Yep, we'll switch it up.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Joelle Novi, testifying this morning on behalf of Interfaith Power and Light and so many DC congregations, churches, synagogues, and masajid, who raised our voices together to pass and fund the Healthy Homes Act, because we believe every DC resident and every human being deserves to breathe clean air at home. Today, you will hear many testimonies about our community science kitchen tests. We know burning gas indoors is forcing our children and elders and pets to breathe harmful pollution because we've measured it ourselves. As our report shows, 7 in 10, here's our report, 7 in 10 gas-burning kitchens in DC that we tested exposed the people cooking in them and the people they're cooking for to hazardous levels of nitrogen dioxide. What I want to make sure the council hears today is that one of the reasons so many of us are speaking up today to deliver this message over and over again, why we personally delivered this report to many of your offices, is because our local gas utility is actively working to keep our neighbors from learning the truth about the health harms of gas burning indoors. On the Thursday before Thanksgiving, we released this report, and a local TV station did 3 stories sharing what we found, including a news story that aired on TV that evening. The next day, the link to that piece was gone off the TV station's website without explanation. After calls to the station and the city paper and others raised questions about what had happened, it became clear that the story had been pulled down, unpublished after it aired at the behest of one of the station's sponsors, Washington Gas. Eventually, the story was republished, but it didn't just add a weird and irrelevant response from Washington Gas. The story had literally been line edited to weaken its message. And I have here a media watchdog group with an article, DC station rewrites gas expose after a word from its sponsor. The words, a serious health hazard, had been changed to a potential health hazard. A study had revealed something in the original article, and in the new republished piece, a report only claimed those things. So the ugly truth is that our local gas utility is willing to suppress truthful information and endanger DC residents' health so they can keep selling us fuel to burn in a climate crisis caused by fossil fuel burning on the only planet we have. That's why it is so important that you, our elected leaders, heed our voices and the data we measured with our own hands and the nitrogen dioxide levels we saw with our own eyes. You passed the Healthy Homes Act as our elected representatives in support of the healthy homes we all deserve, and you must complete that work by fiercely defending its funding in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, next, Celeste Bryant.
Hello, good day, everyone. Councilman Allen, community representatives, and all stakeholders dedicated to creating a safe and healthy DC. My name is Celeste Bryant. I'm a board member of the Washington Interfaith Network, otherwise known as WIN, and the co-chair of its Black Equity Through Homeownership campaign. I'm also a proud member of the district's historic Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church, led by Pastor William H. Lamar IV. WIN was founded in 1996. Many of you are familiar with us. For those who don't know, we're broad-based, multiracial, multi-faith, and strictly nonpartisan. We are district-wide and we're a citizens' power organization. We're rooted in local congregations and associations, but we work closely with members and district citizens in all 8 wards of the district. WIN is here today to express our unflinching support for the DOEE and the Healthy Homes Act and Councilman Allen's support to embrace climate change and energy efficiency to promote safe and healthy homes in the district. WIN's priority campaigns are directly linked with the Beyond Gas Coalition, our partners Interfaith Power and Light, and the Sierra Club to create and embrace and pass the Healthy Homes Act with the support of Councilman Allen and broad-based support from the community, the district's residents. The district's residents are our most important allies. As you know, the Healthy Homes Act under DOEE provides a local funding stream to electrify homeowners across the district, making 80% AMI or less. WIN organizes to create a district where every resident has a voice, an opportunity, and the resources to thrive. And we value participatory democracy, where all of our residents have meaningful power to shape their communities. We door knock, we conduct outreach, we listen to the community, and we embrace campaigns that are drawn from the priorities that the community themselves identified. So our multi-issue campaigns include affordable housing and homeownership, Black homeownership in particular, and preserving legacy homeownership in the District of Columbia, public safety, and environmental climate change. The Healthy Homes Act and continued funding is a perfect synthesis of these campaigns and their priorities. One does not walk separately from the other. Public safety through healthier homes that are electrified and reduce gas emissions are assured and is one factor that we can do to contribute to publicly safe and healthier communities. Affordable housing and home ownership combine their work to ensure that DC residents have ample opportunities to access not only affordable housing, but homes for purchase that are green. And we must preserve residency in the district for families with a multi-generational history here and allow them and enable them and help them preserve their homes. The Healthy Homes Act helps us do that. Our Black Equity Through Homeownership team has reached out to many residents through our door knocking, phone calls, visiting civic associations, visiting churches, doing outreach, and we've even been on the radio and had senior residents contact us and say, help us. We've met homeowners who've lived in their homes for 80 years, born there, 70 years, born there, and they want to pass that legacy of homeownership on to their children. However, they're contending with the needs for very costly repairs, roofs, windows, new appliances. But they've also mentioned HVAC concerns, which can be very costly as well. We've had the opportunity to partner for some of the retrofit with private partners like Yahad and others to give residents a new start with minor repairs, painting, or even in some cases, roof changes. But we've been able to partner with our climate campaign by referring residents who have gas in their homes to have their homes tested to see if there are any dangerous gas emissions and to educate them about the benefits of electrifying their home. This has been essential to preserving these homes. WIN continues to actively conduct outreach with residents, and alongside our partners with the Beyond Gas Coalition, we wish to partner with the district residents to move the district away from the use of fossil fuels and towards healthier, cleaner buildings and homes. and also to build new homes for potential Black home buyers to continue to preserve our legacy and history in DC. We're poised to continue to push the district around the creation of Black homeownership funds and to preserve and create opportunities for Black people to have homes in the district that are green. We want to promote and fight for the Healthy Homes Act and other opportunities to preserve funding streams and create new funding streams dedicated to creating cleaner, healthier housing for all district residents. We stand for creating cleaner and healthier homes and moving closer to the district's decarbonization goals.
Thank you, Ms.
We've
Bryant.
created a
you're wrapping up.
coalition. We've secured $2 million for middle low income electrification and a pilot program in 2 key neighborhoods in Ward 7, Deanwood, and River Terrace. We've proven that residents want electrification. We are a coalition of scientists, citizens, tenant association leaders, business people, economists, and a team of citizens. We have the power to support the preservation of Healthy Homes Act funds to electrify and decarbonize. The passage and funding of the Healthy Homes Act will expand the benefits of the pilot programs we're already undertaking to benefit homeowners across the district. The Healthy Home Act funds solar energy investments and electrification retrofits to transition low and moderate income family homes from fossil fuels to efficient clean energy is our goal. I urge the DC Council to protect Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure its goals benefit low and moderate income households. We must prioritize protecting our current homeowners and future homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Appreciate that. All right, next we've got, let's see, Reverend Green, I got you next. And then I believe I have Reverend Tate, I thought was up. Oh, and it looks, Jackie Wright, you're back. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Reverend Green first. And then I don't think I have Reverend Tate here. So Jackie Wright will come to you after that. Reverend.
Hello. Hello, council members. My name is Nathan Brown. I'm a native Washingtonian, a Ward 6 resident, a longtime volunteer, leader with WIN, and now a full-time organizer with the WIN team. Today, I'm reading a testimony on behalf of Reverend Andre Green, one of WIN's board members and pastor of the Varick Memorial AME Zion Church in Reverend Terrace neighborhood of Ward 7. I love the community of River Terrace, and I love Ward 7. Though our congregation is organizing with WIN, we identified a key need in our community to preserve and protect generational wealth built through home ownership in our neighborhood. Many of our homeowners are historic Black homeowners. Many of my members moved to the district as college students or young people to serve in the federal government. And for many of them, purchasing a home allowed them to build equity and generational wealth for their families. But as my WIN colleagues have shared before me, we know that many legacy homeowners are at risk of losing their homes. This is due to rising economic burdens associated with expensive property repairs, predatory student loans, servicing practices, among other factors. Fortunately, we have also seen what's possible when people come together and fight for each other's needs. Let me share the story of one of our River Terrace neighbors. Organizing with WIN made it possible for our congregation to support our neighbors in the River Terrace community of Ward 7. For one of our beloved neighbors, the pilot program that was precursor of the Healthy Homes Act allowed her to heat her home this winter, and she will also have air conditioning for the first time this summer, both for the first time in 3 years. She was also able to repair her roof and receive solar. She now has no gas bill and is using her savings for night classes. Many of our senior homeowners are unable to afford their repairs needed on their own and are forced to sell their generational homes. But our community with wind and beyond gas came together and were funded for the Healthy Homes Act. And now many of our senior homes receive repairs and are fully electrified. Our work isn't just about getting one home heat or getting home repairs. It isn't just about moving the district away from fossil fuels. It's about what's possible when neighbors come together and organize for change. Stories like this homeowner remind us what real change looks like, not just policy on paper, but heat in homes, dignity in neighborhoods, and power in communities. This is what happens when people come together and organize. To that end, with your critical leadership, Chairman Allen, WIN was part of the successful effort to enact the Healthy Homes Act. Like the homeowner described above, many of the households already have benefited from the electrification under the Healthy Homes Act. This will be scaled up 30,000 low and moderate income homeowners across the district in the coming years. Because of this, our neighbors can expect to save money on replacing aging and insufficient HVAC systems and breathe cleaner air. The effect from this on neighborhoods and communities like River Terrace, legacy homeowners across our city genuinely can't be measured. This program will keep families in their homes, keep homes in the hands of their families. It will keep chemicals associated with burning fossil fuels out our neighborhoods' lungs, out our neighbors' lungs, and keep our children and elders out of the hospital emergency rooms. The department is implementing this program as we'd hope, and the council's ongoing strong support. It can continue until all 30,000 homes have been electrified as intended, and these benefits are realized district-wide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then Jackie Wright, let me turn to you now.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. Allen, thank you for your patience as I'm traveling today. I am here on behalf of Foundry United Methodist Church in Ward 2 and the Washington Interfaith Network, and we are here to show our strong support for the Healthy Homes Act, which is a legislation that is about both economic justice, racial justice, public health, and environmental justice. Not to make a pun, but it's really a win-win situation here. We really want to protect the funding for the Healthy Homes Act. The Healthy Homes Act frees households of the financial burden of installing new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, and cut utility bills at no cost to the household, as you know. Rating this funding meant to go to struggling low-income families would hurt them and undermine housing affordability in DC, sabotaging the mayor and the council's own housing affordability goals. As you know, Washington Gas wants to charge residents billions of dollars just to maintain its current fossil fuel infrastructure. This is money that could be invested in removing these polluting systems from those homes while improving indoor air quality and public health. As many other panelists have already said this morning, burning gas indoors harms public health. We know this for sure now. It pollutes our homes with many of the same chemicals as car exhaust, like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. As we learned during the pandemic, dangerous particles that in the air pose greater risk indoors than those outdoors. Just as an example, the Beyond Gas Coalition released a report recently that 70% of nearly 300 kitchens tested in DC had unhealthy levels of NO2, which causes respiratory and other illnesses. Children in homes with gas appliances have a 42% increased risk of developing asthma. And children who are in Black or low income homes are disproportionately impacted. One statistic that that's pretty staggering is that children in Ward 8 are 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in wealthier areas of DC. Eliminating these indoor air pollutants by continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act and allowing households to transition off of gas improves public health, avoids costly hospital admissions, and is quite frankly the right thing to do. And it's of course also not only harming our homes, but it's harming our climate. Fracking gas burned in homes and other buildings for heating and hot water accounts for about a quarter of DC's climate pollution. The gas we burn in our homes is methane. When we release that directly into the atmosphere, methane is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide as a chemical pollutant. When burned, it emits carbon dioxide, the most common climate pollutant. So to meet DC's own climate commitment of carbon neutrality by 2045, we must stop burning methane gas and transition to highly efficient electrical systems that do not rely on fossil fuels. So as I said in the beginning, making sure that this bill continues to be funded and is implemented justly is a matter of economic and racial justice, public health, and environmental justice. So we thank you for listening to all of us this morning and your commitment to the Healthy Homes Act, and we look forward to seeing it implemented.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I don't believe we have Reverend Tate. So Reverend Tate, if you're able to hear me or if you're able to add your testimony, please, we'd love to have that be part of the record. So thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. Couple of things I wanted to check in on. So Commissioner Rhodes, you've been a strong and consistent advocate for this, and I appreciate it because it's also helped make sure that this committee tries to make sure we ask the right questions and work with the agency. So I just want to note your strong and continued leadership in the community there.
Thank you.
I think I try to work with my Ward 5 council member to make sure we can try to help support a lot of those efforts. I know that, I was there when we had EPA launch the effort there. I've walked the site myself, and this is going to continue to be a priority when we have DOEE come in next week.
Yes.
We'll make sure we're asking a lot of specific questions here as well. So please know we'll take that and make sure it gets reflected back in those questions. Yeah. Have you had a chance to review, I'm looking through my notes here, that DOEE issued a disapproval of NEP's permit.
Yes.
On February 10th, I believe it was. It's a couple of weeks ago.
Well, they disapproved the old one.
Okay.
That had been sitting in the records for like a year. And the new revised one was submitted February 10th.
Got it. Okay.
With the new owner.
Got it. And have you had a chance to see what they've put forward yet?
I saw the odor control plan, and there were some changes. We know that the odor regs were amended to take off the professional engineer. That was taking so long. So that was omitted, but most of the odor control plan is just like the old one, just with a few minor edits. And to my understanding, they're still going to produce the adhesive that they've been doing for over 90 years.
All right. I will try to get more information about that too next week when we have DOE
We appreciate
here,
it.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I appreciate that. To Ms. Chapman, I appreciate your comments, and it sounds like you were saying you've had a good relationship with DOE, again, been positive and having responsiveness from the agency. That's good. You mentioned increased funding for DOE's mold programs necessary. What do you think DOE could do better to mitigate some of those mold impacts on our tenants?
So one of the things that, and I do appreciate DOE's, communication with the community and willingness to work with the community. So one of the things would be continuing that education, making sure that residents know about the mold remediation program. They know how to file for a request for an inspection, and also training for landlords. But in addition to that, making sure that there is like active collaboration between DOEE and DOB.
Right when you were about to hit the point, the high point there. Sorry, Ms. Chapman. It looks like your connection froze and we lost you there for
Uh-oh. Am I there? Hello?
Hey everyone, I'm aware the feed seemed to have cut out. I think this is a problem with the council IT system that's being figured out right now. So just hold tight for the moment and we'll see if we can't get the feed restored and the hearing proceeding again. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, just confirming this is a council internet issue. I think the internet was lost in the building, and so that support services system there bridged the feed from my Zoom to everyone who's participating at home and watching. So we need to take a pause for now. I don't have an estimated time for when we'll have the situation resolved, so I'm we'll come back with any periodic updates when I have them. Thank you. Hey everyone, it seems like some elements of the Zoom are starting to come back online now, so I think in another few minutes we may be able to resume. Thank you.
The Zoom would get itself fixed. So it looks like we may be back online. Didn't miss a thing. So thank you, everybody, for this panel. Really appreciate your testimony. I'm going to wait just a second before I call the third panel, just to make sure we get the Zoom squared away and set up. Thanks. Ms. Chapman, do I see you? Can you hear me? So, so the internet apparently went out right when you were about to make this incredible point. So we all kind of laughed in here. But so I want to turn back to you. If you remember what you were saying, I just want to make sure I give you a chance to be able to say it and follow up. We, again, apologize. The internet went down, and so we lost all of our Zoom participants at the same time. But if you remember where you were and what you were saying, it was really good. And so we want to give you a chance to finish that.
No worries, and thank you for the opportunity to finish my answer. So I think what I was saying was that we do appreciate the work with the community. We appreciate that there has been an effort to increase education for mold remediation and inspections, both with residents and the landlord, but we want to see more of that. And then in addition, we want to see increased collaboration between the Department of Buildings and DOEE, because we know, as in particular when it comes to mold, that when you have leaks present and they aren't addressed, and they are, water damage is painted over, for example, the mold can continue to grow. And so we think that increasing collaboration so that we can get DOB to cite these housing code violations, and then have DOEE, and then they're in communication with DOEE to make sure that mold is being addressed, would help to create a more thorough process for repairs. And then also making sure that DOEE has the power to not only cite mold violations, but also do more enforcement. So being able to issue those notices of violation and actually fine landlords that aren't complying and remediating the mold issues. So yeah, we like what's happening, but we want to see DOEE be able to increase their ability to address these issues by those things I mentioned. I hope that got to your question.
That did, absolutely. Thank you, thank you. All right, I believe that we've got the Zoom back up and running. So what I'm going to do then, again, thank you, Ms. Chapman, and thanks for hanging in there with us as we had that glitch there. I'm going to move to our third panel of public witnesses. I'm going to call folks up. We may have a little bit of a lag as we get people from the Zoom online, but let me go ahead and call out our third panel. So we have Anthony David, Environmental Justice Organizer with Empower DC. Maritza Mendoza, member with Empower DC. Mateus Pastian, Public Witness. Claire Mills, DC Campaigns Manager with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Anne DeBois, Public Witness. Sarah Thomas, Public Witness. Michael McKnight, Senior Vice President of National Programs of Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I'm going to see if we can grab an extra chair to pull up. Thank you very much. Is Anita Beyer here? I have Anita Beyer, the co-chair of the Transportation and Environment Task Force with the Ward 3 Democrats. East Peterson Trujillo, campaign director of the Green New Deal for DC. Linda Vernoy, DC State Coordinator with Citizens Climate Lobby DC Chapter. And Holly Pollinger, co-chair of the Climate Reality DC Chapter. All right, so several folks look like they are in the Zoom and they're coming over, so perfect. All right, so Anthony David, we're gonna start with you. It's still morning, so good morning, and take it away.
All right. Well, good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee of Transportation. My name is Anthony David Jr., Community Organizer with Empower DC. Today, I would like to urge the Department of Energy and Environment to take a bold action in addressing the environmental injustices facing communities like Brentwood and Ivy City by prioritizing air quality and meaningful community engagement. Like many cities across the country, Washington, D.C. has a long history of land use decisions that disproportionately place industrial facilities and major roadways in Black and Brown communities. In Brentwood, facilities such as the Federal IPC Trash Transfer Company, DC Paving, Fort Myer Asphalt Plant, and the DC Government Vehicle Maintenance Facilities have long contributed to the neighborhood's environmental and public health burdens. These operations degrade air quality, disrupt residents' daily lives, and limit emergency services access due to the high volume of industrial traffic. Brentwood ranks in the 89th percentile for low life expectancy and has more hazardous waste facilities than 96% of the US Census tracts. The cumulative impacts of pollution are evident, and yet the district continues to approve projects that exacerbate these inequities rather than working toward remediation and environmental restoration. DOEE must take a stronger stance in addressing these injustices, ensuring that agency actions align with the city's environmental and climate commitments. Based on the 2023 hyperlocal ambient air pollution mapping study done by DOEE and ACLMA, Brentwood was considered a hotspot of concern due to the Brentwood and Ivy City, in fact, to the high levels of carbon dioxide, PM 2.5, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, black carbon, and diesel. Higher concentrations can be found specifically where the district is planning to place the W Street bus terminal, Aussie bus terminal, bringing hundreds of buses and persona vehicles to the area in addition to a gasoline fueling station. This project was forced into the Brentwood community without adequate environmental analysis, violating the principles of transparency and community engagement. After residents challenged the project in court, investigations revealed leaking underground storage tanks and a perennial stream on the site, issues that should have been identified and addressed prior to the project's approval. This lack of transparency is unacceptable and contradicts the DC Environmental Policy Act and the mayor's racial equity goals. Additionally, the air quality permit number 7353 for the proposed fueling station at this site raises serious environmental justice and health concerns. Approving this permit would further increase pollution in an already overburdened community. DOE must deny this permit until a comprehensive environmental impact assessment is conducted and made public. Additionally, the community needs access to all updated site plans and environmental information. And the current site plans are literally still under permit review by DOEE and DOB. So how do we expect residents to testify at a permit hearing when the residents themselves don't even have updated information related to, the site plans, but also that haven't had engagement about this project for over 3 years now? And the permit hearing happened last October. So in conclusion, I really do believe that DOEE must, again, deny this permit until more information is provided to the community and a community engagement, convening must take place. And I also believe that DOEE must establish an interagency council on environmental justice to ensure that community access programs, coordination, regulatory enforcement, and cross-agency accountability to the linkages between the land use planning. This site specifically, residents were being bounced from agency to agency to agency, about this one site. So we need that interagency collaboration. We also need to create an Office of Environmental Justice and a Community Advisory Board to ensure racial and environmental equity are essential in all permitting and environmental impact assessment processes. Because again, we do not have access to these environmental impact assessments. I don't know if you all have any information about that, but there is no public records that we have found. We've submitted FOIA requests and we still haven't yet to find any public records of environmental impact assessments, especially specifically for this W Street bus terminal. And yeah, so in conclusion, Brentwood residents and all DC communities deserve a government that prioritizes their health and their well-being. DOE has an obligation to act as a defender of environmental justice, not as an enabler of further harm. By taking the necessary steps to enforce regulations, engage in impacted communities, and align actions with the climate commitments, the agency can play a crucial role in fostering a healthier and more equitable city. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, Maritza Mendoza, good morning.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen and committee members, for the opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Maritza Mendoza, and I'm the Environmental Justice Manager at Empower DC, a citywide grassroots organization which my colleagues have already described. Today, I will focus on how the Department of Energy and Environment needs to operationalize their written commitments to racial equity and environmental justice. We work in Ward 5 in the Brentwood and Ivy City communities that continue to see no remediation for the urban heat island effect, the lack of green space, air pollution, and noxious odors created from DC discriminatory laws and policies that allowed an overconcentration of industrial sites and traffic in these communities. Residents also continue to bear the burden of reporting on the cumulative impacts they face daily due to these policies and the lack of accountability from DOEE to enforce their own laws and meaningfully address the harms that the district continues to concentrate in predominantly Black neighborhoods in DC. While DOEE has taken steps to better assess neighborhood-level air quality, it is unacceptable that Empower DC has had to continue to intervene in decision-making processes led by DOEE that continue to perpetuate racial inequities and injustices. I'm calling for DOEE to actively work to address three things: improve transparency and meaningful engagement with EJ-impacted communities, improve enforcement of regulations in EJ-impacted communities, and lead in coordinating action among DC government agencies to ensure agencies are following environmental laws and reducing their harmful impacts on communities. In the pre-hearing responses, DOEE mentioned that it has implemented equity reviews and holds regular convenings with stakeholders. How is DOEE communicating their learnings from these reviews? How is DOEE ensuring that the district's most impacted communities can share their feedback on agency services, and if these tools actually address environmental injustices? Also, DOEE staff said that they will be sharing the data from the Acoma mobile monitoring with district agencies to aid in decision-making. How do residents learn about which decisions might be influenced by this data sharing? Without clear and accessible communication of how these learnings change outcomes, DOEE cannot advance racial equity or environmental justice. DOEE staff must actively connect with residents to improve transparency and develop a greater understanding of what progress needs to look like. One way to address this would be to create new full-time staff positions focused on racial equity, environmental justice, and meaningful community engagement. Additionally, because communities like Ivy City and Brentwood are experiencing harms largely due to activities from various DC government agencies, DOEE, with support from the committee, could take the initiative to convene an interagency council that works cooperatively with community to reduce pollution and improve environmental conditions. I'm attaching the comments we submitted last September to DOEE's draft racial equity plan, which provides more detail on these recommendations. DOEE has not made a final plan available or responded to comments like the ones we submitted. We look forward to continuing to work with DOEE to actualize racial equity and environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we had Mateus, but I don't think he is here and not on the Zoom. Okay, so Claire Mills, we will go to you next. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Claire Mills. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the DC Campaigns Manager for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Our grassroots nonprofit aims to turn the entire Chesapeake region into a leader in climate justice and has worked for 20 years to advocate for policies that move us towards a clean energy future. We know what strong leadership and effective work looks like, and the Department of Energy and Environment is certainly such a clean energy leader. DOE developed an innovative vision for the district's energy future in the Clean Energy DC 2.0 roadmap draft, with a focus on phasing out fossil fuels and supporting district-wide electrification. The plan includes calls to undertake planning and analysis for coordinated electrification and natural gas transition, to conduct a gas transition plan that details the best approach to strategic electrification and phase down the natural gas sector, to establish a regulatory framework for the transition through an inclusive planning process, to use ratepayer and public funding to promote electrification and reduce fossil fuel use, and to address methane gas leaks through a repair-first policy. Clean Energy DC 2.0 makes it obvious the DOE is well prepared to lead the district's energy future if such a plan is able to actually be implemented. But it's more than planning. DOE is already implementing effective clean energy programs, generating incredibly encouraging results through the Sustainable Energy Utility. DCSCU does incredible work to make the clean energy transition more accessible to every person in the district. In fiscal year 2024, DCSCU's programs prevented over 1 million metric tons of lifetime carbon emissions and saved district residents and businesses $333 million in lifetime cost savings. From the Affordable Home Electrification Program to Solar for All, DCSCU invested almost $6 million in low-income communities to ensure cleaner, safer homes are not just for wealthy district residents. This critical work is possible due to funding from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which also funds the implementation of the Healthy Homes and Residential Electrification Amendment Act. All of this electrification work is not only a climate issue, it helps families stay in their homes by reducing the financial burden of replacing aging HVAC systems and appliances. In this year's upcoming budget, the DC Council must protect the SETF funding to ensure it is used for its intended purpose, to help low and moderate income households have the cleanest and most efficient energy systems available today so they can stay in their homes for generations to come. DOE therefore has the vision and the implementation experience to lead the district into a healthier, safer, and more climate-friendly future, which necessitates a coordinated transition off dangerous and polluting methane gas. But to realize this future, DOE and the Public Service Commission must collaborate far more closely. The DOE must not just be a consultant in the PSC's decision-making, but a true partner in the work to regulate our utilities in line with the district's climate commitments. We need collaboration and shared accountability, not just engagement to check the box. DOE has already indicated their commitment to this type of engagement in CEDC 2.0, and I would be encouraged to hear further from DOE on what additional, deeper collaboration with the PSC on long-term energy planning should look like, including within plans presented in the currently active PSC dockets 1182 and 1167 for electric and gas planning, respectively. I urge both the council and DOE to consider how they can increase and strengthen DOE's authority to take on energy planning in the district. The clean energy transition has already begun, and the district must fully embrace it to secure an equitable and livable future for DC residents. I'm encouraged by the strong leadership of DOE that the district can meet this challenge, and I hope DOE's critical programs will be fully funded in the upcoming budget to allow their work to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne, we'll go to you next. And let's see, after that, I have Sarah Thomas.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, Director Jackson, and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Department of Energy and Environment's outstanding performance in their essential role in helping the district reach carbon neutrality by 2045. My name is Ann DeBuise, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'd like to focus my testimony today on recognizing the diligence and expertise of the Green Building Advisory Council. DOE provides the central coordination and technical assistance to GBAC in supporting green building standards and evaluating plans for district-owned and operated buildings. Specifically, GBAC reviews requests for exemption from compliance with the Green Building Act and the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act. No matter how large or small the scale of the project, GBAC applies the same meticulous examination to design elements and makes precise recommendations for meeting net zero requirements in law. Now I'm going to tell you how that description translates to real-time experience based on my attendance at GBAC meetings. The DC Archives team, intending to use fossil fuel combustion in a brand new state-of-the-art building, claimed they did not think the Greener Government Buildings Act applied to their project. Significant information was missing with vague responses to questions, showing a startling lack of professionalism. The building's annual heating demand was enormous, over twice the limit allowed. Long-time operating costs would be staggering. The archives team asserted it was unable to procure any off-site renewables. The design was nowhere close to net zero energy performance. A member of GBAC pointed out that approving such plans would be a major setback when the district needs to lead by example with its new buildings. Monumental Sports and Entertainment's project had numerous justifications for exemptions for the renovation of Capital One Arena. It was shocking to witness the almost cavalier attitude of that project team. For example, with claims that energy modeling was impossible for such a unique building, as though sports arenas exist nowhere else on the planet. It was hard to tolerate the team's condescension toward GBAC and Monumental's complacency because the mayor wants this renovation. Two massively expensive public projects. The arena will receive $515 million in taxpayer dollars, and DC Archives has a project budget of around $103 million. So as Mr. Rutherford points out, one of the next grand projects could well be the stadium at the RFK site. In fact, any new construction on that site should be net zero, and there must be no fossil fuel combustion allowed. These conditions have to be non-negotiable from the get-go. Looking at GBAC's exemption request tracker, one notices the repetition of fossil fuel combustion exemptions asked for. Will RFK be next? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Sarah Thomas. And thanks again, everybody, for the flexibility of squeezing on the edges.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for the late arrival. My name is Sarah, and I'm representing just one of many young professionals who moved to DC to start their early adulthood life. I currently live in Ward 6, and I've been here from South Florida for the past 3 years. In my current role, I serve as a consultant for federal agencies, and I've helped initiatives promoting public health and safety, such as repairing deteriorating assets across the country and enhancing transit safety. It is for that reason that public safety and health is dear to my heart, and I urge the DC Council to protect SETF funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure it goes to benefit low-income and moderate-income households. The Council must ensure that this funding is not rated for use on unrelated projects. Protecting healthy homes funding is dear to my heart because burning gas indoors harms public health and safety, filling our house with many of the same pollutants that car exhaust does. It's distressing to know that children in homes with gas appliances have a 42% increased risk of developing asthma, and that those rates are comparable
to those of children living with cigarette smokers. I've observed my own friends with asthma having to leave the room after laughing too hard because it's triggered an asthma fit. And I hope that more children will not have to leave the room just because their friends make them laugh. As someone hoping to build a life for myself and my future children in this city, this is deeply concerning to me and my peers. And stepping beyond the household, burning this gas in our homes has devastating effects on our climate. Fracked gas burned in homes and other buildings accounts for about a quarter of DC's climate pollution. And as someone from Florida, a state increasingly wrecked by the effects of climate change, particularly this last fall with 3 record-breaking hurricanes in a row in the month of October, I care deeply about DC's climate commitment of carbon neutrality by 2045. And the path toward this goal is through highly efficient electric systems, not fossil fuels. I love this city and I'm happy to start my life here. And I appreciate the council for all it has done to protect and promote public safety and health. I ask now that you protect the funding meant to enhance the quality of life for DC residents, particularly those who need it most, like the children in low-income households with gas stoves, so that they don't have to step out of the room out of fear of laughing. I hope to continue to make my home here and watch more of the incredible work you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Next, Michael McKnight.
Thank you, Chair Allen and the committee, and allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, which is the nation's largest healthy housing organization, headquartered in Maryland, but we operate all over the country, including in the district. Early last year, we were tasked by DOEE to help formulate a plan for healthy housing and lead poisoning prevention in the district. And the Healthy Homes Act and the resources that it brings was a key plank of that plan. And we also now are currently also working with DOEE on the implementation of Solar for All, where our organization's role is to case manage for families that may not have homes that are able to access solar resources because of other deficiencies in their homes. And so these would be the families that would go to the resources that are made available by the Healthy Homes Act to improve the conditions in the home, and then they'll be able to access solar resources as well. So one of the reasons why we really want to protect the funding that supports the Healthy Homes Act is because that really it opens up other resources for these same low and middle income families, even beyond just the measures that are being funded directly by the Healthy Homes Act. Also, and a lot of the other folks providing testimony brought up kind of the health connection. I've spent 15 years of my career focusing on the health connection of the indoor environment and public health. So a couple years ago, we did a study funded by HUD in partnership with the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, where we looked at asthmatics that had sort of issues within their home environment. And the study was put into 2 cohorts. One cohort where we addressed asthma triggers like mold, pests, those sort of things. But the second cohort, we actually did those measures, but also did energy investments, the same kinds of measures that are funded through the Healthy Homes Act, and found a significant higher increase in terms of the outcomes, the health outcomes. So reduction in asthma-related emergency department visits, hospitalizations, and savings. So this study actually was working with Medicaid claims analysis. So even though the resources and investment in those homes that had the energy interventions was obviously a higher level of investment, but it actually had a higher level return based off of the savings. So it's just a critical, both public health, people brought up equity, climate resilience, all of that. There also was a study that we did with RMI. We published a report called Cutting Through the Smog, which highlighted the fact that fossil fuel furnaces, HVAC systems, water heaters, and other equipment emit 3 times as much health-harming nitrogen oxides as power plants. So these are very serious public health hazards that exist in homes, and obviously low-income families are more overburdened by these measures. Also, there was a study last year that the EPA and National Academies put out called the Health Risks of Indoor Exposure to Fine Particulate Matter and Practical Mitigation Solutions. And that report concluded that there's ample evidence that exposure to Indoor fine particulate matter causes adverse health effects, including respiratory effects, cardiovascular effects, neurological effects, and more. We also last year did a study for the city of Oakland where they were contemplating a similar program such as the Healthy Homes Act, sort of a large-scale electrification program. And we were tasked to kind of do the analysis of what the potential health impacts could be. And just even looking at the nitrogen dioxide alone, on a 15-year period, large-scale program, we were talking about saving hundreds of asthma hospitalizations, thousands of emergency department visits related to respiratory conditions, and even some deaths were prevented over the 15-year period of a large-scale program. So just to say, we were very excited as a national organization when the Healthy Homes Act was passed because of the opportunity to really attack these issues at scale, and want to see that this program is supported, and really want to highlight that this is a national model that also with the uncertainty that could exist in federal funding for these kinds of measures, having a locally funded program is critical, and I think everybody around the country understands that it is critical. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Anita Byer. I believe, Anita, you're online on Zoom. Yep, there you go.
Yes, I'm here, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify today. So I'm Anita Byer. I live in Ward 3, and I am here today representing the Ward 3 Democrats. We have a task force on transportation and the environment, and I co-chair that task force. And thank you, Councilmember Allen. And you will remember last year we did pass a resolution supporting the Healthy Homes Act, and we're there testifying in favor of the funding from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And as you also will recall, this was a unanimous council decision and a landmark piece of legislation for the district. And others have commented on the benefits, so I'll just touch quickly. But a act that brings public health, cost savings, green goals is just, I think one of the former people said, a win-win. So a really notable piece of legislation to help in the district, and particularly the focus on low-income residents who otherwise would not be able to make these benefits to their homes to promote their health and safety. So I'm really here, and I also remember going to a celebration in the fall that we had the Healthy Homes Act and we had the funding and the work was starting to begin. So imagine I now found myself back here asking once again to please protect the use of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to fund the Healthy Homes Act. I urge the district to just give this the highest priority to help the low and moderate income households who will benefit from this. In Ward 3, we believe what's good for the city is good for Ward 3. So Ward 3 Democrats are concerned for the health and safety of all the city residents. And we also are concerned that the district continues to make progress towards green energy goals. The Healthy Homes Act provides for both of these goals. It provides a path for low and moderate income residents to remediate their old gas fossil fueled appliances, which will reduce their indoor air pollution, save energy, and cut the utility bills, and all without cost to these households. The option of replacing gas appliances would be beyond the reach of many of these residents without this funding. And I think it's well placed to help again with the goals that the district has around green energy and public health. If we were to drop the funding now, low-income housing, these residents would just be stuck where they are in unsafe, unhealthy environments. Others have touched on the chemistry, and I'm not a scientist, but there are many pollutants. Indoor pollution is a real effect. There is the carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, all sorts of yucky things. The asthma rates, some people have already touched on this, so again, not to belabor it, but asthma rates are significantly higher in these cases, and children having asthma is a public health crisis. It is costing the district in many, many ways. And the money to remediate the causes through the Healthy Homes Act would go such a long way towards improving all of these problems. There's another benefit that the Healthy Homes Act will provide jobs for certain district residents who will participate in the remediations that are being done. And this will provide skills, more skilled workers. And that is also a long-term benefit as we want to have good employment for all of our residents. So obviously the district is facing very severe budget constraints and very difficult decisions are going to have to be made. The district has a number of very serious issues facing around housing affordability, childhood asthma, climate change, the list goes on and on. But I do believe and would just like to reiterate that funding for the Healthy Homes Act and continuing on these goals with the benefits to public health, to children's health, to public safety, to reduce costs for both energy and for health care is so important to the city. So I just would ask you please to try and keep this funding in place. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, we have East Peterson Trujillo, also on Zoom.
Committee Chair Allen, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is East Peterson Trujillo, they, them pronouns, and I have lived in Petworth for the past 4 years, and I'm testifying today as the campaign director for the Green New Deal for DC. Our organization is a grassroots group founded in 2022 by local climate and environmental justice leaders to provide education about and take action on issues at the intersection of climate action, racial and environmental justice, labor, housing, and pollution. Our mission is to fight for racial justice, climate resilience, and good jobs by bringing about a bold Green New Deal for Washingtonians that creates a healthier, safer, and more just city for all. Among the many important climate initiatives at the Department of Energy and Environment, I want to focus today on one. I'm proud to echo the call of fellow environmental justice advocates to urge the Council to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure it goes to benefit low and moderate income households. And that includes ensuring that the fund is not rated for use on unrelated projects. Our organization works most commonly with renters who are already facing a multitude of financial challenges in this city. Invisible pollution from gas appliances isn't even on most folks' radars, but addressing it must remain a priority of the Council. The mayor's walkbacks on key environmental and health bills and provisions and goals cannot continue and must not be repeated in this year's budget. When DC residents pay a fee on their utility bill to go to sustainability measures like the Healthy Homes Act implementation, it's deceitful and unfair to change the purpose of those funds later based on the mayor's whims. The Healthy Homes Act is a far better improvement in our city than proposals like Washington Gas's District Safe, a misleading title given to a project that will lock DC into pollution for decades to come. Our partners at Washington Interfaith Network worked with Beyond Gas and the entire coalition there to publish a report that showed a whopping 77% of DC homes with gas stoves, ovens, furnaces, and water heaters registered levels of nitrogen dioxide that the EPA considers unsafe for outdoor pollution, not even considering this was indoors. Exposure to this pollutant is linked to respiratory diseases and cardiovascular issues. Upgrading families to non-polluting electric devices must be a priority to protect health and meet our city climate goals. The protection of Healthy Homes funding is also a critical anti-displacement measure that can help keep low and moderate income families in their communities. When faced with aging appliances, instead of being forced out of their homes due to excessive repair costs that will keep fossil fuel consumption in the residence, families can access new appliances that are good for their health, their energy use budget, and for reducing the climate pollution of the district. In this same vein, I also echo recommendations from our partners at Empower DC to support resident needs to address other home pollutants like mold. On the Healthy Homes Act implementation, I request that the committee direct questions to DOEE, including what progress has been made toward launching implementation and how will the agency scale up over time. And around outreach, what plans does DOEE have for outreach in communities for Healthy Homes Act implementation? Will that be in partnership with community-based organizations or faith institutions, which are critical to the passing of this legislation? And how will DOEE approach outreach with language diversity and cultural sensitivity in mind to our incredibly diverse communities in DC? Last year, I moved into a new apartment to move in with my partner. And one of the features I was most excited about was that this home is completely gas-free. Our only energy utility is electricity. I was so excited because I know that our home is safer from gas leaks and fires and interior pollution, which are very important factors given that the two of us and one of our cats all have asthma. It also feels good to contribute less to pollution in our community as we use the energy we need to heat and run our home. I feel really lucky to have happened into this new and safer home, but every other DC resident should have the same opportunity to upgrade their appliances and protect their family and community from pollution too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we move to Linda Vernoy.
Thank you, Councilman Allen, for the chance to testify. I represent Citizens Climate Lobby DC. We have about 1,700 members in DC, and I want to congratulate you on passing last year the Healthy Homes Act, which CCL supported and testified for, and being sure that it's fully funded. But another important aspect to us at CCL as we move towards more electrification is how our electricity is generated. And I do want to add 2024 was the highest year on record. So that also makes this important. I have 2 millennial adult children, so I'm concerned about their future. Now, in the August 2018 DOEE Clean Energy DC report, page 11, DOEE suggested replacing the standard offer service of electricity with long-term renewable power purchase agreements as a default option. And we appreciate this kind of foresight they had back in 2018. We suggest that the DOEE should not delay in implementing this plan for DC electric supply. We currently generate 56% of our electricity through fossil fuels based on the 2023 PSC Fuel Mix Report. Boston Community Choice has a municipal aggregation plan with 42% renewable energy, which is cheaper than the local utility Eversource that has 24% renewable energy of 14 cents a kilowatt. And they offer that as the default electric option. That's a higher percentage of renewable energy than the DC grid, which has 15% renewable energy based on the Fuel Mix Report. So we wonder if DOEE can look at this option as a model. I'm wondering what happened to the 2018 plan, because as far as I know, Pepco is still the default option and they continue burning fossil fuels. I was unable to reach DOEE for a comment on this. I'm sure they were busy preparing for this hearing, but I wonder if DC Council legislation is required to implement this plan from 2018, or is more funding needed to move forward with this? And so since there's still time left, I don't know if the council or if DOEE is able to respond to this question I have about implementing that 2018 plan for a default SOS option with renewable power purchase agreements.
Great, thank you very much. And then last on this panel, we have Holly Pollinger. Holly, are you there? There you go, Ms. Pollinger, if you can unmute, I think.
Sorry.
There we go, we got you now.
I'm not sure how much you all were going to do. Good afternoon. My name is Holly Pollinger. I'm a longtime resident of Ward 3 here in the district. I promise you will get to lunch soon. I want to thank you for introducing the recycling, refund, and litter reduction Amendment Act of 2025. It is long overdue and most welcome. Quite frankly, this isn't like the olden days bottle bills when beverage companies used refillable glass bottles and their deposit return programs were the norm. I picked up a lot of glass as a kid, glass bottles when I was a kid, so I could collect enough for a milkshake at the corner drugstore. Then, more than about 60 years ago, plastic bottles replaced glass, and the beverage companies dismantled their very efficient programs. And the era and the scourge of single-use plastics began. I have seen with my own eyes the heartbreaking number of bottles collected from the Potomac and the Anacostia, as well as the little streams and rivulets in otherwise lovely outdoor spaces. Actually, I've seen the evidence of the microplastic invasion too, and it's horrifying. It's long past time to bring back a bottle bill. 10 other states have successful bottle bill programs, and they all have a much higher rate of recycling. In fact, these states account for only 27% of the population, in that they recycle more than 50% of all the bottles recycled in the country. Obviously, the litter in DC would diminish dramatically. Think of the lower cleanup costs in our own rivers, parks, and wooded spaces. As we have seen, the bill will not be passed without a fight from the bottling companies, but I am really quite surprised at the flyer they have has so many factual inaccuracies. It's quite extraordinary. Out of the 337 million bottles that are sold in the district, too bad only 64 million of them get recycled without a bottle bill. With a bottle bill, we could boost that to from 64 million up to 285 million recycled bottles. By the way, studies have shown that even with a 10% deposit, bottlers' retail prices will not be affected. Bottlers are highly sensitive to the competition and manage to keep prices the same, as well as sell the same amount. I could go on, but I won't. I will close this portion by saying that I am co-chair of the Climate Reality Project DC chapter, Al Gore's worldwide climate organization. We're part of the growing coalition called 3RC of more than 25 organizations, each representing hundreds of members. ANCs throughout the district are coming on board. And we have a groundswell of positive responses from thousands of DC residents from every ward. So stay tuned. We all know it's well past time to enact the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. Thank you. I want to continue by saying that these are the people that I am fighting for. The Healthy Homes Act is a win-win-win. If we switch from gas to electric, we are doing our jobs. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. And I'm very glad we got the Zoom and internet working again so everyone could be here. A couple of quick comments and then a couple of questions as well. Mr. David, thank you for your testimony. This is part of why we have the public portion and then we do the government portion afterwards, and especially with Director Jackson listening. So we will follow up when we have DOE in on the EIAs, specifically you talked about at the bus terminal project. So we'll make sure that we're asking those questions, asking if they are available or are they public. It sounded like you said you put in FOIA requests for them thus far?
Yeah, so basically how it went was DOE submitted their EIA to the courts, but not to the public. So they've done one, but it's only it's only in the court's records, but it's not necessarily public record. And, but also the actual DGS's site plan for the actual site is still under permit review by DOB and DOEE, but yet they still had an air quality permit hearing for the residents to testify and provide public comment last October, but the residents don't have updated site plans. We don't have access to
Which makes it hard to provide comments.
Right, exactly. So which is why they should deny the public comment or deny the permit 7353.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Well, we'll make sure in the hearing we ask about that. So thank you. And I think that's consistent, Maritza Mendoza, with your testimony as well about, I think I noted here, the transparency. And so we'll make sure that we follow up on that. For Claire Mills, I want to thank you for partnering with our office on the second letter to the Public Service Commission. We kind of talked this a little bit in the previous panel as well. I'm not going to call it district safe. It's Project Pipes. And again, I think it's really important for our residents to understand what they're proposing is not something that they're going to pay for. It's something you're going to pay for. It is paid for by the ratepayers, and it is hundreds of millions of dollars and a lasting legacy infrastructure that will be here for a very, very long time to come. And so while everybody certainly wants to see any leak be repaired, there's a smarter and faster and more efficient and less expensive way to get that done. And that's what we want to focus on. To Sarah Thomas, thank you for being here. Welcome to Ward 6 too. So glad that you're in Ward 6, and appreciate your comments also about the funding and making sure we protect that for the SETF. It's crucially important. And one of the things that you can count on is that we will work to restore funding if it is taken, but what we really want is to not have it taken in the first place, because once it has been removed, we either have to cut something else, which means somebody's losing on something else, or it means that we are having to raise funds from something else, which either could be a tax or a fee, and I'd like to avoid that if I can. So we will, at the council, we've had to do this now twice, of restoring and repairing. It sure would be nice if we weren't in that position, and then we could really get to the business of getting this thing done and moving it forward. I note a lot of folks have talked about healthy homes, and I really appreciate that. In the way that the hearings work is we send agencies questions in advance. They send back their formal responses. And I'll note that when we asked how many homes have been modernized and updated through Healthy Homes so far this fiscal year, the answer is 0. We're going to dig into that next week with DOE to understand why. Why is that not moving? And why is that not moving more quickly? Because we also see in the responses, when we funded the pilot program in Ward 7 in Deanwood to do the electrification, we actually see a big increase in their program focus there. So we know that it's possible. We know that those pilot dollars, for example, have started to yield the results we want. I think we've seen 38 homes in Ward 7 in River Terrace and Deanwood, where we prioritize these funds, have been done. That translates into 99 high-efficiency electric heat pumps, 61 heat pump hot water heaters, 36 mini split systems. It's what we want. So we know that it can be done, and we know with the money into that effort, it can happen. I'm disappointed that we have not seen it yet. And granted, it's month 5 of the fiscal year. But month 5 means you're almost halfway through the fiscal year. So I don't want a number that says 0. I want to know what we're doing and moving forward. So just know that we're going to continue to push there. And Mr. McKnight, I think you've been a great voice in trying to talk about and push on these efforts. And so I think, again, as you would probably note, we've got some successes. We can show that it can be done. We just got to scale this up faster and more with more urgency. A couple of folks brought this up, and I wanted to note, and Mr. Wees, you talked about this as well, about the Monumental and Cap 1, for example. I agree with you that I've made no secret about the fact that I don't necessarily think an NFL stadium is the best use of that land. And all the parking garages that are going to go with it, at least 10,000 parking spaces. I certainly don't think the public dollars should be going into that. If I'm in the minority and that is what's coming, it has to be net zero. And we have to be doing better. When it comes to Cap 1, I did support us because I think an arena is vastly different than an NFL stadium. An arena is almost year round, every day, right? Best case scenario with an NFL stadium, you're going to get 20 to 25 major events. And an arena is almost every day. There's something happening. That creates jobs, economic opportunity. So I thought that was a good investment. When we talk about the Green Buildings Advisory Council or board and what they've been asked for, it's in addition to the public funds, in that case, the district now owns the building. And so the question I've got at this point now is, did the executive just not know when they proposed to own the building that the Green Buildings Act would now apply to it? Or did they know and they just didn't want to follow the law? Because when the decision came to the council around the appropriation for it, there was no conversation about it, because either we assumed it's a district-owned asset now, so now this law applies. So it was not discussed during then. I don't know the answer to that question, but it can only be one of those two things. There's not a third option there. You look like you want to jump in, so I'll give you a shot if you wanted to add to that.
Well, this is secondhand information, but my understanding is that Mayor Bowser's economic development team was backing the exemption requests. And my other understanding is that the mayor can grant an exemption if even over top of Director Jackson's decision. The mayor has the ultimate decision on exemptions. So there we have it. And now we know what her priorities are.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know that you were not alone in if, and again, it should be an if, we end up with a stadium, what we think should have to be as a part of that condition. And so we'll continue the work there. I have a hunch we're going to be talking a lot more about this in the months to come. So we'll keep that going. And to our other witnesses, let me just see a couple of quick notes here. Actually, Mr. McKnight, maybe jumping back for a second, back to the healthy homes. Any next steps that you would recommend or you think we need to see to turn that from a 0 to a much bigger number?
Yeah, I would just say that we'd be happy to support DOEE, be very interested to see what their answers are, because we've helped lots of different jurisdictions launch programs like this or whatever. So what are the sticking points? Is it from a training aspect? Is it for kind of the administrative aspects of getting people approved for services and things like that? But we've got decades of experience in kind of reducing those barriers. So we'd be happy to support whatever challenges that DOEE lets the committee know.
Okay, got it. Thanks. And Director Jackson heard all of that. Anytime he steps out of the room now, since we made such a big deal of the fact that he's here, we talk about it and he comes right back in. And then I know a couple other folks had testified in support of the proposed bottle bill that's in front of the council, as I kind of mentioned, just in case anybody missed it. The way that the legislation was referred is that it first goes to the Economic Development Committee, and then it would be automatically sequentially referred to our committee sometime around July 15th, which also happens to be around the time that the legislative recess begins. So the reality is that this committee won't be able to really do much with that bill until the sequential referral takes place. And if the timing is such that it happens around the same time as our legislative recess, it really means we can't really get at it to the fall. But I'm certainly going to reach out to my colleague who chairs the Economic Development Committee. Perhaps we can do a joint hearing, which will allow both of us to make our considerations, and then would also help speed up the process on this committee's standpoint. And to many other folks who also have very reasonable questions about how would this be implemented? How would it make it work? I'm trying to meet with a lot of different stakeholders to really hear kind of where their concerns may be, understand how would you actually operationalize this? Because again, I think everybody who supports and sees the potential also understands we want it to work right. We want it to work well, and we want it to work for our local businesses. So we're really having a lot of conversations now. So we're not going to wait till next fall to get things moving, but I just want to make sure people know the realistic timeline from the legislative standpoint with what's in front of us. So I want to thank everybody for their testimony. I know we have a lot more witnesses, so I want to be respectful to them too and make sure we get to those panels as well. But thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn to our fourth panel of public witnesses. And again, we've got a mix of folks that are online and folks that are in person. But let me go ahead and start calling up the names. We've got Jamoni Overby, public witness, Stella Tarnay, co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature. Annie Acosta, public witness. Kelly Collins Choi, director of policy and land conservation with Casey Trees. Dolores Bushong, co-founder of the Langdon Park Forest Stewards. Jim Monsma, executive director of City Wildlife. Christoph Greena, founder of Up Top Acres. William Washburn, chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee with the NAACP DC branch. And Luz Viviana de Jesus, who's a public witness. All right, it looks like I don't have Ms. Overby here yet, but Stella Tarnay, you are here. So why don't I go ahead and turn to you, and then Annie Acosta will have you after Stella Tarnay.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. Good day, Chairperson Allen and committee members. My name is Stella Tarnay, and I'm co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature. I'm here to testify on the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency and the Department of Energy and the Environment. Both do essential work for the current and future health of our city. This is a complicated and tough time for the district. While federal support for the environment wanes and even disappears, it is ever more important here at the local level. This is especially true in the context of climate change. Our populations are increasingly vulnerable to its stresses, as are the region's ecosystems. Imagine the small bodies of our native birds and plants and the young trees dealing with the frigid temperatures of this February, a drought in July, and the humid atmosphere in the upper 90s in August. Yet these are the very species that keep the district more livable and healthful for its people. I'd like to express my appreciation to the Climate Commission for its excellent Knowledge Summit held last month. The summit included a theme which has too long been downplayed: the role of nature in climate adaptation and mitigation. District heat maps clearly show that the coolest places in the city during heat waves are Rock Creek Park, forested areas in Southeast, the green corridors along Anacostia River. Abundant street trees in Northwest keep neighborhoods there as much as 10 degrees cooler than the less sheltered, more impervious areas of Northeast. Restored wetlands reduce the risk of flooding in low-lying neighborhoods. At a building scale, green roofs, green walls, and bioswales help mediate the impacts of heat and flooding. I urge the Commission to endorse these nature-based approaches, often called nature-based solutions or NBS, that work with natural systems to address climate impacts that reduce energy demand and that help keep our communities more livable. This needs to be intentional and strategic rather than incidental. It needs to be implemented at the hyperlocal, neighborhood, and citywide scale. Better yet, it should be part of a regional, cross-jurisdictional strategy. I want to acknowledge DOE staff for their committed work on natural systems restoration and protection. The District of 2025 is a very different place from just 20 years ago. And although much work remains to be done, rivers are cleaner, meadows, streams, and wetlands are being restored, and the air is healthier. Practical innovation and regulation are doing their job. DOEE now has the opportunity to apply this spirit of innovation to the challenges presented by climate change, notably in the forthcoming Climate Ready DC and Resilient DC updates. Past iterations of the plans made generalized passes at the role of green space. And although infrastructure and energy chapters were strong, there wasn't much sophistication shown in the understanding of climate impacts on district ecologies or the contributions they make to climate resilience. We've learned a lot in the past decade. It is now possible to employ best practices and a growing understanding of NBS for climate mitigation and adaptation planning. And it could be applied along with a biodiversity lens and updates also of the green area ratio and resilient design guidelines. I think the district's environmental agency should be able to answer the following three questions. How is climate change impacting natural systems and ecologies across the district at different scales? How are you working with these natural systems to build resilience? And what strategies are you employing to protect vulnerable nature and species from climate stressors? These questions are as important as questions we are asking today about energy and human health. I have been very encouraged by the foresight and intelligence of the DOE staff working on climate, natural systems, and watershed issues. I have been especially impressed by the spirit of collaboration that exists amongst the new generation of specialists at DOE and its sister agencies. I have no doubt that they have the capacity to come up with cross-cutting approaches to climate, but the questions I mentioned do need to be asked. Capital Nature is co-facilitating the Blue-Green Resilience Corridors Working Group, a cross-sector project looking at opportunities for keeping neighborhoods cooler and more resilient through connected nature. A biodiverse corridor can help create a healthier pedestrian environment for people getting to work, school, or public transportation, for example. It can support the survival of our local pollinators, amphibian, and birds. We've benefited greatly from DOE staff participation and expertise. I think this cross-sector approach can in turn benefit DOE's agency mission, since one agency or even the entire district government cannot do it alone when it comes to climate response. We need civic groups, nature stewards, nonprofits, and businesses to get involved. I would be very interested to hear more from Director Jackson about DOE's evolving partnership program, which we spoke about recently, and how that can tap into these abundant human resources to support our mutual climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Annie Acosta. Ms. Acosta, I think you're on mute. If you could unmute.
Sorry about that. I thought I
There we go.
pressed it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act, also known as the Bottle Bill, which would be administered by DOEE. My name is Annie Acosta, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 3 and part of the district's growing community of people deeply concerned about our natural resources and its connection to the climate crisis. I completed the UDC Master Naturals program and Rock Creek Conservancy's Weed Warrior training and regularly participate in volunteer stewardship activities. The climate crisis is immensely complex, but there are also many things that we can and must do to help now. A bottle bill is clearly low-hanging fruit. One of the many reasons that I strongly support this bill is an issue that is finally starting to get its due attention, which is microplastics. These are the result of plastic waste breaking down in the environment, which harm the natural world, including humans. One particularly alarming study published just this month finds that the average human brain contains microplastic equivalent equal to the amount in a standard plastic spoon. This is a 50% increase over the findings 8 years ago. Meanwhile, plastic bottles continue to enter our local waterways at significant rates. They account for 60% of the tons of trash removed annually from the Anacostia River by volunteers. I was disappointed, but not surprised to see that special interest opposition has already begun. Last week, the Beverage Industry Association began distributing flyers door to door. Their main message is that people, disproportionately seniors and low-income families, cannot afford higher prices for beverages. Naturally, they do not mention that the 10 cents per bottle deposit is fully refundable. And they paradoxically use examples of residents buying large packs of beverages who don't have access to reliable transportation or live in food deserts. So let's just consider this flawed logic using their own example of iced tea. A 24-pack, depending on the brand and container size, weighs about 22 pounds. Are we to believe that someone who manages to haul 22 pounds of full bottles home is then somehow unable to return the same bottles when they're empty? There are many other flaws, omissions, and misrepresentations in their messaging that my time-limited testimony doesn't allow me to address. The simple truth is that most DC residents care deeply about the environment and are able and willing to make at least small changes to protect it. Let's not be fooled again by large and highly profitable companies trying to hide behind poor people. These companies simply need to pay their fair share and help clean up the mess. Fortunately, there are far more of us than them. I'm one of thousands of district residents who have signed petitions and sent postcards to the council in support of the bill. Many ANCs have also issued proclamations in support. I join many of them in thanking you and the other original sponsors of the bill, in voicing our strong support for DOEE to administer it, and in requesting that you hold a single joint committee hearing to limit the time that well-funded special interests could use to further spread misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Kelly Collins-Choi.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and Council staff. My name is Kelly Collins-Choi. I'm the Director of Policy and Land Conservation with Casey Trees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to start by commending the staff of the Department of Energy and Environment. Over the past year, we've worked with staff from Fisheries and Wildlife, Watershed Protection, Regulatory Review, and Urban Sustainability. And across the board, they're deeply committed to creating a green and sustainable city for our residents. They also run programs that are incredibly impactful to the health and resilience of our communities. At a time when we are collectively facing a retraction of federal interest and funding in support of environmental and climate initiatives, district support and funding for these programs and staff are more important than ever. Casey Trees works hand in hand with DOEE on programs contributing to our city's 40% tree canopy goal, and last year planted over 3,000 trees in partnership through programs such as River Smart Homes, planting trees for residents on private lots, and River Smart Schools, planting trees to increase shade and outdoor learning spaces on school grounds. We featured school campuses in our tree report card this past year and found that on average, our city schools have only 13% tree coverage, far below our city's overall canopy goal. We would love to partner with DOEE in the coming year to further increase schoolyard canopy in every ward. A sustainable tree canopy does require generational care, which is why we devote significant resources to youth outreach and educational programming. We're thrilled to continue leading the cohort implementing DOE's Nature Near Schools Meaningful Watershed Educational Experiences, or MIWES, that has collectively reached 2,000 fourth and fifth graders. This program extends to all wards, and 100% of schools are Title I. We strongly urge DOEE to continue this successful programming as we strive to ensure all DC students are environmentally literate. Last year, during performance oversight hearings, we testified about the need for increased management of our city's forested and natural areas, primarily to address the invasive plants and dumped trash that are taking years off the life of our city's trees and reducing the ecosystem services they provide to surrounding neighborhoods. We hope to see Councilmember Louis George's bill, the Office of Natural Areas Conservation Establishment Act, reintroduced this year and supported by this committee. We also encourage the city to renew park maintenance grants for community organizations working to improve these natural assets and make them more accessible to our residents. Finally, similar to our forests, our green infrastructure requires ongoing maintenance just like our gray infrastructure. DOE's Green Infrastructure Maintenance Program has been critical to ensuring the investments we've made to manage stormwater and improve water quality are maintained over time. The program has the additional benefit of creating local green jobs, providing year-round employment, and training opportunities that pay living wages for district residents. We urge the city to fully staff and fund this program in the coming years. DC is recognized as one of the most vibrant and diverse communities in the nation, and our government continues to be a leader in green and resilient development. We appreciate the chance to testify and thank the DC Council and DOEE for their continued dedication to improving the quality of life for district residents and generations to come.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Dolores Bushong.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Bushong. I live in Ward 5 across from Langdon Park, a DPR facility. Langdon Park includes a 2.2-acre forest patch, which is on historic maps dating back to the 1860s. And we would like to see it remain there into the 2060s. In the 32 years I've lived across from the forest patch, no DC agency did any work to care for this urban forest, which was overgrown with invasive vines and not accessible to the community. In March 2020, I began working in Langdon Park Forest Patch with neighbors to bring this community asset back to health. We call ourselves forest stewards because we are guiding this urban forest back to health by controlling invasive vines and using assisted natural regeneration to get new trees to grow, over 2,000 baby trees to date. We take photos and keep data on our work hours and results. We only use hand tools. It's a lot of physical work, but very effective. We were thus very excited when the council passed legislation for the Office of Natural Area Conservation, introduced by CM Louis George. It was proposed to develop a plan to respond to these invasive plants, promote healthy forested natural areas, and to assist community efforts. Although it wasn't funded last year, $500,000 was given this fiscal year to the Wildlife Division in DOEE. We assumed that since the bill had stated that community groups would get support in their efforts, we could request and receive help. I immediately contacted the Wildlife Division to ask for help in our efforts. I am disappointed and frustrated by the response to my request on behalf of Langdon Park Forest Stewards. I was told that the only way we could receive assistance is if we were willing to have a contractor who uses herbicides on the invasive vines. Herbicides are chemicals. Glyphosate is one of them. It kills any green part of a plant that it touches. Although some research says that it's safe for humans, some countries have actually banned their use. It is not only fauna and flora that need to be considered. A third category is the kingdom of fungi. Just because it is underground and we can't see it doesn't mean that we can ignore its importance to our environment. Research shows that glyphosate harms mycorrhiza, a network of fungal threads that supports tree growth and indeed all plants. Why is DOEE spending the majority of the money they received to use chemicals and to train more people to use chemicals in our natural environment? Why are they unwilling to help us, a community of volunteers who wants to try an alternate approach of invasive plant control? Why are they willing to risk harming the health of trees by impacting the mycorrhiza? Invasive vines were introduced to the United States by the Department of Agriculture thinking that they would be beneficial. Instead, they grew out of control and have taken over our natural areas. Let's not make another mistake by using chemicals that can have a terrible effect on the fungi that assist in the nutrition of trees and on baby trees that are just emerging. Trees have suffered enough because of our lack of foresight. We have been guided by the principles of first do no harm since the beginning of our work in the forest patch. That means that we believe chemicals should not be used in this community asset. Yes, it may take longer to get control of the invasive vines, but we, the community around Langdon Park, are willing to keep up the hard work. All we ask is that the Department of Energy and the Environment join in that effort without using chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Jim Monsma, who I believe is on Zoom.
Yes.
Good afternoon, and whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I can't get my video working. There it is.
There we go.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My name is Jim Monsma. I'm the Executive Director of City Wildlife, nonprofit rehabilitating sick, injured, and orphaned native wildlife. We are the first wildlife rehabilitation organization that the district has ever had, and we are still the only one in the city. I would first of all like to commend DOEE, especially the Fisheries and Wildlife Division, whom we know best, for the excellent work they do to preserve the biodiversity of our city. City Wildlife shares a great working relationship with that division. We collaborate on educational efforts. In fact, one of the DOEE biologists is to be the speaker at a City Wildlife webinar next week. It's sold out in a matter of hours. We are working together with DOE on a study to determine the extent of the problems of wild animals being unintentionally poisoned by rodenticides set out for rats. The result of that study will be highlighted at a DCEN breakfast meeting next Thursday, and it is my understanding that we will have the distinct honor of seeing Director Jackson himself there. We appreciate that. Finally, City Wildlife collects a lot of data through our work rehabilitating wild animals and running our Duck Watch and Lights Out DC programs. We are pleased to share that data with the Fisheries and Wildlife Division and to work with them on planning wildlife corridors and determining species of greatest conservation need in the Wildlife Action Plan being written this year. City Wildlife looks forward to the passage of the bottle bill, which holds great promise for cleaning up our waterways. Aside from their value to people, these waterways are critical habitat for aquatic wildlife. They need to be kept clean. And lastly, City Wildlife very much appreciates that the annual grant in support of wildlife rehabilitation was again included in the current fiscal year's city budget by the City Council, thank you, Chairperson Allen, and by DOEE. We are, however, still waiting for this grant, and we hope to receive it soon. We are grateful ultimately and proud of our highly productive public-private partnership with the District of Columbia Department of Energy and Environment, and we look forward to continued strong relationship this year and in fact for many years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mansma. Next, let's go to Christoph Grina.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. My name is Christoph Grina. I am the founder of Uptop Acres. We design, build, and maintain rooftop farms and gardens throughout the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, mostly in DC. You can see on my background behind me one of our growing spaces downtown. We are on over 40 rooftops, totaling 6 acres of space. We grow organic fruits and vegetables, distribute it throughout the DC community in the buildings that we grow on top of, and also to local nonprofits and food banks. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of DOEE's Office of Urban Agriculture, and also on behalf of the Urban Farming and Food Security Act. I first want to give a big shout out to the team at the Office of Urban Agriculture, who do amazing work to help support the urban agriculture community here in DC through the form of grants and through the implementation of the Urban Farming and Food Security Act. Speaking specifically to the act that was passed in 2016, which helped to establish 2 different programs to make it easier to grow food on public and private lands. One being the urban agriculture tax abatement, which offers a tax abatement for private landowners that lease or turn their spaces either on the rooftop or on the ground into urban agriculture programs. We have been a recipient of that, or our clients have been a recipient of that program. We currently have 6 properties enrolled in it. It has been a huge help to trying to expand our work and to incentivize urban agriculture in the city. The second program is the urban land lease program, which has been far less successful. And the goal of that program is to identify DC-owned land that can be leased at little to no cost to growers in the city. And I have 2 asks around these 2 programs. The first is this year we hit the limit for the tax abatement program, and so there are no longer any more funds that are available, even though there is a lot of demand for new properties to be a part of it. I would love to advocate for the council in next year's budget to take a look at if it's possible to expand that program, expand the pool of money available for tax abatements. And then for the other program, the land leasing program, is to just get that up and running. It's been almost 8 years since the act was passed, and there are currently no parcels of land that have been leased out to growers. And so actually implementing the law that was passed by the council and signed by the mayor would be a big win there. And then I would also like to advocate for more resources going to the Office of Urban Agriculture. They are understaffed, and they could use more support. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, let me go to Mr. Washburn. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me open my video here. Thank you for once again allowing us the opportunity to testify on behalf of sustainable development and environmental justice. Okay. I have submitted testimony on behalf of the NAACP DC branch. It's been uploaded and contains most of our recommendations, but I wanted to focus in particular on one recommendation in particular that calls for the district government to hew to the requirement that all new and renovated government buildings be energy efficient, that they be powered by clean energy. And this is not only for energy conservation purposes, but it is also to minimize the release of greenhouse gases. We already have enough greenhouse gases coming off of our transportation corridors, the congestion on our roadways, the use of diesel locomotives by the railroads that service or come through this area. Okay, and we find it extremely concerning that number one, the district would declare itself at will to be exempt from its own regulations requiring new and renovated DC owned facilities to be to use green energy. Okay. The Capital One Arena was in the planning stages at the time when I worked for DC Office of Planning. This was back in the mid-90s. And they came in with a proposal for several thousand parking spaces at that site. Now, some of you who've lived here for a long while, you know this is downtown DC. And the city was able to get them to agree to a minimal number of on-site parking spaces. Number one, because they sit on top of the Gallery Place Metro Station. The same thing was done for the Walter Washington Convention Center because it sits on top of the Mount Vernon Metro Station. So we already know that the city can design facilities that are energy efficient and that in fact can be LEED certified as being beneficial to the environment. The city itself has a record in this, as do numerous developers. And so what we are saying is that the city has no justification for proposing that, for example, the archives be powered by fossil fuel when the city itself already has experience in building energy efficient buildings. The Nats baseball stadium is a LEED certified building. And so therefore, if a new stadium was to come here for the Washington football team, and I'm not giving any plugs for commercial purposes for the team, but there is no reason for that stadium to come to a site that has a metro station attached to it that was designed to handle traffic for the existing RFK Stadium back when it was active. And so therefore, we want to see the city held to its standards for new and renovated buildings so as not to impose further insult to the lungs of residents in predominantly Black neighborhoods that surround that site on three sides. And and other than that, we want to commend the government, including the council, especially your leadership, Mr. Chairman, for their support of sustainable development and green energy. And we want to see our government stand pat in its defense of our right to a clean and sustainable future, and one that protects the health of our residents. And thank you very much. And once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Next, let me see Luz Viviana de Jesus. I think we've got you online, if you're there.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, good afternoon, whenever you're ready.
One moment, please. Can you okay. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to ask a question. Why am I listed as an individual when I registered as an organization? I registered as CEO of Bamboo Beginnings Doula Services, LLC.
I'm not entirely sure. We pull it straight from the LIM system, but more than happy to make sure you get your full 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I'll take my my camera on now. Okay, so good afternoon. Is it Chair Allen? Am I getting that right?
Yes, that's correct. Go ahead.
And the rest of the committee and everyone present. My name is Luz Viviana de Jesus, and I am a Ward 1 resident and owner of Bamboo Beginnings Doula Services, a resident-owned certified business enterprise and a home-based business. Bamboo Beginnings provides a comprehensive suite of childbirth education, birth and postpartum services to managed care organizations here in the district, private clients, and other providers of healthcare. We have been operational since 2018. We highlight this because we want to make clear that district families and the small businesses we operate from our homes are greatly and adversely affected and impacted by DOEE's archaic policies, inefficient operations, poor communication, incorrect reports, and poor customer service from inspectors. I've sat here and listened to a lot of the witnesses, and I'm so glad that I did that I didn't just join just now. I've been listening since about 10 o'clock. And it's very good to do that because I feel heard now by these folks because honestly, DOE will have you thinking that you're crazy. They'll gaslight you into thinking that we're awesome. We do a great job. We never get complaints. I've never heard this before. And it's ridiculous because I've just heard a ton of people say the same thing I'm saying. On October 29 of last year, I received a random text message from an unrecognized and unfamiliar number where a supposed mold inspector, Christelle Georges, requested photos of my home, of the visible mold I had complained about earlier in the month to the agency requesting a black mold inspection. This unprofessional protocol of texting a district resident without first establishing authority to do so by calling or emailing to introduce yourself and the purpose of your contact is extremely unprofessional. Furthermore, asking me for photos of my home via text felt like a blatant violation of my privacy and security. Despite the fact that an unknown stranger was asking me for photos of my home via text, I respectfully asked this person claiming to be a DOE mold inspector, were they still conducting the requested and approved in-person mold inspection I requested? Inspector Georges refused to confirm, stating, send the photos and then we'll discuss if an inspection is deemed necessary. I replied I would not conduct official DOE business via text message and to please email. Inspector Georges replied, if that is what you would like to do, then please do as you wish, in a very disrespectful tone. I countered that I would be circling back with my city councilor's office. Only then did Georges provide her email and suggest I email photos and video. And the reason I thought the black mold originated, effectively asking me to do her job for her. When I refused, Ms. Georges dismissed the urgent nature of my inspection request and disregarded the adverse effects of this black mold on my family's health and well-being. On the 31st of that month, Inspector V. Johnson came out to my home to conduct a black mold inspection. I immediately informed Johnson that I would be video recording his inspection, which I did, as I have been documenting and complaining about the refusal to properly cure. I would ask the previous person to please mute themselves. I immediately informed Johnson that I would be video recording his inspection. And as I have been documenting and complaining about landlords' refusal to properly cure the black mold in my bathroom for 3 years, and I'm in court with the landlord, I requested Johnson take video as well as photos of my complaints. Johnson stated his DOE jurisdiction purview dictates he not take video, only photo. Yet on 10/22/24, Inspector George texted me to request a video photo of my black mold, to request a video and photos of my black mold, another indication of DOE's protocol policy inconsistencies, which present as an attempt to deceive district customers, as a lack of training, and finally creates unnecessary confusion for district customers. During Johnson's inspection, I physically pointed out the following. And there's a video, and I have video to substantiate this. I pointed out black mold on the wall tiles growing vertically from the tub, insects crawling out of the tub drain and living in the black mold, profuse leak from the tub, which he did confirm verbally seeing. Johnson used a moisture meter and stated there is definitely elevated moisture here where the black mold was. Give me about a week or two or so, and I'll have a report back to you and the property manager. Johnson explained the DC law states that if black mold is greater than 10 square feet, the landlord has to hire a DOE-approved professional from their listing to cure the black mold. If it's less than 10 square feet, then the landlord can have their own contractor. Johnson's observations section of his report failed to include the water leak from the tub faucets, which I video recorded and pointed out to him during his inspection. I asked him to take photos. However, his report did not reflect his acknowledgement of the leak. On November 7th, we still did not receive a report from Inspector Johnson's 1031 inspection, on which day I had CM or Councilmember Nadeau's office email Johnson to inquire regarding an update. We didn't receive a response. Or actually, he said that he was waiting at that time. He was waiting to get his report revised and returned so that he could email it to me and to the property manager. But on November 26th, I still had not received a report, almost a month later. I emailed him to request an update. I didn't receive a response. On December 2nd, I once again had Councilmember Nadeau's office reach out, and he was unresponsive. On December 6th, I also sent another email, no response. Again, demonstrating extremely poor training, communication skills, and customer service. Inspector Johnson.
If I can interrupt just for a second, we're almost 2 minutes over. If I could ask you to wrap up, please, so we can follow up with you.
Basically, what I'm saying is that DOE staff are unprofessional, poorly trained, and incompetent. And some of this is not their fault. I actually think that Inspector Johnson was very polite and respectful. Inspector Georges was incredibly rude and disrespectful, but Inspector Georges was respectful. However, it appears that there's a lack of proper training and inconsistencies in protocols and policies that lead to cracks where people fall through, like myself, who have been reporting issues for 3 years without the landlord making any type of true remediation. I also want to agree with Miss Andrea Chapman that there is just a lack of common sense. These two agencies, DOB and DOEE, they already work together. They already collaborate, but still there's no actual effectiveness in their collaboration, because a DOB inspector can come here and can see the black mold, but he can't trigger something in his little laptop that they give him to say, oh, I do see something. Let me trigger this to DOEE so they can come out and make an inspection. No, he can't do it. I have to go all through the red tape and then go through this poor customer service to actually have an inspector come out and then do a poor job.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate that's not the way it's supposed to work. So I appreciate that. And I'll, if you can hang in there for a second, I'll follow up with you once we get to the rest of the witnesses on this panel.
If I
Thank you.
please just say one more thing.
We are well over the time, and I've got 40 more witnesses that we've got to get through today. So I promise I'm going to come back and ask a question once we get done with other witnesses, please.
Okay.
Reverend Tate, let me turn to you now. Thank you. Reverend Tate, I think you're still on mute if you're able to hear me.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Now we can.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman White. And I think Mr. Jackson from DOE will be there, and all those persons who are part of the committee. My name is Reverend Dr. Lewis Tate Jr. I am part of WIN, Washington Faith Network. I pastor a church called the Village Church, Washington, D.C., in Ward 7. I am a homeowner in Ward 5 and a board member of WIN. WIN stands for Washington Interfaith Network, and is a broad-based, multiracial, interfaith, strictly nonpartisan, district-wide citizens power organization rooted in local congregations and associations, and has members in all 8 wards. Well, right now, we are standing at a critical juncture in the district. Autonomy through statehood is necessary and long overdue, in my estimation. Job losses, rising rents, departure of affordable housing developers are a direct reflections of DC's affordability crisis. So how do fossil fuels fit in? Well, as wages stagnate, long-term residents face increased pressure from high energy costs. Not only are low-income communities often stuck in unsafe and insufficient homes, but gas customers in DC continue to face higher and higher bills to cover the cost of their utilities in Washington Gas. Washington Gas is a $4.5 billion fossil fuel pipeline replacement program. And for homeowners on fixed incomes, rising energy bills can mean putting much needed repairs on hold, keeping the solutions that would increase weatherization and energy efficiency and reduce their energy bills out of reach. This, Chairman, quite frankly, is a harmful cycle, can have a lasting impact on our communities. 2 years ago, district's Black home ownership strike force identified difficulties in rehabilitating and maintaining homes as one of 3 major threats to preserving Black home ownership in the district. This is precisely why WIN pushed for the Healthy Homes Act. It creates a program that electrifies our homes at no cost. We organized hard with the Sierra Club and Interfaith Power and Light to pass and fund this legislation, despite Washington Gas lobbyists spreading misinformation about the cost of gas. Despite the earlier budget proposal initially reduced to funding to zero, you know, the first time we had the Healthy Homes hearing, Washington Gas was supposed to testify. Still, when they saw that we had 75 residents from across the district testifying, they decided not to show up. Instead, they sent a letter to every council person saying that the Healthy Homes Act would raise people's utility costs. Well, I'm reminded that everyone that the Healthy Homes Act does not that's the exact opposite. For instance, I live in a home that's all electric, have solar panels, and I'm saving money because I see it in my electric bill, which is hardly ever over $100 a month. And I know if I had gas and electric, that my utility bills would be much higher than that. But companies like Washington Gas have prioritized profit over planet, our people for too long. Healthy Homes Act is our first step to telling them we prioritize people over profit. And once it was passed, we didn't stop and just clap our hands and move on. We are still working on a neighborhood outreach about the program and working with DOE and the implementation. As I close, WIN is here today to continue working with the Committee on Transportation and Environment and DOE to ensure the Healthy Homes Act is funded again this year. I urge the council to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, funding for Healthy Homes Act, and ensure its benefits to low and moderate income households. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks everybody on this panel. Let me go a couple of quick questions. I wanted to start, Ms. Bushong. One of the questions I want to make sure I understood, you talked about raising concerns about funding. Was there funding that was supposed to be granted to your organization, or was there an application that you had applied for and didn't get funding? I wasn't quite sure I followed what you were saying there.
No, there was no way to apply for it. They just said the only contractors they were dealing with were people that they knew and that they were using chemicals.
Okay, but
And we said,
your organization had wanted to receive a contract or some resources from DOE for the maintenance work?
No, we did not want money. We're not a nonprofit.
Okay.
We're a group of community people, and we had thought that the new Office of Natural Area Conservation would be supporting us. And they said they could provide contractors, but only those who use chemicals.
Okay.
And we really don't want more chemicals in our ground. And I personally think it's just a very odd thing for our Department of Energy and the Environment to be training more people to use chemicals. And we would make a big mistake because it would be really, really detrimental to the mycorrhiza.
I got it. I understand it now.
Yeah,
I
okay.
thought what you were saying is you were trying to get a grant or funding. You were trying to have a contractor partner with you, but you would prefer to have a contractor that's not using
Exactly.
pesticides and chemicals. Got
Exactly.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
And when we have DOE in front of us, we can ask about what their rules and regulations and why they have made a choice to have only.
Well, that was my question is,
Yeah.
since that we knew the Office of Natural Area Conservation talked about, assisting community
Mhm.
and that we were trying to do something that didn't use chemicals, why wasn't there an alternative, or was there anything that they could do? And we gave them a list of things that we wanted them to do. One of them was removing bush honeysuckle.
Yeah.
And one thing you can do, which we're going to be doing, is smother them. So after you cut them back, but we can't with hand tools cut back all of that. And then you put black plastic or something on top of it so it can't leaf out. It's slower. We understand it's slower.
Yeah.
But we also we know so many mistakes have been made, and that's what's created the problem we face. And so we were saying, can't you use us as a model? Because we're trying something different than anybody else is doing in the city. So why are you unwilling to help us out by coming and just cutting down those bush honeysuckle and covering them up? We want to work with you.
Yeah, I hear you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I appreciate it. We'll follow up with the agency
Okay,
on that.
thank you
Try
so
to learn
much.
a little more. Ms. Collins-Choi, you and Ms. Bushong and a couple others had also talked about the ONAC legislation. And, we're happy to keep looking at it. I will say when we held a hearing on it, one of the things that we got back from the agency were some pretty strong concerns about the legislation itself. I don't know if there have been further conversations to try to address what some of those concerns are or find maybe some common ground in that. I'll try to find out and follow up, but I hear the support you're trying to offer for that legislative approach. Mr. Washburn, I appreciate your testimony. It's good to hear you again. And certainly I think you're consistent with many others related to if a stadium is coming, what it is that we need to see. Any stadium is going to have a absolutely massive impact of multiple multi-storied garages, more than 10,000 parking spaces. That in and of itself has a significant impact on the community neighborhood. And I heard your comments about LEED and Nat's Ballpark. I agree with you. It's been interesting over the last few years. LEED has actually gone from being a LEED certified building is no longer like a gold star. It's almost just the bare minimum at this point. So I think we want to be careful that we really look at what are those expectations and really getting to, as I think we've heard a lot of people talk about, any type of building like this should be net zero. And as you pointed out, it's been done well and done before in other sites. So I appreciated that. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Washington.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad you pointed out that what used to be the ceiling in terms of LEED has now become the floor for what developers have to do just to sell their product to tenants and users of their services. And so I'm just saying that 10,000 parking spaces will be an insult to the lungs of the people living in the area. The street network can't take it. And if they extend 695 to the stadium site, that just means Fat Freeway blocking off the Anacostia River shorefront from the communities adjacent to the river. And so we're just saying the city needs to slow its roll and not allow the owners of the football team to bully it into a development that is not going to fully use the transit facility that is already at the site, and that will not add further to the environmental threats to the health of our communities.
Yeah. Well, we're on the same page, so I appreciate that. Mr. Greena, thank you for your testimony. I'll try to learn more when we have DOEE as a department in front of us about the tax abatement you were talking about, and if did it run out of funds or was it just capped a certain amount? We'll certainly take a look at that. And we have to follow up with you after the hearing too to make sure we understand the context of that. Mr. Jesus, I appreciated the outlining the experience you had. That's obviously not the one that we want for our city. So what I'm going to do is ask DOEE to make sure, and the directors in the room here, so I'm going to ask them to make sure they follow with you directly, see if we can figure out how to improve what happened and obviously address the mold issue in your home that you're talking about.
If I may, the mold issue was quote unquote remediated by the landlord, and they did not. Of course they did not. They failed to remediate, to cure it. They even left the leak there still. So I created a video, I posted it on YouTube, I shared it with Dr. Blocker and Director Jackson, and I asked for a link to actually attend this performance oversight hearing. They never sent it to me. That's number one.
Well,
and number two is I asked for resources about the water quality in my building is terrible. The water literally smells like trash, smells like Nair. Nair is a very poisonous toxin that is used for hair removal. And I can't even drink water outside of my faucets anywhere in my home. I have to boil the water and do all kinds of things. I feel like I live in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and we still have to boil our water to be able to drink it. And I also still have mold in my bathroom.
So what I'm going to do, Mr. Jesus, is Director Jackson's in the room. He's taking notes. So I'm going to ask DOEE to be able to follow up. And when DOEE comes back in a week, I'll ask for an update and just make sure that they have done that outreach so we can try to work on that. And then Reverend Tate, I want to thank you for your testimony as well. And I think I can't remember if you were in here at the time. I noted that the Healthy Homes responses that we got back was that they have not done any Healthy Homes retrofits or modernizations yet this year. So I want to make sure that we get a really good sense of what is happening, what's in the pipeline, and get that work, because obviously a lot of hard work and collaboration went into that. So I look forward to your support and continued partnership on this.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to continue to work with you on this Healthy Homes Act as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate your leadership on this.
Mhm.
So I thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. Really appreciate it. And then I'm going to start moving on to our next panel of public witnesses. So for panel number 5, I've got Max Brode, the Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals, MJ Gray, Policy Volunteer with DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, Vanessa Bertelli, Executive Director of Electrify DC, Mark Kresowick, Public Witness, Kate Bockover, Public Witness, Neil Sauter, Public Witness, ANC Commissioner Daniel Mickelson Horowitz from 1C01, and Gregory Grass, Public Witness. All right, I don't see Max here. MJ Gray? Okay. And then Ms. Bertelli, I see you online too. So MJ Gray, we'll go to you first, and then Vanessa Bertelli will come right after that. If you can push the red button so the light comes on. There we go, and then you're good to go.
And just making sure I have the 5 minutes for our organization. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chairman Allen, for the opportunity to provide testimony today regarding the performance of DOEE. My name is MJ Gray, and I'm a policy volunteer with the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to addressing the district's most pressing challenges. My work at DC Appleseed focuses on climate resiliency, particularly ensuring that our city mitigates the risks of rising temperatures that disproportionately impact DC residents living on low incomes, senior citizens, and individuals with chronic health conditions. Our testimony today was prompted in part by a dashboard published on the National EMS Information System, which reflected that DC has the highest rate in the country of EMS activations on high heat days. Unfortunately, that dashboard has since been removed from the internet in compliance with presidential executive orders. The removal of this type of information from federal government websites underscores the need for the district to create and maintain its own public dashboards. DOEE's Keep Cool DC plan is a promising start for organizing the approach and broad level strategy to confronting extreme heat effects in DC. However, the plan lacks key support elements like a timeline, concrete action items, and funding allocations. Today, DC Appleseed recommends that one important aspect of the plan, heat studies, be prioritized immediately. Specifically, we ask that DOEE expand the collection of heat study data and publish this information in a comprehensive and regularly updated public-facing dashboard. A heat and health dashboard would serve DOEE 3 critical purposes. First, it would serve as a one-stop shop for public education on DC's heat and health risks. Displaying this information all in one place would dramatically improve DOE's outreach efforts to the community on this issue. Second, having a concrete data set that illustrates the current impact of extreme heat will be critical to securing funding for future implementation of programs in the Keep Cool DC plan. And finally, maintaining data sets now will establish a historical baseline on which to assess the effectiveness of future heat mitigation programs. A dashboard is essential to monitoring and raising awareness of the disproportionate effects of heat. Factors like age, race, and disability impact an individual's vulnerability to heat-related health issues, while factors like poverty, transportation access, and housing type affect a neighborhood's resilience. DC neighborhoods located east of the Anacostia River are particularly vulnerable, as shown in the CDC's figure on page 3 of my written testimony. My written testimony includes a list of metrics that DC Appleseed recommends for the DOEE to collect and publish. Portions of this data set may already exist and only need to be organized by ward. But with the option to display data by ward, residents can clearly see how their community is directly impacted. It's worth noting that in 2024, DC Health also launched its own dashboard for tracking heat-related EMS activations. With further collaboration, DC agencies could develop a unified dashboard that sets a standard for other cities to follow. I've attached an appendix to my written testimony with a suggested framework for this unified dashboard as well. Educating the community on the risks of extreme heat is essential for improving public health responses and connecting residents to government support and emergency resources. As climate change accelerates and sculpts our landscape, it's critical for DC to build the infrastructure needed for future mitigation efforts now. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and we appreciate the opportunity to partner with the DC Council and DOE to address this pressing threat. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Vanessa Bertelli, let me turn to you, and you're online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Vanessa Bertelli, and I'm the Executive Director of Electrify DC. I have sat on working groups on net zero residential codes, and I'm also a member of the Green Buildings Advisory Council, and we'll get to that later in my testimony. I am here primarily to support the good work of DOE and convey the need and desire by your constituents to accelerate the adoption of building codes to protect the health of DC residents and the future of our children. Electrify DC is a nonprofit that works to make it easier, faster, and more affordable to decarbonize all homes and eliminate the 25% of greenhouse gas emissions that come from our homes. So out of the district's final total emission, 25% of those come directly from our homes. If we were to add our private vehicles, that would be above 30%. So a significant chunk of the district greenhouse gas emissions comes from decisions that we make within our own homes. We meet our mission through 4 main programs: the Healthy Homes Fair, which is the country's largest consumer-facing home electrification event; the Residential Electrification Implementation Working Group, which convenes manufacturers, service providers, and professional associations; and the Real Estate Agents Leading Electrification Program, and the demonstration sites. Electrify DC has had the pleasure of interacting with DOE in many different ways over the course of fiscal year 24. First of all, I would like to recognize that DOE was one of the first to really understand the need for an event like the Healthy Homes Fair, which is now organized in partnership not only with DOE, but with several other district agencies and most local jurisdictions from across the region, from Fairfax County to the city of Bowie. They all want to partner on this consumer-facing event because they recognize that their constituents' desire is to do whatever they can to decrease the emissions that originate from their homes. Thousands of people are actually wanting to attend this event because they're actively looking for ways to remove gas from their homes. So as legislation is rolled back at the federal level, the district must double down on ensuring we do not slip back on our goals, and we are there for what our constituents want. The Healthy Homes Fair will be on May 10th this year at Catholic University, and I encourage all council members to come and see the desire and the excitement of their constituents on this. Secondly, Electrify DC worked with DOE on the study on hosting capacity. Hosting capacity is key to enable the electrification of, especially of lower income homes. If we cannot add solar and thereby mitigate any sort of fluctuations in the price of electricity, it is going to be harder for our lower income residents to electrify their homes. So studying the hosting capacity and making sure that we can add as many distributed energy resources to the grid is really important. And on that, I would like to recommend that DOE look into back of the meter battery incentives, as those are currently missing in the district. I also wanted to commend DOE's work to further dig into and better understand what our net zero energy codes should look like. I am really hoping that the council can have a really supportive role in ensuring that those codes are enacted as quickly as possible. I also wanted to commend the work of DOE in support of the Green Building Advisory Council. That council plays a vital role. However, it is a group of volunteers, and putting the fate of compliance with the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act with this body is a lot of pressure, and it's asking a lot. And I concur with many who have testified before me that, for example, the arena should not have gotten an exemption. And I say this being fully aware that I voted in favor of that exemption. It is just a lot of pressure to put on volunteers that are just trying to do their best to weigh the specifics of that situation. Lastly, I have one issue that is really near and dear to my heart, and it relates to the habitat and tree removal on Rock Creek Park Golf Course. And it relates to DOE in the sense that in the fall of 2023, DOE submitted very, very detailed and lengthy comments opposing or raising significant concerns around that project, that development project. That development project is outside of the jurisdictions of the DC Council, but the district has an opportunity to vote on whether the developer can use district bonds to fund that. And I would like the DC Council and DOE to be more upfront about what they clearly believed in the fall of 2023 and what the person that testified before me raised as a key issue. We have a severe problem with the issues raised by the Keep Cool DC report, and we need to be acting as in alignment with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's go to Mark Kresowick.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Allen. I can't quite tell if there are any other council members there watching online, but we'll just say shout out to my wonderful council member, Louis George, as well as council member Henderson, who I had the fortunate opportunity to run into last week, and council member Parker, also on the committee, represents my kid's school. So really appreciate all four of the members of this committee, especially you, Chairperson Allen, for the opportunity to testify here today. So thank you also to the committee staff there for all of your hard work. My name is Mark Kresowick. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a father of 3 young children, and I am here to speak about the performance of DOE and the Sustainable Energy Utility, particularly when it comes to fully funding implementation of the Healthy Homes Act. I know each of you is incredibly busy in this particularly challenging moment for our community, have a lot of other things going on, and probably aren't paying attention to the skyrocketing gas bills in Maryland or Massachusetts, some of our surrounding states. The litany of complaints these jurisdictions are facing from their constituents and the actions elected officials in those states are taking as a result. I'm testifying today to try to help you avoid putting yourselves in that exact same situation in the coming years. Fully funding implementation of the Healthy Homes Act and other DC SEU incentive programs is essential to that effort. Those states are in this situation because their gas companies, like ours continues to do, wasted billions of dollars in unnecessary pipeline replacements. Elected officials in those states are realizing too late they haven't done enough to help low-income households who already face unjust energy burdens and the threat of their utilities being shut off. They just haven't done enough to help those households switch off the gas. For example, until recently, the utility companies in Massachusetts said low-income households using gas weren't eligible for their most generous incentives for heat pumps and for electrification. They literally said, you're on the gas system, you're a low-income household, you can't access these incentives. Utility companies in Maryland tried to condition their electrification funding on staying connected to the gas system. You have the opportunity not to make these same mistakes. So not too long ago, we moved into a home with gas appliances because I knew about the harms caused by gas. We had those appliances checked. The oven failed an emissions test. The flue for the gas water heater wasn't properly installed. But because we have access to knowledge and capital, we were able to replace those appliances. We were able to take advantage of federal income tax credits because we have a high enough income. It still wasn't easy, but we got it done. We won't be stuck on the gas system when those bills skyrocket. Unfortunately, low-income households don't have the same opportunities. They need funding. They need assistance. They need all of the funding from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund promised by the Healthy Homes Act and more. They need it now, They don't need to jump through a bunch of administrative hurdles to access those benefits. So thank you for the letter that you wrote to the Public Service Commission last week to try and avoid these problems. Unfortunately, neither the mayor nor a majority of the public service commissioners have a great track record of saying no to the gas company. Yesterday, they demonstrated that, ignoring your letter and approving tens of millions of dollars more in costly spending. It's past time for the council to do more than just write a letter. Exercise your legislative authority, actually pass a bill requiring the commission to do what you nicely asked them to do last week. And when it comes to the jurisdiction of this committee, make sure implementation of the Healthy Homes Act is fully funded and both DOEE and SEU have the resources to do what they need to do to make sure no low-income household in the district is faced with struggling to pay a skyrocketing gas bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Kate Bockover.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you, council members, for giving me the opportunity to testify. Can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you just fine.
All right. Well, I can't see myself either, but I guess my voice will have to do. I just wanted to testify on behalf of the Healthy Homes Act. You know, we passed such a fabulous bill, and it really contributes to
Ms. Bockover, I think you may have accidentally muted yourself because we can't hear you.
There we go. So I'm just testifying in support of fully funding the Healthy Homes Act. It's such an important act because, you know, home repairs are a major issue for many DC homeowners. They want to stay in their homes and they want to take good care of them. But that can be really prohibitively expensive. And with the Healthy Homes Act, you just have an opportunity to allow people to have the home repairs they need while at the same time doing something that's really important for our environment. I hope that you'll use all the money in the SETF to fund the Healthy Homes Act. And thank you so much for listening to our testimony today. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bockover. Next, let me see if Neil Sauter's there.
Hello. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Neil Sauter and I live in Ward 6. I'm a DC area native as well. I am passionate about improving building sustainability. I've worked for the U.S. Green Building Council and I currently support the Department of Energy's Better Buildings initiative. I'm here today to advocate for the DC Council to protect Sustainable Energy Trust Fund allocations for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure that those funds go to benefit low and moderate income households in the district. The council must ensure that SETF dollars are not pillaged for use on unrelated projects. The mayor should not have free rein to move around allocations on a whim. As other testimonies and Chairman Allen have noted, the current political situation absolutely requires local governments to step up on climate-related policies with the federal government ceding ground. Protecting healthy homes funding is important to me because of my work, and I know how impactful this funding could be for disadvantaged communities in DC. Gas burn in DC buildings accounts for roughly 25% of the city's emissions. Continuing to burn gas in residential and commercial buildings runs directly against the city's stated climate goals of reaching carbon neutrality by 2045. The Healthy Homes Act is a first step towards reducing our city's gas consumption and emissions. In addition to DC's climate goals, the Healthy Homes Act could help accomplish the council and mayor's own housing affordability goals. By removing the burden of replacement costs for HVAC systems and other major appliances from disadvantaged communities, the Healthy Homes Act is delivering on promises to ensure housing affordability in the district. There is also the question of indoor air quality to consider. In recent years, many studies have shown that gas appliances fill our homes with pollutants, carcinogens, including nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and benzene. Children who are exposed to these pollutants have a higher risk of developing asthma, and Black and low-income communities are often disproportionately impacted. Children in Ward 8 are 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in wealthier areas of DC. If the council ensures that funding continues to flow to the Healthy Homes Act, they will be improving public health, lowering hospital admissions, and saving money. I'll finish by saying that if the council and the mayor want to fulfill promises made on climate action, public health, and housing affordability, then they must not pull funding away from the Healthy Homes Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sauter. Next, let me turn to ANC Commissioner Daniel Michelson Horowitz from 1C01. Commissioner?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee, and fellow advocates. My name is Daniel Michelson Horowitz. I live in Adams Morgan, where I've had the honor of serving as an advisory neighborhood commissioner since 2023. I'm here today in strong support of the Healthy Homes Act, and I urge the council to protect its funding through the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to ensure that low and moderate income families in our community receive the vital resources they need to live in healthier and more energy efficient homes. Funding the Healthy Homes Act is first and foremost an issue of economic justice. Like many of you, I have witnessed the rising costs of living in our city. Many residents in Adams Morgan and throughout the district are struggling to stay in their homes, facing skyrocketing rent, rising utility bills, and increasing costs for basic services. This is especially true for our most vulnerable populations, low and moderate income families, who often live in older homes with outdated, inefficient, and polluting appliances. For these families, the cost of replacing failing HVAC systems, gas stoves, and other major appliances can be insurmountable. The Healthy Homes Act would lift that burden by providing free replacements and upgrades to energy efficient appliances, reducing utility bills, improving indoor air quality, and lowering the environmental impact of these homes. By ensuring that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund remains dedicated to this program, the council can help alleviate a significant financial burden from the shoulders of families who can least afford it, while simultaneously improving the health and well-being of residents across the city. I recently replaced my stove with an induction cooktop, and it's been an incredible improvement not only to my kitchen, but also to my health and my carbon footprint. All DC families should have this opportunity. I've seen firsthand the impacts of poor air quality and energy inefficiency in our community. As an ANC commissioner, I've had the privilege of working with neighbors and local organizations on a variety of housing and environmental issues. One of the most pressing concerns we face is the dangerous pollutants emitted by outdated gas appliances. These pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter, pose serious health risks, particularly to children, the elderly, and people with pre-existing respiratory conditions. In fact, 77% of DC kitchens tested had unhealthy levels of nitrogen dioxide, which contributes to asthma and other respiratory illnesses. In my work, I've spoken with residents who are deeply concerned about the health of their families, especially children who suffer from asthma or other respiratory conditions. These are real stories of children being rushed to the hospital because of asthma attacks triggered by gas stoves. Children in neighborhoods like Ward 8, where poverty rates are higher, are disproportionately affected by these health disparities. Children in these communities are 10 times more likely to be hospitalized due to asthma than children in wealthier areas of the city. That's why I'm so passionate about ensuring that the Healthy Homes Act gets the funding it needs. This is not just a policy issue, it's a matter of public health. We know that gas appliances in homes are a major source of indoor air pollution, which is directly linked to a range of health problems. In fact, children living in homes with gas stoves have a 42% higher risk of developing asthma. By supporting the Healthy Homes Act, we can remove these harmful pollutants from our homes and protect our children from preventable health issues. Furthermore, the health impacts of burning gas indoors are not just felt by individuals and families, they contribute to broader public health costs. Emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and lost productivity all come with a price tag that we bear as a society. By continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act, we can reduce these costs and improve the quality of life for many residents while also helping the district meet its ambitious climate goals. As many of you are aware, the District of Columbia has set a target of carbon neutrality by 2045. The gas burned in our homes for heating, hot water, and cooking is a significant contributor to DC's climate pollution. Methane, the primary component of natural gas, is a potent greenhouse gas, and when released directly into the atmosphere, it has 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide. Transitioning our homes to energy-efficient electric systems is essential for meeting the district's climate goals and ensuring a healthier, more sustainable future. Washington Gas, however, wants to charge DC residents billions of dollars to maintain its outdated fossil fuel infrastructure rather than investing in the clean, renewable technologies we need. On average, this could cost households anywhere from $32,000 to $50,000. Instead of pouring these resources into maintaining a polluting system, we could be using that money to remove fossil fuel systems from our homes, improve indoor air quality, and reduce utility bills for our residents. In closing, I urge the Council to prioritize funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is used as intended to support low and moderate income families in transitioning to healthier, energy efficient homes. This is a critical investment in the well-being of our community and our public health and our climate future. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to seeing the district continue to lead the way in promoting economic justice, public health, and sustainability for all residents. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And then last on this panel, we have Gregory Grass.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. And I want to, I'll introduce myself. My name is Greg Grass. I am born and raised in Washington, D.C. in Ward 3. I'm a graduate of School Without Walls. And I'm here, I neglected to say that I'm a member of both D.C. Citizens Climate Lobby as well as the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. My comments in general, I could say I agree with everything and support everything that Daniel just said. My perspective as a human being and an environmentalist from most of my life is that we need to prepare a transition to electric power by renewable and clean energy sources. We need to end fossil fuels, and we need to have the perspective that we need to be stewards of the earth, our community in Washington, D.C. more specifically, and do things that are protecting the safety and the integrity of the environment and our community for ourselves and the future generations. As was mentioned, there's a goal to get to neutrality in DC by 2045. That will not happen if we allow a large utility like Washington Gas to gaslight us into thinking that they should spend millions and millions of dollars on an infrastructure that needs to go out the door. So that's one point. Another point is that I do want to congratulate your committee for passing the Healthy Homes Act and reiterate that that should be fully funded. It should support low-income communities and neighbors and renters and homeowners to convert, their appliances and all their energy, all their use of fossil fuels or methane or what we so-called natural gas, but it's really methane and it's poisonous. To be able to have the funding for those moderate income and lower income individuals to be able to convert to electric appliances. So I want to highlight that also in 2018, this committee's or a subcommittee in the DC Clean Energy Report suggested replacing standard offer service with long-term renewable power purchase agreements as a default option. These types of forward thinking and prioritizing clean energy choices, I think should be extended and continued. And I also want to reiterate comments about the mayor should not be allowed to steal money from the Healthy Homes Act, which is passed and supported by the council with the intent to do those programs and those purposes and support electrification in low income households. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify and share these views as a lifelong resident of the city. And thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Grass. Thanks, everybody on this panel. A couple of quick questions. Let me start, MJ Gray, let me start with you. I want to make sure I understood you. Did I hear you correctly talking about a heat-related dashboard that was removed from public consumption as a result of one of the Trump executive orders?
Yes.
And which one was that?
It was the nexus, so it was the National EMS Information System, but it was being funded by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which relies obviously on federal grants and funding. So now when you try to see that dashboard, you get a message saying that the website is being altered to comply with presidential executive orders. And that was a huge...
Which president, what executive order would possibly touch this one? I mean,
we are also unclear about
I know
that.
a lot of this doesn't make any sense, but just trying to make, okay, all right. I mean, the sheer amount of just like public information that they don't want the public to have is significant, which gets to your larger point, which is the need for states, the district in this case, to create public dashboards of data so that information is available. You also mentioned, though, that there were some dashboards, and you kind of made it sound like you were recommending also a bit of a closer collaboration between some existing data into an already existing dashboard. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes, absolutely. The DC Health has created their own dashboard that is just tracking EMS activations related to heat-related illnesses. And I think that we're recommending eventually a broader dashboard that unifies several agencies that would cover healthcare, transportation, energy. But obviously collaboration between several DC agencies takes time. But we think that the best place to start right now is to let DOEE take that charge and start publishing the information that we recommend, the list of metrics in my written testimony, including the portion of LIHEAP funding going towards air conditioning, and also trying to assess the percentage of residential homes that are without air conditioning. We've looked into that, and there isn't really a figure or an estimate on that. And I think that that would be an incredibly helpful metric for future heat studies.
Okay, that's really helpful. We'll look through that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bertelli, appreciated your testimony, and you talked also about the GBAC and others. I think that was very consistent with what we had heard from several other witnesses throughout the day. So I appreciate the comments there. And actually, Ms. Gray, I'm gonna come back to you for one more. Sorry. One of the other things we've seen in other jurisdictions is structuring their government in a way that there is a chief heat officer or something related to that. We kind of do and don't have something like that here in the district, but I don't think it's as clear cut. Is that something you've studied to see where jurisdictions have kind of tried to create single points of accountability and a voice who leads these efforts? Any ideas on if you'd recommend something like that for the district?
Yes, we have looked into some other jurisdictions and how what their efforts look like. And there have been successful efforts in other cities with having a chief heat officer that I know is hopefully a goal of the new Environmental Health Administration and DC Health. I believe they've looked into that. But having a point of contact that would be able to unify all of this cross-agency collaboration would, we think, be able to grease the wheels a little bit and bring people together to make sure that we're actually giving the support to the programs that need it. The Keep Cool DC plan is a very great broad level strategy, but it's just a plan. It's not an action. So.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. I know a lot of our witnesses also testified strongly in support of Healthy Homes and the full funding for that program, as well as the SCTF. I would say that's definitely been a consistent theme as we've heard throughout the course of the day. And I will kind of repeat what I've said a little bit with some of our earlier panels. You are certainly going to be able to look to myself, to this committee, I think to this entire council, to really prioritize making sure those funds are there. I think our biggest concern is that the funds are removed before the budget ever gets to us. And so cuts to these programs in the mayor's proposed budget, we will do our very best to pull it all back together again. And try to restore it, but it would be a lot better if we're not in that position, because to restore it means we got to cut from somewhere else. And so to the extent that you're able to help raise your voices in other spaces, so Commissioner, if there's commissioners out there that can make sure that they're reaching out to the administration and saying what they want, with the mayor's budget town halls and things like that coming up, making sure that there's a clear communication that we don't want to see these things cut. This is really important. I do want to note, and of course, we'll let the department share this as well, because I've mentioned a couple of times based off of the pre-hearing responses that when we asked how many homes have been modernized through the Healthy Homes program, the response we got back was 0 in writing. Turns out, I'm told from some of the DOE staff, we have 4, I believe, that have gotten done. So 4 is more than 0. So I'm going to acknowledge that we've gotten some updated numbers. Just even sometimes people are paying attention while I'm talking on the dais. So thank you, DOE, for getting some updated numbers there. I want to see like zeros behind that 4, though. So we got a lot more work to go, but I do want to correct that since we just got some updated information just a moment ago that we have had 4. We just got a lot more to go. Got a lot more to go. All right. And again, I want to thank everybody for your testimony today. I know we've got a lot more witnesses we want to make sure we give time to as well today. So thank you very much for this panel. And I'm going to move now to our next panel of public witnesses. Max Broad, I'm going to go ahead and pull you up into this panel. So Executive Director of DC Voters for Animal. We also have Catherine Ferguson, public witness. McKenna Osborne, policy attorney with the Children's Law Center. Dr. Estelle Marie Montgomery, Executive Director of the F.H. Fontroy Center and Resilience Incubator. Chris Marshall, who's the Vice President of Development for the NRP Group. Eve Hamilton, public witness. Katie Reese, public witness. Allison Clausen, public witness. And Christian DeLise. If I mispronounce that, please let me know. Public witness. And this is going to be a blending of some folks in person and some folks online as well. But Mr. Broad, I've got you up first, so I'll turn to you to kick us off.
Great. Thank you for your flexibility. And I've been watching all day and just, power on to you, Councilmember Allen and Mr. Connor, and keep going. I'm here to talk about one of the most important underrated climate tools we have, the Food and Climate Nexus. I'm the executive director. I'm testifying in my capacity with DC Veg Week, a nonprofit focused on plant-based nutrition and the veg-forward economy in the nation's capital. Food, most people don't know food is the second largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. It's still a distant contributor from fossil fuels, but it's huge. At DC Veg Week, we directly engage the private sector. We use an annual restaurant week to help our culinary community promote plant-friendly and planet-friendly offerings that familiarize our communities with delicious and veg-forward food. We just announced the dates today that DC Veg Week will be May 3rd through 10th this year, and we're inviting restaurants to participate. And right now, y'all should know that DC is having a renaissance of plant-based fine dining. Establishments like Planta, Elizabeth's, Oyster, and Mita, with the latter two having received Michelin stars over recent years. DC government is complementing this by harnessing the power of the public dollar. The Green Food Purchasing Act of 2021, I know I'm not the first to talk about it today, enabled DC agencies to reduce the carbon footprint of their food. The law's first milestone is this year, a 10% emissions cut by FY25. DOEE has done a majestic job administering this law and supporting agencies in cutting carbon emissions from food. Tip of the hat to Mr. Jackson. There is still more work to be done. And as the co-chair of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, GFPP, which is focused on values-based procurement, we are enthusiastic about supporting this process. There's another way DC could be leading on supporting more sustainable food choice. DOE should consider cataloging our leadership in the city's climate planning. Thus far, the Bowser administration has signed on to and carried out multiple initiatives: the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, the Glasgow Declaration, and the aforementioned Green Food Law. Many other jurisdictions account for food-related climate measures in their climate action plans. I'll pull out a couple examples. In Pittsburgh, in Cincinnati, Ohio, they state in their climate action plan if 10% of Cincinnatians ate meat one less day per week, carbon emissions would be reduced by 75,000 tons per year. In Carborough, North Carolina, their climate action plan includes a target of reducing community-wide emissions from animal consumption by 50% by 2025. And then our own neighbors in Prince George's County set a target to reduce emissions associated with the county's public food purchasing by 25%. So, cutting emissions from food does not have to be polarizing. Simple measures such as plant-based by default, reducing overall meat portion sizes, and blending animal and plant proteins are all strategies to increase plant-based nutrition to maximize acceptance and cultural relevancy. I encourage those leading our city's climate strategy to look at these tools and include our food and climate nexus in our climate plans. Councilmember Allen, I know you're a father of 2 young children, and getting them to eat their vegetables, telling them to do it is just going to create a battle. But if you can find ways to make it fun for them, it changes the conversation. It's the same for public policy. I'll just show a couple other issues to spotlight. I've heard your comments on the bottle bill, and just want to do a strange connection here that with the attacks from our federal government on DC statehood, there's evidence that conservatives have a backwards frame of reference, and so if they see things that have changed from the past to the present, it resonates more with conservative ideology, and so not that the cleanliness of our city is like the #1 issue, but it can only help to move forward. And I understand you're going to do what you can to move forward with the hearing. You also mentioned funding for healthy homes, so I won't belabor that. I will lift up the clean energy mix as the default for households, which my colleague Linda Vernoy at Citizens Climate Lobby brought up, and just having the opt out idea where we start with a clean energy mix and then we move to an opt-out policy which maintains autonomy for the residential users, but still allows it. Typically rates are like 2 to 3% of people who opt out of clean energy mixes. And then finally, working with DC Environmental Network to have a panel on rodenticide this coming Thursday for the February breakfast. And we're going to be talking about the intersections with not only wildlife, but with zero waste strategies. And so just would cordially like to invite you all to partake in that. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. And since you mentioned my kids, I do have to say, I may have the only 8-year-old whose favorite car snack right now is steamed broccoli. And so I can't claim any credit for that, but my wife and I chuckle at that one. Okay.
Makes it too easy almost.
I know. We'll just wait till he's a teenager. All right, next let me turn to Catherine Ferguson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council Member, for holding this hearing. My name is Catherine Ferguson, and I live in Ward 6. I'm here today to urge the Council to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust funding for the Healthy Homes Act. The Council needs to ensure that this funding goes to benefit low and moderate income households and that it is not used for other uses. Protecting Healthy Homes funding is important to ensure the health of DC residents and our planet. Personally, I've electrified my home by replacing my gas furnace with an electric heat pump and my gas cooktop with an induction cooktop. Retrofitting my historic home was expensive because it required installing new electrical circuits and outlets, as well as running new wires. But I know that electrification provides invaluable benefits to my family's health and supports our city's critical transition off of fossil fuels. Low and moderate income families deserve the same benefits, but they need the financial support to make this transition. Securing the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding for the Healthy Homes Act is an issue of environmental and economic justice for DC residents who should not be left behind as our city replaces fossil fuels with clean energy. Because the Healthy Homes Act provides financial support for home electrification, I would also like to highlight a critical issue that is working to undermine this effort, namely PEPCO's unwarranted and costly rate hikes. Since 2021, PEPCO has raised electricity rates yearly, and just last month, PEPCO raised its rates an additional 5%. PSC Commissioner Beverly has called these increases, quote, a regulatory train wreck that unreasonably promotes PEPCO's interest at the expense of ratepayers. These rate hikes are especially burdensome for the low and moderate income households that the Healthy Homes Act is designed to serve. As a resident who has recently electrified my home, I am raising a red flag that the PSC's acquiescence to PEPCO threatens our climate goals. The Council took an admirable step with its February 10th letter regarding Washington Gas's district safe proposal. I hope that you will also address the PSC's failure to provide effective oversight on electricity rates. As we make the essential transition to clean energy, the Council must rectify the PSC's failure to protect DC residents from avarice utilities. I'm incredibly proud of our city's leadership in addressing the existential threat of climate change while maintaining a commitment to economic justice for our most vulnerable residents. Please continue funding this commitment by protecting the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, funding for the Healthy Homes Act. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to McKenna Osborne.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families living in poor rental housing conditions that are harming a child's health. DOE plays a critical role in protecting DC children from environmental hazards in their homes, including mold, lead, and extreme temperatures. First, I want to thank the DOE teams that have been accessible and responsive to Children's Law Center over the past year, including the Lead Safe and Healthy Housing Division, a valued participant in the DC Healthy Housing Collaborative, and the Utility Affordability Administration, Urban Sustainability Administration, and Energy Administration, who've been thought partners on how to decarbonize affordable rental housing in DC. My written testimony includes comments on DOE's residential mold and utility assistance programs, but for this hearing, I want to focus on DOE's role in preventing DC children from being exposed to lead in their home. Even low amounts of lead in a child's blood can cause serious and long-lasting harms. Policies that effectively reduce childhood lead poisoning are consistently linked to improved educational, economic, and health outcomes for adults and reductions in intergenerational poverty in communities. It's in the interest of the whole DC community to maintain an effective, comprehensive system for preventing childhood lead poisoning. To that end, I want to raise two concerning points of data in the performance oversight responses that DOE submitted before this hearing. First, it has been Children's Law Center's understanding that the Healthy Housing Program within DOE's Lead Safe and Healthy Housing Division is notified whenever a child under 6 years old in DC has an elevated blood lead level, and that all of those households are automatically enrolled in the Healthy Housing Program and offered its case management services. So we would expect the number of EBLL referrals made to the program each year to closely track with the number of newly identified cases. That's not what DOE's responses appear to show. In the recently published fiscal year 2023 childhood lead screening report, DOE reported that 67 children were identified as having a EBLL in FY23. Those are our new confirmed cases. But according to DOE's oversight responses, the Healthy Housing Program only received 4 EBLL referrals in the same year. That may be a reporting or data error, but it's important to understand what's going on. And so we urge the committee to work with DOE to establish the source of this discrepancy and ensure there has not been a breakdown in the district system for connecting children with elevated blood levels to appropriate assistance. Second, families enrolled in the Healthy Housing Program are supposed to receive a technical assistance report explaining hazards identified during any risk assessments and recommending steps for remediation. According to DOE's pre-hearing responses, a family's healthy housing case manager will then help them obtain successful hazard remediation. Again, the pre-hearing responses suggest there's a particular struggle to obtain successful remediation of lead-based paint hazards. According to DOE, only 7 of the 60 lead-based paint hazards identified in the agency's risk assessments in FY24 have been addressed. We urge the committee to ask DOEE what the barriers are to securing remediation of more lead-based paint hazards identified by the agency. Importantly, both of these questions must be pursued in the broader context that the Healthy Housing Program was moved from DOEE to DC Health in October of 2024. There remains a lack of clarity on precisely which responsibilities and services move to DC Health and which remain within DOEE, and what practices the agencies have in place to ensure effective collaboration, especially on childhood lead poisoning prevention. This period of transition is an opportunity for DOEE, DC Health, and the Council to assess whether our childhood lead poisoning prevention system is functioning effectively and how it can be improved moving forward. In the interest of doing so, we encourage the committee to consider holding a joint hearing or roundtable on the matter with the Committee on Health and inviting DOEE and DC Health. Thank you very much. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Dr. Estelle Marie Montgomery, I think is joining us online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, I plan to be in person. Unfortunately, I'm under the weather. I would like to also let you know, Chairperson Allen, that I have a 24-year-old that enjoyed steamed broccoli from the age of 2. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
He's going to hang in there. All right, that's good
Yeah,
to hear.
just hang in there. Good day to all. My name is Dr. Estelle Marie Montgomery. I am a Ward 6 resident and Executive Director of F.H. Fauntleroy Center and Resilience Incubator, located in Ward 7. Before I provide an important backstory and testimony, I want to take a moment to recognize Director Jackson's leadership and the incredible collaboration we've had over the years with several divisions within DC Department of Energy and Environment. Everyone with whom we've worked have been excellent thought partners and experts in their areas. I'm providing testimony on behalf of Washington, D.C.'s first and pilot community resilience hub located in Ward 7. Please indulge a very short and relevant backstory. In 2017 through 18, a 9-month community engagement process led by DOEE and the Georgetown Climate Center, in which Ward 7 residents were recruited to form the Equity Advisory Group, EAG, provided recommendations for tailoring the district's climate plans, including Climate Ready DC. Following the EAG's recommendations to build a resilience hub in Ward 7, the Ward 7 Resilience Hub Community Coalition, the RHCC, was created in 2019. A number of centers within Georgetown Law, such as Harrison Institute, Georgetown Climate Center, and Social Enterprise Nonprofit Law Clinic, have also played various critical roles, including steering the EAG and RHCC processes with DOEE. The first year of the RHCC was focused on siting a hub and ultimately selected the F.H. Fauntleroy Center in late 2019. Plagued by COVID in 2020 and the general lack of knowledge about resilience hubs, the F.H. Fauntleroy Center and Resilience Incubator has been unfolding this complex and robust assignment for the past 5 years. The complexity not only lies in the needed interagency collaboration and technical assistance, which has been and continues to be critical to our success, but also establishing and building private and public partnerships. Honoring the legacy of F. Harvey Fauntleroy, a prominent Black Washingtonian philanthropist who advocated for youth and education, building from the Resilience Hub proposal blueprint developed by the RHCC and expanding from our track record and trust with the community, our Resilience Hub mission is to increase community capacity and self-determination. We do this by providing opportunities to uplift individuals while considering the intersectionality between ecological and health challenges, economic mobility, response to disruption, and community cohesiveness. Therefore, our 4 program pillars are workforce development, health and wellness, community emergency readiness preparedness, and community engagement. And when relevant, integrating environmental literacy within each program pillar while serving youth, adults, families, and seniors.
By incorporating local talent, resources, and specialists into our operations and projects, we ensure deep connections with the predominantly Black communities we serve. They too become stakeholders as we deliver excellence with, by, and for the community. We have and are implementing programs and projects with DOEE, DHS, DOES, DPR, DEMPED, DC, HFA, DCPS, Invents DC. Our ambition is to increase our reach with other agencies. 8 years after DOEE dared to give the community lead on the pivotal idea of resilience hubs for DC, this pilot and first community-led resilience hub initiative is materializing into a success and beacon in Ward 7. It is organically manifesting into a mutual aid ground zero. It is a safe space for youth. It is a landing space for enriching adults, and it provides soothing interaction for seniors. Community-led resilience hubs serve a unique purpose of meeting the community where they are while enabling the goals of DOEE and other agencies, and are a necessity as a DC-wide strategy within marginalized communities. It is my hope that they become an integral part of how DC operationalizes equity in so many areas related to economic mobility, climate sustainability, environmental justice, and so much more. This landmark government and community vision is now reality. Now there needs to be budget mechanisms to support the base operational sustainability of this resilience hub and future resilience hubs that are managed and operated by community-based organizations. I look forward to the opportunity to discuss how this can be made possible. Stop by and visit soon. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Montgomery. Next, let me pull up Chris Marshall, Vice President of Development with the NRP Group. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. My name is Chris Marshall, and I lead DC area affordable housing development for a company called the NRP Group. I also happen to be a Ward 6 resident. Today, I'm here to testify in support of the highly influential work of the DC Green Bank, also known as the Green Finance Authority, and its positive impacts on my work in the district. My company, the NRP Group, is the top multifamily developer in the US that creates both affordable and market rate communities at scale. We began our work in this region about 5 years ago, and that work recently culminated when we began construction on a new affordable housing development in the heart of DC, one that we call Emblem. Emblem is in the middle of the Noma and Union Market neighborhoods, ensuring that families living in this building in the future will capitalize on the surrounding walkable amenities in the immediately adjacent location to the Noma Gallaudet metro station. Given this high-cost location for both residents and developers alike, you may ask, how is a project like Emblem even possible? The district and its residents can have deeply and permanent affordable communities like Emblem through strategic investments, and the DC Green Bank is a perfect example of strategic investments. In short, the DC Green Bank investment unlocked the ability to construct these affordable units in such a high-cost, high-opportunity location. Its investment was the piece that got the deal across the finish line. What's more, it offered lower interest debt than traditional debt, thereby helping the project's dollars go farther. Credit goes to DC policymakers for aligning goals with the resources to achieve those goals. My favorite example to demonstrate this connection pertains to the building's heating and cooling system. From a policy perspective, the district's green building requirements expect a project like Emblem to save significant amounts of energy relative to a standard baseline. One of the best strategies to achieving this level of green building performance is to improve the energy efficiency of the building's heating and cooling system. Emblem will include arguably the most efficient HVAC system on the market, the variable refrigerant flow, or VRF, one that, despite anticipated overall operational savings, is still hard to afford with high upfront costs. The DC Green Bank, however, makes this green building investment possible. Since DC Green Bank offers lower cost capital for targeted green building investments, Emblem can afford the ultra high efficiency VRF heating and cooling system. VRF, in turn, presents the highly plausible scenario of not only saving energy, but in turn, also saving utility costs for our building residents. In that scenario there, we find the perfect synthesis of below market capital and improving the lives of our residents. DC Green Bank investment enabled a green building investment that the project might not otherwise have been able to afford. And through that, DC Green Bank is helping the project accomplish a lot more than just housing. In their homes, families will save on utility bills and enjoy higher levels of indoor air quality. And beyond the four walls of those homes, those same families will be able to enjoy one of the most amenitized, accessible neighborhoods in DC. This neighborhood becomes more livable in part, again, because of strategic investment from the DC Green Bank. Members of the committee and council as a whole should continue to remember that affordable housing production and preservation is an investment in the district's livable future. All efforts to help the financial viability of income-reserved housing, not the least of which being the catalytic investments of the DC Green Bank, creates new opportunities for families in the district. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Next, let's turn to Eve Hamilton. Good afternoon.
Hello. Quickly.
Good afternoon, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Allen, as a concerned DC resident and volunteer with the Zero Waste Committee of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on the importance of passing the bottle bill and taking additional measures to reduce waste in DC. I grew up in a state with a bottle bill, Iowa. And as a child, I was in favor of that bill because I could collect the bottle deposits and buy candy. And I still smile thinking about that. But today, I'm strongly in favor of this bill because of the environmental, health, and economic benefits it can bring. Among other types of pollution, the Anacostia River currently has high concentrations of microplastics. A bottle bill, which can reduce container litter by as much as 84%, can help to keep more plastics from polluting our water, land, food supply, and critically our bodies. Deposit return programs have also been shown to create 11 to 38 times more jobs than a curbside recycling system for beverage containers, and at least 5 times more jobs in container collection, sorting, and transport than in garbage collecting, hauling, and landfilling. At a time when new jobs are sorely needed in DC, I hope the council will take that into consideration. In addition to passage of the bottle bill, district agencies should lead creation of a reusable foodware working group. One of the nation's largest reusable cup service providers, Our World, plans to hold a discussion on reuse at entertainment venues and sports venues and is calling for the creation of a DC sports reuse working group. We understand discussions have begun on this topic, led by DPW with DOE and Department of Health participation. We support the creation of such a working group led by district agencies with participation by environmental stakeholders, private sector players, and representatives from sports and music venues. The working group's goal should be to establish a legislative framework to require reusable cups in both sports and entertainment venues. The Our World experience in the district seems to show the economics work. Reusables are also a proven method to stop waste from being generated. The district should adopt frameworks to expand reusable foodware, starting in closed-loop environments such as music and sports venues. The timing is right as the district has already offered financial support for arena development and is expected to offer support in the future for other sports venues. These venues should contribute to the goals of the Zero Waste DC plan to reduce the solid waste stream and increase the district's waste diversion rate. Moving to reusable cups in sports and music venues will contribute to these goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hamilton. Next, let me see if Katie Reese is here.
I am.
Excellent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. My name is Katie Reese. I'm a resident of Ward 1, where I've lived for almost 35 years. So the city is definitely my home, and I care deeply about what happens to it. And that's why I'm here to add my voice to the many others here urging the DC Council to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust funding for the Healthy Homes Act and make sure that it goes to benefit low and moderate income households. I'm retired, and I used to work for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, a federal agency that's responsible for world-class climate science and monitoring. So I've known about and been deeply concerned about climate change for many years, and increasingly alarmed as we experience more and more devastating impacts, both here and in other parts of the country. I was in Los Angeles during the catastrophic fires just last month that were fueled by hurricane force winds never seen before. It was terrifying. These climate change fueled fires, flooding, drought, and sea level rise are continuing. They're on the upswing. They are increasing, and the social and environmental damage from them is heartbreaking and devastating. Since retirement, I became a member of a national organization called Third Act. It has chapters around the country, including one in DC, and I'm currently serving as the co-chair of our Washington, DC working group. Third Act members are citizens over 60 who care deeply about the worsening climate crisis and the health of our democracy, and we're committed to doing what we can about both. And our shared belief is that we have a responsibility to work towards a livable future for our children and others through a rapid transition to green energy before it is too late. As others have already noted, DC is committed to carbon neutrality by 2045, but continuing to burn gas in our homes will not get us there. My family changed from a gas stove to an induction stove a few years ago, and we immediately noticed the qualitative difference in our air quality in our kitchen. I was fortunate enough to be able to afford the transition, but many cannot, and that is why it is so critical that the council ensure that the SETF funding is set aside for low and moderate income households to make this transition. It should not be just for those who can afford it. It isn't right or just to leave low-income residents paying higher energy bills for gas-fueled appliances that continue to warm the climate and hurt their health. So in conclusion, I think not only those of us in Third Act, but all of us have a responsibility to ensure that current and future generations have a healthy, safe environment where they can live and thrive. And the council can take big steps in that direction to ensure a healthy tomorrow and be sure that it is done the right way. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to turn to Allison Clausen, who's also online.
Good afternoon. Thank you for, oops, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Allison Clausen. I'm one of the Langdon Park Forest Stewards, a group of volunteer community members who take care of the 2-acre forest patch at Langdon Park in DPR's Ward 5. I'm also a community representative on the Mayor's Urban Forestry Advisory Council and a 5th grade science teacher at a city charter school. This is my work in our background right now. We're learning about graphing, and we've sent lots of letters off to our council members recently about the bottle bill. But today I am here to talk about OFAC. Last year, I testified in support of the Office of Natural Areas Conservation Establishment Act of 2023. The council's support for that bill, despite failing to fund it, demonstrated growing awareness of the need to take care of our city's natural resources. In particular, the act focused on stewarding our forested areas by reducing the threat of invasive species, especially vines. Left unchecked, these aggressive species can lead to early tree mortality. They also prevent the spontaneous regeneration of new trees. When older trees die prematurely and then new trees fail to grow, forest days are numbered. At Langdon Park, though, we are thrilled to report that such a dire outcome is not inevitable. After 5 years of volunteering in the park, working with Casey Trees and city agencies, the forest's mature trees are freed from invasive vines and young trees are able to establish. As of this fall, we've recorded more than 2,000 new native trees growing in our park. The success story at Langdon Park was highlighted in Bill B250487 to demonstrate that struggling city forests can become valued community assets. Although the bill was not funded, we were glad to learn that $500,000 was given to the Wildlife Division of DOEE to begin the work proposed under the bill. As the bill specifically named Langdon Park, and included supporting volunteer stewardship efforts, we assumed those funds would be used to support efforts like our own. Unfortunately, we've since been told that the only way Langdon can benefit from those funds is if we want to have chemical herbicides applied at the forest, because the money is being spent exclusively on chemical applications. That's not what we need help with, however. We need assistance maintaining the walking trail in the forest and clearing the edge where the forest meets the turf. These are labor-intensive jobs that are made much easier with heavy equipment. Our group of volunteers is dedicated to the arduous labor of controlling invasive species within the forest. But we need the city to take responsibility for the edge areas where the forest meets the recreational spaces. In addition to seeking help for this task from DOE, we've also asked DGS repeatedly. Neither agency is able to help. Instead, we asked KC Trees, who generously provided the assistance we needed. We're grateful for their partnership, but hope to establish a cooperative stewardship plan with the city to ensure the longevity of the forest at Langdon Park. The bill said the new office would be charged with facilitating, quote, volunteer engagement in managing and promoting young trees in our district, and reference Langdon as a, quote, valuable proof point that the district can activate formerly unmanaged forest areas. We are the volunteers on whom this legislation was based, and we are asking for help. I hope that we are able to receive it in the near future for the health and well-being of our forests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clausen. And I don't know if school is over at the moment, but it sounds like a very calm and quiet classroom right now.
We have a professional development afternoon, so
excellent.
The hearing was well-timed. Thank you.
I would like to claim that we did that on purpose, but we did not.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Very glad that worked out. Very glad. Thank you to everybody on this panel for testifying. Let me run through a couple of things. Let's see here. Mr. Broad, let me start with you. Again, appreciate that you were able to be here and you went through a lot of things. So thanks for all the work. I know we've partnered on a number of items here. One of the things that we've talked about, the bottle bill has come up repeatedly through the day. So I'll just kind of mention what I had talked about earlier, which is the referral that was made is such that it goes to the Economic Development Committee first, and it will eventually create a referral to this committee. That won't happen until mid-July. And so this committee really won't be able to take any action on it until this fall. But we're not just sitting around. So we are engaging a lot of different stakeholders to start talking through what concerns they might have, how would you operationalize something like this, and really trying to think about it. Because I think everybody would like to see it work and work well. And so just want to reiterate that we're not going to sit on our hands. We definitely are trying to learn and have a lot of conversation with folks in the lead up to this. I know for my own kids, we go out about once every week or two and just kind of with trash pickers and go pick up trash in the neighborhood. And I've got them now to the point they're just go ahead and counting in multiples of 10 cents, all the cans and bottles. So they're excited about it. They see about a buck and a half or two every time we go out with a trash bag. So it certainly is a way to help clean up our waterways, also our neighborhoods and just our streets and sidewalks. So thanks for your advocacy and support for that. And we'll keep working on that. I wanted to mention, let's see here with Ms. Ferguson. Appreciated your comments. It's consistent with what we've heard from a few other people as well today about Project Pipes and the Public Service Commission. So just please know that that is on our continued agenda. I was proud that we were able to get a majority of council members to be able to send that letter pushing back on Public Service Commission. So we will continue to do that here. To Ms. Osborne, one of the questions I was going to ask is you talked about, or at least what I heard you talking about, related to when a hazard or a violation is found. I really kind of heard just a lack of coordination taking place. And I want to make sure I heard you correctly, give you a chance to expand on that, in that there's some degree of success of finding a person who's trying within DOEE to be able to recognize, be it a mold hazard or a violation. But it really, I heard you talking about kind of almost a disconnection between the number of interventions or services that exist and being able to actually connect those families to that. Did I hear that correctly? That's actually one of our biggest barriers is just, it's not a shortage of programs and resources out there. We're just not really tying them together and getting people connected the right way.
That's what we would really like to see you in your conversation with the agency next week, kind of dig into specifically around lead-based paint hazards. Because we do have HUD funding for that, or have in the past. I think some of the future funding is up in the air, but that there are some eligibility restrictions around that it's unclear, is it a barrier to its use because there's not enough eligible families being referred because most of them are renters, and that program is particularly easier for landlords to apply for. But then also, as you're talking about, what can we do about that? Can DOEE do a better job of communicating the benefits of those resources with landlords and connect and doing lead remediation using that? And then also I've heard several people earlier today testify about that disconnect on mold in particular, and it being split between DOEE and the Department of Buildings. And my written testimony goes into details of assessing that situation and recommendations for improving it.
Yeah, okay. We will certainly follow up with the agency on that. And I think I don't fully have a clear picture yet also of what is shifted to the Department of Health, what hasn't. And it is complicating with the multiple agencies. I don't know if it's the right way to get it done when it has that many different agencies that have that many different pieces of the pie, when if the experience for that resident is that you don't get the connections, you don't get the services, then we got to figure out how to do better. So we'll ask those questions and try to work with those agencies too to figure that piece out. To Dr. Montgomery, I love hearing that we're seeing success with the Community Resilience Hub. I think that that model is one that can continue to grow and really figure out ways to scale that up. I didn't know if you have any thoughts on just the scalability of how we create community resilience hubs. There's a part of it that I feel like is very much needs to have government be a leader in. There's part of it that makes me feel like its success really comes from community-based, local-based leadership, not necessarily from the government down. But kind of would love to hear just any additional thoughts you have about where you've seen the best of it work and how the scaling of it can continue.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yes, absolutely scalable. And there are already initiatives in place in coordination between DOEE and HCMA in terms of the establishment of more community-led resilience hubs. Government has a role to play in terms of technical assistance. Having the community really lead the process, if just listening to testimonies from earlier today, where the lived experience of the community must always be first and foremost in the process. And that's what's led to the success that we have had. My concern is not the scaling community-led resilience hub, but how we can structurally operationally sustain the community-based organizations who are leading this effort with the community. I mentioned in my testimony that this project has been very complex, and the complexity in there is how do we continue to bring in the funding that allows us to expand our programming so that we can meet the community where they are and implement objectives of various DC agencies, because we do think that we serve that catalytic, role. So absolutely, there's a strategy in place in the city. We are an example of actualizing that strategy. Love to see more of these resilience hubs come to fruition. But I do think there needs to be more intentional thought about the financial backing of these community-led organizations that are taking up the challenge, basically, of implementing the resilience hubs.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I think there's a lot of promise to kind of keep working on how we scale that up. I think it is something that's very intriguing, and I'm glad to see HCMA kind of think through and work in partnership with DOE and others. So would love to continue working and hearing more from you about how we can be helpful in that and kind of continue growing it. So thank you very much for the testimony and the work on this.
Thanks.
To Mr. Marshall, I'm glad you're able to come in and testify. I know DOEE has been the focal point for much of the hearing, so it's good to hear the Green Bank get a little of attention as well. And I think the way you talked about it is the way we should be, frankly, talking about what the Green Bank delivers for the city. Yes, it builds more efficient utilities. Yes, it creates a more sustainable energy source for a building. What it's really doing, though, is helping with affordability for residents. It is lowering energy costs. The Green Bank's ability to help finance projects like the Emblem help us deliver high quality, high efficient, low cost, and low sustainable costs housing for residents. And as you noted, in a very amenity-rich area. This building in particular is going to be one where you can walk to a number of grocery stores. You can walk to Metro. You can walk to retail. You can walk to schools. It's a space where, a market rate apartment is going to be in the thousands and thousands of dollars, and we're going to be able to deliver something that helps make sure that every DC resident gets to be a part of a community like this. And so I think the Green Bank is doing a great job. We know that it's leveraging. For every public dollar I put into it, we get $9 back in private investment. I think it's a great example of us achieving our sustainability energy goals, but also really delivering on high quality affordability. And so just anything else you want to add about that, but I don't think we're actually talking enough about how it helps deliver affordable housing and help maintain lower utility costs for residents. We get the green functions of it. We do. I think we needed to be talking more about the affordability and what that means. So I'll give you another chance if you wanted to add to that.
No, I really appreciate you underscoring the connections, for lack of a better way of putting it, between the issue at hand. And that is, it is, as you were saying, Councilmember, not just about saving energy. It truly is about providing economic savings to the residents of the building that we have under construction right now, and other projects that the Green Bank is investing in. And so to allow for multiple goals, both on the social, economic, and environmental side, to be addressed by a single source of capital is pretty remarkable, and something that is, in my world, as an affordable housing developer, truly important, truly necessary, truly influential, that I certainly hope continues to be productive in the city and would look to using and leveraging for further deals as well, because those benefits that you and I are talking about ought to be delivered in as many projects as possible throughout the district.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you don't need to, subscribe to a Doge mentality to know that we do want, of course, a return on investment in our public tax dollar. And the Green Bank does that in spades. And so I think that's really good. So I appreciate that. And I think I'm excited. I'm seeing the project go up. I'm excited to be out there and help cut the ribbon on it. And of course, help welcome our newest neighbors. They're going to move into that. I know we're still a couple of months away, if not a year more away, but still, I like to give you a deadline that is impossible to meet just because we're excited about it. So I appreciate it. And thanks for taking the time out to help make sure that Green Bank gets talked about today a little bit. Ms. Hamilton, appreciate your testimony. I've talked about the bottle bill a couple of times today, so I don't want to repeat that, but I appreciate that. Ms. Reese, the Healthy Homes support is appreciated. I think I'm glad that we're seeing some move forward, but I really feel like we need to see this pipeline continue to grow. And that's also one of the ways we protect the funding. When we're showing that those dollars are being spent wisely, when we're doing and accomplishing what it is that we want, I think that's one of the ways that we help make sure we're protecting that funding. But as I've said multiple times today, we're going to need to have a lot of voices really speak up and help protect this budget and make sure that people do not go after it, that we realize what we're delivering for our residents. And while Healthy Homes has just now gotten started, the pilot project, for example, in River Terrace is already showing dozens of homes that we've been able to make this, and that is real quality of life, affordability improvements that are happening. So thank you for that. And then Ms. Clausen, so glad you could join us from school for that. I don't know if I've got any letters from your class yet, but I'll keep an eye out for that. And we also spoke a little bit earlier about the ONAC bill. And, I want to have a conversation with the agency, because when we held a hearing on it, they did express several reservations and concerns about it. I'm not sure if there have been some ongoing conversations about making any changes or tweaks to the bill from the last time, but we'll certainly keep looking at that and exploring it. And I'll talk to the agency about it. So I appreciate it. So I think those are all the questions or comments I had for this panel. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony. I know we've got one more panel of public witnesses on this Friday afternoon, so I want to make sure I can get to them as well. So thank you all. All right, let me turn to our 7th panel. I have Barbara Briggs, Friends Meeting of Washington Committee on Peace and Social Concerns. Dr. Mark Mitchell, Chair of the Council on Environmental Health and Climate Change with the National Medical Association. ANC Commissioner Edward Comer from 2A04. I have Aaron F., Public Witness. Ann Common, Public Witness. Christopher Williams, the President and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. ANC Commissioner Mark Galvin from 5F04. Colleen Daly, Climate Team Member with the 3RC Bottle Bill Coordination with the League of Women Voters. Jonathan Lipolis, member of the GW Environmental Justice Action Network. Trey Sherrard, Anacostia Riverkeeper. And Ernest Jolly, Public Witness. Okay, Barbara, I think we've got you up first. So Barbara Briggs, let me turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen, and thank you. My name is Barbara Briggs, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Friends Meeting of Washington's Washington Interfaith Network team and Peace and Social Concerns. Our Quaker meeting works closely with the Beyond Gas Initiative to accelerate DC's transition off fossil fuels in a way that's equitable and beneficial for DC's lower income families. Like you, we are proud of the district's groundbreaking progress on climate, including passage of the Healthy Homes Act. And now we need to keep it funded and ramp up the program. I'm here to urge this committee, the full council, and Mayor Bowser's office to protect and increase funding to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund needed to help low and moderate income DC families move off fossil fuels. Like you, my colleagues and I are among the thousands of DC residents, congregations, climate, and community advocates for whom moving the district off gas is a matter of urgency. We all know that in order to meet the carbon emissions reduction targets to which the city is bound by law, we must transition away from burning fossil fuels. But there is also rising awareness that burning gas creates health-harming pollutants as well. Nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, fine particulates, benzene, and formaldehyde, to name just a few. In September, our Beyond Gas Coalition released the results of a 24-month community science investigation of families' exposure to nitrogen dioxide emissions from gas stoves. I've attached a report titled Cooking Up Danger for the record. We tested 663 homes in DC and Montgomery County. And here's what we found when we ran the stoves moderately for just half an hour. Almost 2/3 of homes had nitrogen dioxide levels at or above 100 parts per billion, the EPA's recommended maximum for 1 hour of exposure. In DC, it was worse. 77% of homes tested above 100 parts per billion, and the average nitrogen dioxide measure was 181 parts per billion, or nearly twice the EPA's health protective standard. We ran a smaller number of tests for longer periods of time and in other parts of the homes. We found that nitrogen dioxide does not quickly dissipate when the home is turned off. It hangs around for hours, and it moves beyond the kitchen, even to upper floor bedrooms. We are now doing another round of testing focused on heating systems. It's early days in our testing, but I can tell you that we are finding high levels of nitrogen dioxide in some homes, including in my own apartment, first thing in the morning when I wake up in my bedroom. Thank you and the Committee on Transportation and the Environment for your leadership in the effort to move DC off fossil fuels. We have to do it to help humankind avoid catastrophic climate disruption, but every step we take will yield immediate benefits in reduced illness and improved health for DC residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briggs. Next, let me turn to Dr. Mitchell.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell. I'm a public health and environmental health physician specializing in environmental justice and climate change. I live in Hartford, Connecticut, where I was previously the director of the health department, and I'm here to testify about the National Engineering Products NEP facility at 1950 Capitol Avenue Northeast in the district. I'm a member of Project Tender, which stands for Targeting Environmental Neurodevelopmental Risk. It's a national organization of leading scientists, health professionals, and advocacy groups focused on reducing exposure to chemicals that harm children's brains. We recently held a meeting in DC where we met members of Empower DC and were given a tour of the Ivy City neighborhood, focusing on the NEP manufacturing plant, which was located on a residential street. We were surprised to see that it was abutting someone's home, sharing a wall in common with the home. Residents in the neighborhood complained of strong odors and health issues, including loss of smell, nausea, headache, brain fog, developmental delays in children, skin rashes, lethargy, dizziness, upper respiratory issues, and cancers. I went and reviewed the safety data sheet from NEP and found that their main product produced at this site is something that they call copaltite. And it's a sealing compound composed of cresols, formaldehyde, methyl alcohol, and phenols. These compounds are very volatile and produce very strong smells and can produce the following health effects. According to their safety data sheet, you can have irritation and burning of the eyes, nose, or throat, liver, kidney, or heart damage, bladder cancer, lung cancer, scrotal cancer, skin cancer. It can cause changes in skin pigmentation that is either light or dark patches of skin. They can cause leukemia, nose and throat cancer, allergic rash, and asthma. It can also cause miscarriages, menstrual abnormalities such as abnormal bleeding, painful periods, and abnormal cycles in women. It can decrease vision, cause kidney disease or thyroid disease. And it turns out that many of these conditions are what neighbors are complaining about, although we can't definitively state that the symptoms in the neighbors are a result of the facility. I believe that this manufacturing facility does not belong in a neighborhood, in a residential neighborhood. So I support the council's efforts to convert the property to a community resilience hub and closing the facility by eminent domain. I believe that DOEE is on the right track by requiring odor control through the enforcement of the nuisance laws, although I'm sure we all wish that this would proceed at a faster pace. I believe that this facility will not easily meet the standards needed to protect the public and reduce the odors. I would encourage stringent enforcement of the nuisance odor laws. As you know, the determination of nuisance odors includes intensity, duration, frequency, and the characteristics of the odors. I know in other communities like mine, the community has been trained to distinguish between the different odors from the different locations. And so that when they report odors, they can tell you exactly the kind of odor and the likely source of the odors. So again, I would encourage you to continue down the path of enforcing the nuisance odor laws and also continue along the eminent domain path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Dr. Mitchell. ANC Commissioner Edward Comer is actually not here, but hopefully we can get their testimony just for the record. So next up I had Aaron F. I don't know if we have Aaron here. All right, so then we'll move to Ann Common.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And can you see me? Because I can't see myself.
We can hear you, and it looks like, there you go, camera's on.
Okay. Well, you can see part of me. I think my hand, is that better? No, it's worse.
Bring the camera down just a little bit.
It's
there you go. Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I want to thank you also for your comments at the beginning of the hearing, pointing out that local governments have to really, really step up now that the feds are actively trying to fight us on climate. My name's Ann Common. I'm a longtime resident of the district, mostly Ward 3, which is where I live now. I am primarily here because I want to see DC SEU funds and especially Healthy Homes funds protected. I first want to thank you, the whole committee, DOE and DC SEU for all you do. Aside from just living in Ward 3, I am a member of the Ward 3 Democrats. I'm also involved with WIN, and as you know, they've both testified and care so much about this. My interest in the Healthy Homes Act starts with an interest in climate change. I care passionately about it, and until recently, this was about protecting my son and future generations from horrors to come. But the horrors are here. I have relatives and friends in Los Angeles. I was terrified until I knew they were safe, but but other people died and so many people lost everything they have. So we have to fight as hard as possible, and Healthy Homes does that with equity. But you've already heard an awful lot from other people about Healthy Homes, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to say a few other things. I totally agree with Ms. Ferguson's comments about Project Pipes and what the PSC needs to do. I also care passionately about accelerating the effort to get off of lead pipes. I had a scare with lead paint when I was pregnant. I was lucky. I testified about it last year at the budget hearing. But I feel for every single child who's affected by lead and every single parent who has the problems and pains of taking care of that child. I also want to thank you for your strong anti-stadium stance. I think it would be an environmental horror and a waste of space when we need housing. And I want to agree with Mark Rotifer that the council should pass a law that whatever is built on that site is built to net zero standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Next, let's go to Christopher Williams. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Chris Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. Excuse me. And thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the performance of DOEE, which in our view is pound for pound among the finest state environmental and natural resource agencies in the country. So my compliments to Director Jackson and his team for the great work that they do. Please see our written testimony for more details. In my time today, I want to make the following key points. After years of study and preparation, the Anacostia River Sediment Project, mandated by the Council in 2014, is on the verge of getting into the water, perhaps as soon as this year, and beginning the cleanup of toxic pollutants in the riverbed that are the legacy of decades of industrial pollution of the Anacostia River. It's vitally important that the council do what it can to ensure that this project remains front and center among DOEE's priorities and the agency be provided with the resources to get on with the job. Secondly, after decades of fits and starts, it appears that action may actually get underway to conserve and or redevelop Poplar Point, the last large, quote, developable, unquote, tract on the Anacostia River, on the shore of the Anacostia River. The lead agencies in this effort are DEMPED and the National Park Service, but much of the work at Poplar Point will involve environmental cleanup and wetlands conservation and restoration. Therefore, in our view, it's imperative that DOEE be an integral player in the planning and implementation of whatever plan ultimately emerges, in order to ensure that the at least 70 acres of the site required to be devoted to, quote, park purposes be maximally utilized for wetlands restoration and climate resilience. Also coming soon, wetlands restoration projects at Kenilworth Park and Kingman Island. Though at different stages of design, both are expected to get underway in the next year or two, funding permitting. DOEE is doing an excellent job of ensuring public input and stakeholder engagement in these projects. And again, let's ensure that DOEE has the support and resources that it needs to bring these important projects to fruition. These projects are important to anyone who has concerns and an interest in conserving and restoring the Anacostia River. DOEE not only undertakes countless conservation actions and restoration projects of its own, it also supports partners in environmental education, neighborhood stormwater management, and hands-on conservation experiences like the Kingman Rangers Workforce Development Program and the Anacostia River Explorers Boat Tours, some of which are funded from dedicated sources like the DC Bag Law Fund. The bang for the buck in community engagement, education, and conservation outcomes of these programs is enormous. It's imperative that these funding sources be protected as the district grapples with its 25 and 26 budgets. Finally, and Chair Allen, you knew you weren't going to get out of this 5 minutes without a mention of the bottle bill. This year, the DC Council is considering a bottle bill to establish a deposit return refund system to incentivize recycling in the district. If enacted, this bill would be a game changer in the effort to clean up the Anacostia River, with the potential to reduce trash in the river by half or more. DOEE has an excellent track record in standing up and operating conservation programs, and it's the logical agency to have regulatory authority over a bottle bill program. If enacted, the bottle bill would join the Anacostia River Sediment Project and the new DC Water CSO tunnel system to tackle three of the horsemen of the pollution apocalypse in the Anacostia: trash, industrial pollutants, and sewage. And the three of these projects working together will have a huge impact on water quality in the river. AWS strongly supports the bottle bill, and we're shamelessly using this opportunity to show the council and DOEE how important it is to the people of DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. I hadn't heard about the bottle bill, so I want to learn more about that. I appreciate it. Next, let me turn to ANC Commissioner Mark Galvin.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Mark Galvin, and I'm speaking partially on behalf of the 5F Commission, and also as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for 5F04, as a licensed civil engineer, and as a concerned citizen, resident, and father of a 9-month-old son. Our 5F Commission includes Eckington and Edgewood in Northeast DC. My testimony also incorporates some inputs from Dr. Shoshana Summer, Executive Director of Green Spaces for DC, board member of DDOT's Urban Forestry Advisory Council, and part of the DMV Blue-Green Corridors Working Group, as well as being in public health expert, and my wife. She's got a better resume than I do. Next month marks 1 year since we submitted 600 petition signatures and hundreds of personal testimony from community members voicing their public health and quality of life concerns regarding a major source of pollution in our neighborhood, the Fort Meyer Construction Company's Asphalt Plant 1, which is located at 5th Street and V Street Northeast along the Metropolitan Branch Trail, whose DOEE air quality minor synthetic operating permit application was up for renewal. Community member firsthand accounts were echoes of my own family's experiences, waking up to trucks and backhoes cutting through our residential streets, the incessant sound of beeping trucks and machinery like a construction zone, the permeating smell of asphalt and idling trucks, and the presence of asphalt dust outside and inside of our homes, and the constant combination of blowing asphalt dust and acrid chemicals on the Metropolitan Branch Trail used by thousands daily. In addition to community testimony, our 5F Commission voted in favor of a detailed and official resolution on this issue that was subsequently submitted to all relevant parties. 11 months out, and we are still waiting for answers while the plant continues to operate as it always did. While DOE has answered some of the questions in the resolution, many have gone unanswered. I followed up regularly by email and phone to inquire, but answers continue to be pushed further down the road and no improvements in sight. We need DC's answers now, or at least an improved communication with the community and a feedback loop that completes that. According to DC Municipal Regulations 20-903.1, quote, an emission into the atmosphere of odorous or other air pollutants from any source in any quantity and of any characteristic and duration which or is likely to be injurious to the public health or welfare or which interferes with the reasonable enjoyment of life or property is prohibited, end quote. Additionally, per 201.1, the mayor may only issue a permit upon finding that, quote, that the applicant's proposed equipment, facilities, and procedures are adequate to minimize the danger to public health and welfare, end quote, and, quote, that the issuance of the permit will not be inimical, tending to obstruct or harm to the public health and welfare, end quote. FMCC Plant 1 does not adhere to these laws, and DC government has been legally negligent in upholding these policies in Ward 5, particularly in Eckington and nearby communities. Our neighborhoods are dominated by young families with children and by seniors, and these are at-risk populations that must be prioritized and protected. We need DC to protect its residents and by upholding these municipal laws. I would like to express my appreciation for those DOE employees who have tried to help us through in-person inspections and similar on-the-ground efforts. Ultimately, though, these folks seem to encounter the same roadblocks we do. Roadblocks that prioritize a construction company's bottom line over the health and safety of DC residents. We're also aware that there are some early moves to increase DOE air quality monitoring in the community. These are vital. This is a vitally important step, and we thank you for that. But in and of itself, is insufficient and coming too late for our vulnerable community members and for our current quality of life. We need action sooner than later. And people do not want to live in the neighborhood when they can't go outside on their front porch or into their backyard because that's all that they smell. Finally, DC government has been turning to neighbors to do its job on many fronts. No matter the problem, 311 seems to be the answer. But the real answer is that in this case, this is addressing these problems requires multiple actions on multiple fronts. Improving physical presence, monitoring, management, and communication alongside government adherence to existing laws and an eye toward future policy improvements. I invite you to visit the area early in the morning when the plant is running so you can hear and smell what we do on a daily basis. The director and the team are paid to uphold the DC regulations, policies, ensure enforcement, monitor current conditions, push for improvements, protects the residents. We need your council members, chairman, to your help so that we can uphold that. Last thing I'll say is about the bottle bill on a separate subject, and that we were the first 5F commission that passed a resolution in support of the bottle bill and are very happy to see that moving forward. And I echo a lot of what the other witnesses said and look forward to helping move that along as well. Thank you so much. Sorry for being over time.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Colleen Daly. If you'll push the buttons, the red light comes on. There you go.
Okay. My name is Colleen Daly, and I represent the League of Women Voters of DC. We are in coalition with the Return, Refund, Recycle Coalition for DC, the driving force behind the bottle bill being discussed today. Councilmember Allen, we want to thank you for introducing, along with 10 other council members, the District Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation will significantly reduce bottle and can pollution across the district, as you've already heard. And in doing so, will benefit neighborhoods, parks, and waterways along the Anacostia River and throughout the district. Passage of this legislation will reduce plastic pollution, as you've also already heard. Numerous studies have shown that microplastics are toxic. They have been directly linked to developmental harms, hormone disruption, cardiovascular disease, and other health issues. Many single-use plastic bottles contain PFAS, chemicals used to create products that resist water, resist stains, and resist heat. These are forever chemicals that do not naturally break down in our bodies, but rather accumulate inside of us over time, and they are linked to cancers, kidney disease, liver problems, immune disorders, birth defects, and other serious health problems. New research late last year in November of 2024 found that PFAS and microplastics, when combined, which they are, is much more dangerous than either substance individually. And there will be a citation to this meta-study in my written testimony. And so, the more plastic bottles that find their ways back to grocery stores instead of into the Anacostia and our other waterways, the greater positive health impacts on the people who live nearby or downstream. But the bottle legislation under consideration will not only help clean up our city and convey positive health impacts, it has the potential to create green jobs, cut greenhouse gases, and fund the distribution of household water filters that will stop lead exposure for those people who live in houses with water service lines still made of lead. This legislation was developed over 2 years, during which time 3RC for DC researched the specifics, figured out how it would work in the district, and did a great deal of outreach to numerous community groups. The League fully supports passage of this bill.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's see. Mr. Jolly, I got you next. And then Trey Sherrard, I got you right after that. Mr. Jolly?
Good morning, Councilman Allen and members of the committee. I am Ernest Jolly. I currently reside in Springfield, Virginia. I previously resided at 41 L Street, Southeast, Washington, D.C., and served as the previous managing director for the DC SEU from January 3rd, 2023 until September 3rd of 2024. I debated whether my testimony would be beneficial to the council and to the citizens of the district, and ultimately concluded that I have an obligation to weigh in on this valuable program, the DC SEU. I believe in and support the stated objectives of the DC SEU legislation. I believe in the DOEE previous director and its current director, as well as the DOEE contract administrator, who has been steadfast in demanding positive results while being helpful and serving as an advocate for resources during the district financial challenges. And because I take my commitment to leadership with integrity and my reputation very seriously, I decided to testify because I have heard that the VEIC has been communicating a false narrative about my departure, alleging health issues. On the contrary, I was terminated for alleged poor performance. Just before my appointment by the Vermont Energy Investment Corporation as the managing director of the DC SEU, I was invited by Rebecca Foster, CEO, and Lisa Harris, Chief People Officer for VEIC, to join in a conversation with the then DOE director, Mr. Tommy Wells, plus a couple of his staff who are responsible for overseeing the DC SEU contract. Mr. Wells' opening comments to the VEIC leadership was that if you all had told me that Mr. Jolly was your leading candidate, we could have saved everyone this time. Mr. Wells shared that he was very familiar with my career achievements and leadership because of my various roles at DC Water and in his capacity as chairman of the board of DC Water. I was informed of the challenging underperformance of VEIC's on the DC SEU contract during my interviews. That was a recurring conversation among VEIC leaders and with DOE leaders during my first 5 or so months on board. I had been involved in the discussions led by your former Councilwoman Che as she crafted the current DC SEU legislation. While working as a senior executive at DC Water, I was able to provide my insights, and I'm pleased to report that under my leadership as energy manager and then energy chief at DC Water became an early adopter of the DC SEU energy efficiency programs. I also had also been appraised of issues with VEIC corporate leadership as it related to excessive shifting of financial resources from the staff in the district to support staffing in Vermont, thus increasing contract performance challenges for those at the DC SEU. Additionally, I had been informed of concerns of alleged race-based discrimination, particularly related to Blacks in the DC SEU leadership position, as well as with Black-owned subcontractors. With eyes wide open, I accepted the VEIC appointment. I accepted the appointment with the belief that if such assertions were real, I would be capable of making a difference
I'll be
in
about
these
5 to 10
regards.
minutes. If you need to go by, go by.
No, I was just checking on.
Yeah.
All right,
I am a
hang on.
1970.
Hang on one second. Ms. Coleman, I think, all right. You were off mute, Ms. Coleman, so just want to put you back on mute so we don't interrupt Mr. Jolly. Thank you.
And with apologies, I will go over a little bit if that's okay, sir. I am a 1974 U.S. Naval Academy graduate who has experienced countless discrimination issues early on in my naval career, as well as subsequently in the corporate world. I had always been able to engage and educate others in a way that led to reducing, if not eliminating, discriminatory practices. With its published core values, I was convinced that I would successfully help VEIC identify and eliminate its discriminatory practices if they did indeed exist. I quickly came to realize that the immense pressure that my former Black staff members functioned under, as well as the discrimination that Black business owners were encountering, was not acceptable to me. And I made that known to the VEIC leaders within my first months on board, when I began to see unequal and inadequate feedback. Unfortunately, I later learned that a senior white member of my staff was providing false information to support the VEIC desired outcome related to me. Fast forwarding, having been unable to get a corrective course reversal from VEIC leaders, even with my engagement of the then VEIC Chief Operating Officer, Lou Hutchinson III, who is Black, I filed a complaint with the appropriate federal agency in July. That complaint was accepted and advanced to a charge. Additionally, when the chairman of the DC Green Bank, Ms. Brandy Colander, who was a VEIC Board of Directors member, became aware of my having been placed on a performance improvement plan, she inquired about my issues with the then Chief Operating Officer and was then informed of my federal complaint. She resigned from the VEIC within days of receiving that information. Mr. Lou Hutchinson has since resigned from the VEIC, and I have reason to believe that he has similar issues of race-based discrimination within the company. With Mr. Hutchinson's departure, there presently are no Black executives with VEIC. I am not speaking for these individuals, but I can assure you that we have provided substantial evidence to the federal and District of Columbia agencies with jurisdiction that includes evidence of similar experiences of former VEIC employees, and are prepared to advance this matter in the courts should it be necessary. I want to encourage the council and the mayor to continue to support the program, the DC SEU program, and provide as much funding as is possible because it is positively improving the lives of so many seniors and income qualifying citizens, as well as district-based businesses, large and small, while improving their environment. It is also vital to the district CBEs. At the same time, I encourage a redoubling of the efforts of all who have sway over this contract to ensure that the racial, discriminatory, and disparaging conduct based on race stops. In closing, if I may, I would like to read a letter that was sent to me in December by the DC SEU Advisory Board and signed by the chairman. Dear Ernest, on behalf of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your leadership and dedication as director of the DC SEU. Your commitment to advancing sustainability and energy efficiency in the District of Columbia has been truly inspiring and impactful. Throughout your tenure, your collaborative spirit has guided the DCS through pivotal moments of growth and innovation. The partnership you nurtured with local stakeholders and community members have strengthened our collective mission to create a greener, healthier, and more equitable city. As you embark on your next chapter, please know that your contributions will continue to inspire the work of the DCSU for years to come. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors and hope our paths cross again. Thank you once again for your invaluable service to the DCSEU and the district. Warm regards, Jamal Lewis, Chairman of the DCSEU Advisory Board. Thank you, and I apologize for going over time.
I appreciate it. I didn't want to cut you off because I know that it's a weighty subject here, so I didn't want to cut you off. I want to make sure you had a chance to do that. And stick around because I'm going to have some questions when we wrap up our panelists. So let me turn to our last public witness, I believe, Trey Sherrard, the Anacostia Riverkeeper.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Thank you, committee, for what is a long day, I know, for all of y'all's work on this more broadly. I also want to thank Director Jackson for being there, listening to all of us today, and for having a whole nother hearing coming up for the government witnesses, never mind for all the work he does with his agency day to day. Anacostia Riverkeeper applauds DOEE for the continuing excellent work on the Anacostia River Sediment Project, oversight on the individual toxic settlement sites, and their exemplary work with the Office of the Attorney General on settlements and new lawsuits like with PEPCO and with the federal government. We were disappointed to see the district and National Park Service at odds over metrics for beneficial reuse of dredge sediment for aquatic placement. And we hope that DOE adopts tighter rules for that work so that they can move ahead hand in hand with National Park Service. We are particularly excited to see the work moving ahead again on remedial design for the Anacostia River Sediment Project, with the hope that we'll see in-ground, in-water work within a year. We have seen large delays on that in the past few years, and we hope that this current pace is kept and that no further delays occur. We are disappointed that Maryland published a new fish consumption standard for PFAS well over a year ago, but that DOE has not made, or at least has not shared, any meaningful public progress on this issue. It's rare that Maryland beats DC to the punch environmentally. We really want to see this caught up. Given EPA's rollback on PFAS guidance and regulations, the district must step forward as a regional leader and maybe perhaps even as a national leader on this issue. We know our fish in the Anacostia River have PFAS. We know people are consuming those fish. We know that people can get sick from that. So we want to see a transparent public input process for the next fish consumption standards, similar to the process that we went through nearly a decade ago. There's been excellent work on the River Corridor Plan. It's been a useful tool for us to talk to the public and especially to talk to other agencies about expected sea level rise, flooding here. We want to thank the agency for moving forward on dredging, not just for toxics, but towards environmental justice and for equity and recreational access. It's a very good start. We need to see a whole lot more funding for that than what has been pushed forward so far. We need the district to be thinking long-term and large-scale about the Anacostia River and about dredging, flooding, and climate resiliency, including trying to find funding to dredge the river more broadly than just a little spot here and a little spot there, knowing that our storms are getting bigger and that will cause flooding above and beyond what is expected for sunny day floods because of sea level rise. Shifting topics to trash, enforcement of the bag fee, foam ban, and restaurant takeaways law is useful, but it needs to be ramped up significantly, I think, in frequency and perhaps in the degree to which it has teeth that the agency can bring to bear for it. We see these materials still in trash traps, despite all those laws being on the books and knowing that there is some enforcement going on. I have personally been given groceries in a bag for which I was not charged. At that same Safeway in Southeast, I was also given seafood packaged on foam in store right in front of me, not something that had been shipped in on that foam. We see a lot of these kinds of violations day to day, and they need to be pushed back against. We want to thank DOE for the ongoing investment of bag fee funds into managing trash traps in the district. It is our pleasure to manage that grant with our partners at AWS, Living Classrooms, and Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. That grant is using bag fee money to keep other trash out of the river, and it is supporting jobs at all of these organizations. There are other locations where trash traps could be considered. We're interested to hear an update from the agency on how Dump Busters is going. We've seen big declines in the MPD's, Environmental Crimes Unit's presence on that, and hope that DOE has been able to absorb some of that need. And of course, on the subject of trash, wouldn't be complete without talking about plastic bottles. We are a founding member of 3RC, and we heavily support the beverage container ban or fee and deposit. We see over almost half our litter as beverage containers, with plastic bottles being very near the top of that. We thank you all for the work so far on new wetland restoration plans for Kingman Island and for Kenilworth, all of the stream restoration work that DOE has done already, and we're very excited to hear about more in partnership with National Park Service. We want to see smart development, and we want to see DOE's full oversight over new development at Poplar Point, as well as at the RFK site, where we hope to see a full environmental impact statement, given the toxic nature of the fill below that site. I also wanted to raise the Fort Myer Construction Company lawsuit this year. Thank you to DOE and to the Attorney General's office for their work together on that. It raised some really big red flags for us, namely that it's good that there is an enforcement dashboard, but that a lot of people in the public don't know how to access that dashboard or how to interpret it. Also, the fact that there is no feedback mechanism currently in district contracting when it comes to compliance, even very significant non-compliance between a business like Fort Myer Construction Company and other agencies. So DOE is there trying to do their job, and yet this same company is getting massive contracts from other instruments in the city. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody on this panel. And since, you know, I always try to mention this to the folks that are on the last panel, thanks for hanging in there all day long as well. I know some of this we've talked about throughout the day. So some of the testimony, you know, kind of helps reiterate and strengthen some of the testimony that we've heard throughout the day, especially when we talk about, you know, our Healthy Homes program, the NEP facility, the project pipes. So I appreciate it, and hopefully you've heard our comments along the way. I did want to spend a quick second. Mr. Jolly, I'm going to start with you. I want to come back and talk about Fort Myer in just a second. But Mr. Jolly, you gave a very comprehensive background, and if I heard you correctly, the problems that you're raising are what you believe are with VEIC, not with DOEE. Did I hear that correctly?
Absolutely, 100%. DOEE and its leadership and staff have been tremendous to work with. They have been advocates for us. If you will recall, when we went through the budget crunch last year with some realignment of funds, DOEE went beyond the call of duty to ensure it could do everything possible to provide funding that allowed DC SEU staffing to remain 100% intact, both to make sure we could keep commitments already made to citizens, as well as ensuring that they would be well positioned for the starting of the new fiscal year in October of this past year. Unfortunately, I faced part of the challenges of taking on headquarters because headquarters said, well, you know, we're getting cut funds. We need to make sure we take some of those funds to do X, Y, and Z. And I'm not alleging illegality, but what I am pointing out is, in fact, that if we want to make sure that the results are being achieved in the district, most of that results needs to be done by the people in the district doing the work, interacting. And of course, there's always compensation for the overhead and support of systems. But yes, thank you for making sure there's no ambiguity. One of the reasons that caused me to come forward to testify, I don't want there to be any confusion about my belief in the value of this program and what it does for real people's lives.
No, I think you made that very clear, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So if I understand correctly, and I'm gonna try to be careful, because if you've got pending things, this may not be the space where you need to or should speak too much about it. But if you have a allegation of racial discrimination, one of the avenues, at least in the district, would be to file a complaint through the Office of Human Rights. Is that a step you have taken?
So there are two options available, and one is with the EEOC, and employees have the option of going to EEOC, which then collaborates and coordinates with OHR. As my testimony so indicates, I took the federal route, believing the resources would be available there to do the work that was necessary to be done. But according to their process,
that's active and pending right now?
it is ongoing, yes, sir.
All right.
And so we won't speak about any of the specifics associated with that. But according to EEOC, they collaborate and coordinate with state agencies, in this case, OHR.
Okay, all right. I know that we can't and should not speak about the specifics of an active and pending claim, but I did want to make sure that you at least had the right ways in which you can file a claim. It sounds like you've got that and know where you can go, and you've exercised those rights to go to that space.
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right.
And I did it very timely.
Got it. Okay, then I'm not going to
Yes.
pull back on that anymore. We just want to make sure that that was in space there. Okay, and perhaps further conversation around this we'll have off the dais and after the hearing.
Yes.
So, okay, I appreciate it. All right, let me spend a second on.
And I will say thank you for the tremendous leadership that you've shown, for the support for the environment and for the citizens. I don't want that to be lost in my appreciation for that.
Well, I appreciate it, and I enjoyed working with you as well in your previous role, so thank you. To Commissioner Galvan and a couple of our other colleagues here, when we look at, we had a couple of conversations over the course of the day around environmental and health impacts of uses of facilities. And in particular, there's been two that have been brought up a couple of times today. That's NEP in Ivy City and Fort Myer here. There's the permitting side of things, at least in terms of Fort Myer, and Trey, you brought this up. You know, I am concerned around, as a government, when a violation is found of a contractor in one space or by one agency, in what way do we have the other parts of government that might be doing contracting procurement, for example, be aware of that? Because there's a part of me that looks at this, and Commissioner Galvan, you probably work with your small businesses and your SMD all the time about this. You know, I don't think I've ever met a small business that feels like government's just super efficient and easy. You know, they're usually like, all right, well, you make me get this license and you make me get that, and then nobody's talking to the left hand, not talking to the right hand. So if I had a local business that had a violation, didn't have clean hands, for example, they're not going to be able to renew their business license. They're not going to be able to renew a lot of other things. And I definitely have heard from small businesses that have said, well, wait a minute. How is it that you have all these requirements I have to meet, all these other things that you won't let me take the next step of running my small business, but a entity that's getting millions of dollars worth of contracts, somehow that just keeps moving. Is that a frustration you've heard from residents or from other businesses, Commissioner? Just kind of curious what you've seen of folks that are the neighbors of this space too.
Yeah, I think there is a significant frustration with neighbors who live right by there, who complain all the time on 311 or make other complaints that they may send an inspector out, maybe if they have capacity. So maybe I know that could be a budgeting issue, but there isn't any significant changes that are seen. And I think that's part of the frustration right now is, we passed a resolution. We had dozens of people show up in the hearing when the DOEE hearing for this minor synthetic air quality permit. And then we had 600 signatures. Like the result was overwhelming. And that was like with less than a week of time to respond. And so, yeah, there is the obvious fact that Fort Myer Construction Company is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest contractor in District of Columbia with getting all the DDOT contracts. They have a pretty significant, I don't know for a fact if they have a monopoly, but it certainly seems that way. And so there is this disincentive for folks in the executive to play hardball with someone who has enough power and influence to make donations to folks. I'll put it that way. And so I think speaking kind of truth to power and actually holding people accountable is really important, and it's not happening in this case. And the fact that it's dragged on for more than 9 months, yeah, it's a lot of comments, sure, but you haven't given me any indication that you're actually going to change the air quality permit. So there isn't any urgency to deal with this.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Good. Trey, were you jump in?
I wasn't yet. I can.
Go ahead then.
So as a small nonprofit, right, Anacostia Riverkeeper has to go through the Clean Hands process just to get a grant from the city. And our really, really big grants are in the 100,000 scale, right? Usually for 2 or 3 years of work. So to see a private business like Fort Myer getting millions and millions and millions in contracts, while there's this known significant non-compliance, and not just non-compliance, right, but seemingly willful workarounds and trying to circumvent the compliance that had already previously been required, is disappointing. It's shocking, and it's something that we really want to find a way forward on fixing. It's something I've seen parallels in other parts of the testimony as we've been here all day today. Looking for other feedback mechanisms so that enforcement actions by DOEE can leverage the interactions of the same entities with other agencies, right? Starting with the basics of information sharing and making sure that all agencies at least have access to that information, and then moving forward into actually using it for leverage.
Got it. Okay. I'll clarify that Fort Myer doesn't have a monopoly. There are Capital Paving, for example, is another major contractor, but it is true that they're a major contractor. So just want to clarify that, but your point's taken around the size and scope of a giant contract like that. And I think both of you are kind of raising a similar issue I've heard from others as well. And when we get to the agency hearing next week, it'll be one of the things I want to get a better sense of is what is DOE's role? What actions have they taken? And then where is that interagency notification information in a way that we have a better understanding of that, all with the goal of, frankly, fairness. If I'm going to hold a small business or a small nonprofit to one set of standards, I don't know why I'm not doing the same for everybody else.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I appreciate it. I think we've kind of gone through most of these, so at the risk of just kind of repeating myself on a lot of these, I appreciate all of the testimony and the issues. I think one of the things that is very clear is there's a lot of consistent advocacy over the course of the day around a lot of our top and shared priorities. And please know we've taken copious notes for everybody's testimony, and we'll help incorporate those into the questions that we ask with the director and with the agency. I think it's come up a couple of times, the Director Jackson has been here all day, so he has firsthand heard the feedback, and I know that it'll help him prepare as well for next week. And I know his staff back at the office is keeping a close eye on this as well. So all of your testimony is appreciated because it helps us do a better job in our oversight to be able to make sure we're digging in the right places and asking the right questions. And again, I appreciate it's not every agency director sits through the entirety of their public portion as well. So I just want to note that and appreciate it. So thank you all very much. All right, well, it is 3:45. So this is now going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the public testimony portion for the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, the Green Finance Authority, the Department of Energy and Environment, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Again, I want to thank all of our public witnesses for their testimony today. The record for today's performance oversight hearing will close on Friday, March 7th, 2025, and you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until that time. There are multiple calendars on the council's website, so please be sure to use the hearing management system calendar, which is found at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings to submit your written testimony. You can always email it to us as well if you're having trouble. The next scheduled meeting of the committee will be next Thursday, February 27th at 9:30 a.m., when the committee will hear from the government witnesses for the same set of agencies that we considered today with the public witnesses. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 3:45 p.m., and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.